We might be back. And I think the low latency might work. I think the low latency might actually be working. Are we there? I think we might be there. Because if I play this, I mean, ignore the fact that this content's awful.
And the purpose of living is to fight and kill things.
It looks good on my end.
Fighting in order to live.
Down where we are. I think we're there. I think we're there, and we're on low latency. I think it's working. Chat, are you there, please? Chris and Abstack, my 2 loyal followers, I need you to tell me if it works. And we are on. We're on the low late. I think it was an OBS problem. I think OBS just needed a refresh. Maybe my whole computer might need a shutdown. We're so back. We're so back. You're so right. Those 3 words, my favorite. Okay. Okay. Well, it really sucks that this is now 2 separate streams. I'll just have to put a note on it. It doesn't matter. This isn't really prime content for the channel. It's not 1 frame per 10 seconds. I'm so sorry. I would have done it earlier if you knew that. Okay. Okay. And we're on low latency, which is really good. Okay. So anyway, we were watching this guy make some stupid content. My video that's not good. Let's quickly put this in a better place, please. So what we were talking about is how this video is awful.
And they also have a bunch of other robots and lasers and cool tech stuff. Except it's not that cool.
Yeah. I mean, look. Okay. So we were talking about how this scene wouldn't have worked, really. See, when you said earlier that we're looking at a slideshow, I actually couldn't tell if you just meant how bad this video was. Like, genuinely, I couldn't tell if you were just reflecting on the quality of this video. So,
both in Homecoming and
my explanations are nice. It's not bad. There is stuff happening on the screen. It's just unnecessary. Basically. I did not need to include this in the main video, and I'm so happy I took this out.
But from the soldier's perspective, this isn't science fiction, this is just the way the world is.
Yeah.
I think recognizing that perspective is an incredibly important aspect of understanding the plot and characters in this game. They are born directly into a life of combat, and you don't question it because you don't even think to question it.
Our lives came from the Queen, and we all lived for a chance to take part in the Homecoming.
I should actually keep an eye on the stream to see if it keeps going.
Okay, to the Queen's embrace. Carrying out 10 years of service, fighting.
I think one thing that does set apart some of these particular scenes, and whether they worked, is whether I liked them. Was I doing it just because I felt like I needed to explain the plot, or was I doing it because there was actually a point that I wanted to make? And that actually isn't really shown here, but it's shown like, I don't know, this is all in the wrong order, you guys know this.
Nobody ever thought to question it.
Nobody ever thought to question it.
The only people who would do such a thing are, say, philosophers, who think outside the box and want to understand a superficial meaning to the world around them. Oh wait, that's Noah. And so we come 1 step back up the rabbit hole.
Good.
Hey!
I don't really know if this was like funny or not. The rabbit hole was a bigger joke in the video initially. There is actually a chapter in the 2nd episode called The Rabbit Hole of Explanations, and this was kind of the origin of it. And we'll kind of come to that when we get there. I also don't know if you notice that Noah says, I'm like, oh, I don't know if you noticed it. I'm going to explain the joke for you right here, okay? And then it won't be funny anymore. 1 step back up the rabbit hole, and then I cut to Noah saying good. And then there's a little shout of me saying hey in the background. I don't know if you noticed that.
1 step back up the rabbit hole.
Good.
Hey!
Oh, I couldn't really make that work, to be honest. I don't know if it was actually funny, because I couldn't make my voice, like, sound different. I needed it to be obvious that it was a joke. I don't know. I just left it in because this video was...
So now that we have a better idea of the game's world and setting, let's go back to the previous step, which was to introduce our main characters.
Yeah. So, the original rabbit hole of this... See, what you don't see in this deleted scene, like over here, is the actual introduction to the rabbit hole. I start with the world of Ionios, but there was going to be a bit before that, which was kind of like... Oh, we need to talk about Nopon. I did this on my flowchart here, but this was actually going to be in the video. Oh, we need to talk about Nopon. Oh, so we need to talk about Riku and Minana. Oh, so now we need to introduce the characters. And I was going to do this next 5 seconds. Noah is a passionate Offseer. And then I was going to just... Let me play these 5 seconds. So, from the top. Noah is from Keves and is a passionate Offseer. And then there was going to be a record scratch here. I don't know why the mic just went up so high. And then there was going to be a record scratch. I didn't explain Offseers either, did I? This is turning into an endless rabbit hole of explanations. And it's crazy that I've remembered that line off by heart. That shows you how much... Man. Anyway. So that's why this thing kind of flopped, because it was just going all over the place. See, look, when I'm streaming, and I'm like, oh, we're going all over the place, I'm sorry, guys. You know, there is a part of that works in streaming, right? I think when you guys attend a live stream, you kind of sign up for that as part of the experience, right? But that doesn't work in a video, and that's why I ultimately cut this. And as you've also spotted, indeed, I mentioned he was the philosopher. Noah being a philosopher was kind of going to be more of a running gag than it ended up being. It will probably be a series running gag, and I'll talk about that when that comes up in the main video too. I should really get on with watching some content. He is presented as a deep thinker. Okay, so the final thing to say is that this particular bit where I introduced the characters, this was one of the first things I edited. I edited this, I remember this, in January 2024. So this is old content. It doesn't just take the world at face value.
I want to know, why were we entrusted with these powers?
Albeit, in my first go of it, I didn't include...
Leo is from Agnes and is also an Offseer. She can run very fast and keep
Oh, there's some fast-paced jokes here. Okay, sorry, there's too much happening. In the original version, I didn't include the kind of lines from the characters spoken out. And yeah, then we've got a faster than your father leaving joke. That was a joke I was into at the time, and I just left it in.
Everyday activities.
Okay.
And she has cute little cat ears.
And the
I've thought about this a lot. About what I can achieve, what I'll leave behind.
Uni is from Keves and works as the healer in Noah's squad. She likes to collect fortune clovers, F-O-U-R, and other than that, she's generally based.
Hey, are you always like this? Huh? You making fun of me?
I'm gonna just...
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I do want this
Senna is from Agnes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Having a small
I'm trying
physique,
to,
she's
like,
probably the
turn
strongest
the volume
member of our
down
group
here
and
to
is
try and
always
keep
wanting to
playing
get
the video
strong.
without...
And her hair is
To
also
try
on
and
fire.
talk over it so that we get through more content.
We thought if we pulled it off,
And I don't
we'd
think
raise
this is
our chances of
incredibly
survival a whole
interesting right now.
bunch.
Tyon is from Agnes.
Oh, this is good.
Part of operations and planning in Colony Gamma's blah blah blah. He's the tactical thinker, embodying the push glasses against forehead to look smart trope. He fights with the origami birds, which are called Mondo. He's a bit grumpy at the
Tyon
moment,
was probably
but
my
he'll
favourite
overcome.
explanation I did.
No one's worlds apart. Differences are all a matter of perspective.
This line's so based, by the way.
Lance is from Keves. He also likes being strong and training to get stronger, and is the main defender of the Keves group. He's also a bit grumpy right now.
Do we have to do this rubbish? You're acting like we're a team already.
And then we have Riku and...
Yeah, so it was kind of like... You know, I don't think the content I just watched with the 6 characters... actually that was better than the bit with the world explaining. This, I actually kind of like this. I think there are jokes in here. I'm not unhappy with what I made here. I think it just doesn't fit in the bigger context of the episode and was unnecessary to add. But I was happy with this. This became a bit of a staple that I came back to every so often, because this was like one of the first bits I made. So it became a mark of like, I have made some progress here. Anyway, you can watch all this later if you want.
Manana. Riku is a Nopon who works with the Kevesi group, particularly specializing in weapons and gear maintenance, and presumably on the side, haircuts. Because look at that hair.
Riku, just Riku. Common variety Nopon.
Common indeed.
Manana is a Nopon who works with the Agnian trio, and is a stellar chef, supposedly able to cook up a mean Gonzalez eyeball.
Eyeball?
You know what? The yum was a problem. I wanted this joke to be funny, and actually it comes up again in the second episode, so it was originally going to be a slightly running gag, just 2 or 3 times, and I think running jokes are important. I think they're very funny. But I just can't get my voice to sound good with, like, pitch modifiers. Like, let me replay this yum right here.
Eyeball.
Yum.
I want it to sound like a bit of a grandiose yum, like a bit of a meme, but I just couldn't make it work, and I think I just left it, honestly. Yeah, pacing. Pacing's the word I'm looking for, isn't it? Yeah, the pacing would have just been kind of bad. But okay.
And so, with all our introductions done, that brings us back out of the rabbit hole to the end of the deleted scene. Wow!
Okay, I will clarify when we get there how this was going to transition in and out in the main video, because that was a joke I was quite sad about cutting. But those are the decisions we have to make, so we'll get there.
Well done for sticking through all that. If you thought that parts of that were kind of boring and slow, don't worry, because I did too. That's why I deleted it from the main video. But hopefully you recognize the amount of editing time that previously went into that, so I couldn't just get rid of it. This section with the character...
Yeah, particularly because... Oh no, I might say it here.
Introductions was actually one of the first segments that I edited for the next main
I've
video.
already said
so
that,
it's
wow.
been there a while. That's all there is for today. If you're watching these videos in real time, then don't forget that next week you're getting the...
So yeah, the one other thing to say is, like, this whole section was done... The voice recording for this whole section was done 2 or 3 times. That takes more time. I tried to re-script bits of it to make it be faster. So there's more editing time that went into this than you might expect. You know, I can't put a number on it, but this wasn't like a day's work. It was more than that. And I couldn't just delete it. And I'm actually quite happy with the solution I came up with. I uploaded it for anyone who wants it, and there was someone on that video who said it was funny. I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was, but it is what it is. There we go. Okay.
Rules
Let's
video,
close this out.
which will hopefully answer some, but not all, of your questions. Thank you for watching, and remember, your hard work is meaningful, and you shouldn't delete it.
Okay, and I don't know if anyone who was here in the first director's commentary remembers this bit at the end, where I have this running thing on the channel where every video ends with, and remember, and then it has a serious point. In the previous update video, it was about I don't even remember, but this is not the first time I've mentioned it. Yeah, your hard work is meaningful and you shouldn't delete it, and that's one of the things I'm really trying to do every video now, is I'm trying to add that. Okay, and then we have the old outro, right? Good. Okay, that concludes the next video we need to watch, and we need to get a move on. I am probably going to watch this rules video, and then I might need to get some water before we do the big things. There is still audio static, but it's not that often. Yeah, I think that's not like low latency stuff. I think that's probably just the setup. I think it happens in the streams too, a bit. And remember, 10-hour stream. Yeah, I think it's just that I'm using a different mic setup. I don't know. I keep having to kind of work out levels and whatnot. Okay, I need to activate the audio again, and then we're gonna... Okay.
Greetings, gentle viewers, and
I need to activate it on my end. Okay. Why is it moved this again? Unbelievable. See, because I keep activating the audio, it keeps adding a new audio source, so I have to move... This is the most... unbelievable. Wait, this isn't even the right one. Wait. There's the microphone. This is why this stream setup sucks. Okay. So now we're gonna watch the rules video. So this was November, and this was where I wanted to start explaining some of the Nuzlocke rules. If you remember, in the first video, I didn't really explain many of the actual rules to the Nuzlocke, because we hadn't unlocked the full class system, and everything I was doing with Herbert and redoing all the fights was kind of particular because it was chapter 1. So at this point, none of you still knew how the Nuzlocke was going to work. And again, as I said, for the deleted scene, I wanted to... No, I will probably say this here, so let's just get on with it. Greetings, gentle viewers, and welcome to a little mini episode of this Xenoblade Nuzlocke series. For the record, I have officially coined this set of videos as episode 1.5. That's how I've considered it now. We actually talk about what the rules of this whole thing are. Oh, let me turn it down. So, much like the deleted scene, which I uploaded a short while ago, the entirety of this video, except for this introductory segment, was originally going to be in the next main episode of the series. But I eventually decided to do things this way, by uploading it separately, and so here we are. Just bear in mind that originally it was all scripted and edited as a part of that video. So if I say something like, later in this video, it will actually be that video, not this one. I tried to amend those phrases where I could for the purposes of this rules video, but I probably missed a couple, so just be aware of that. The only other thing to say is I will be bringing the difficulty down from hard to normal, as I mentioned at the end of the first video. More of that will be talked about in the main video. Just keep it in mind when you watch through these rules. I think that's all I need to say right now, so let's segue into the main topic. Okay, yeah, sorry, I know I didn't talk for a minute, but yeah, there's kind of not a whole lot more to say. As with the deleted scene, the content in this video is not bad, it was just kind of weird pacing. I have this thing where I want things to be explained clearly so that people understand them. I have a real passion for communications, being good and transparency and all that. And that meant that some of the explanations of this rule set were longer than you might think. And also because on paper, when you think of like a Pokemon Nuzlocke, the rules are really straightforward. But with a more complex RPG like Xenoblade, there were a lot more little things to go over. And so this was another reason where I did need to clarify those things in case people asked, but it was starting to feel like a problem for the pacing of the main video. So let's go through this, and I will just kind of talk about things as they come up, and you can see how some of these rules have changed or not changed. So in the last video, that is the first main episode, we just gained access to the class system, and I gave a most suspenseful cliffhanger by choosing to save the rest of the rules for this video. I'm not sure if explaining the rules has ever been a cliffhanger before, but here we are. I was quite happy with that joke, actually. That's been a joke for a while. I can feel, by the way, that like... Oh, the quality's down, that's why. I'm not sure whether the frame rate is a bit lower on the video, just because of the low latency or not. So I'm just gonna... I might review that after the stream. I don't know whether it will hold up for the main Nuzlocke stream, but we'll see. Okay. I loved the rules being a cliffhanger. I don't know. So before we begin with anything else, I want to talk about the rules of this run. Now, please bear with me, because I am probably going to look like this for the next few minutes. I've rewritten this section of the script multiple times, because as it turns out, creating a rule set for a Xenoblade Nuzlocke is far more complicated than it is for, say, a Pokemon Nuzlocke. You can see how many of these things I've, had in my head for so long that my explanations to you right now are the same as the ones in the video. And also right here, where I say I'm going to look like this, do you remember earlier where I said something like, I was really playing up this idea that the video is not very good, and I'm sorry if it was boring, because I almost wanted people to have a lower expectation so that they would like it more? I kind of do the same thing here. I'm kind of trying to preface, there's going to be a lot of explaining in this video. And it kind of is good because you're giving people a warning, but it's kind of bad because it's making it worse. You're drawing attention to it. I don't know. It all made simple sense in my head, but I didn't realize quite how long it would take to actually explain all of it. And so, most of the stuff in this video I did have planned from the very beginning. I just didn't realize how complex it would be to explain on paper. And as you can see by the length of this video, I thought it was going to be too long in the main episode. And as with the other scene, I'll tell you when it was going to be. So this section of the video ended up being longer than I intended. I've tried to keep this as simple as possible, whilst also wanting to cover all of the various situations that we need to think about. And before we even get into that, we need to talk about the context of the rule set. Let me explain. When I started this run, I basically had all of the rules planned out, and it was all going to be just fine.
But then we ran into some problems, and so I've been doing some thinking about whether this whole idea is too difficult to complete. Obviously, I could change the rules, but then I thought some people might complain that this was too easy.
Also, it was less notable this time, but there was a drop in audio quality between the bits I recorded for the start of the video and what was actually placed here. So, a lot of this was probably edited. You do a lot of explaining, but also the context of the videos, so I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of the way to put it. That's kind of been one of my problems with this, is that if you, like, try and justify, oh, I need to explain this because of X, you're kind of just more over-explaining, and it kind of just makes it worse. But that's also kind of part of what I need to do. So, I don't know. One of the good things is, some of this is kind of just by virtue of it being the start of the series. Like, I don't need to do all these rule explanations in the next video. So the next videos will speed up anyway, because there's less explaining to do. But I do think I've slightly improved at my ability to be concise and to let go of what I don't need to explain. There was a comment on a YouTube post I made a while ago where someone talked about remembering that I can't remember who it was, it might have been Brighton, but it might not be, about remembering that your viewers can infer details without you explaining them. That's just been one of those things that stood out to me. It's not like I thought you were all stupid, alright? I mean, you guys in chat are always stupid, but, you know, I don't believe my viewers are stupid. It's just remembering that people can work these things out. And ever since making some of these videos, I've rewatched certain other, like, Alpharad videos and whatnot in a new light and kind of looking, oh, how much does he say this? How much does he explain about this? And even when he doesn't explain stuff and I'm a bit confused, it still works. And I've just kind of learned to not need to do as much of it. But at the same time, the Xenoblade is more complicated. And so releasing this video separately felt like the middle ground. It's there if you want to watch it. And, you know, if I say in the main video, hey, if you want more, go and watch this video, then it does what it is. And there is actually a lot of, like, animation in this video that still makes it somewhat interesting. Okay. Okay. And the reason I paused it, and I can't remember this, is I'm trying to remember when I made this. And I think, again, this is kind of early in the timeline. I think a lot of this was edited, like, mid-2024 kind of area. This was kind of earlier in the pipeline. Some of it got redone. This whole video, which I appreciate I'm not watching right now, this whole video, this was re-scripted. So this was probably the epitome of, I tried to re-script this section to make it shorter, and it was actually longer, and it was worse. So then I tried to do it again, and it was worse, and I just couldn't make it work. And this video really is the epitome of kind of just wondering, is this entertaining? Is it working? I mean, no, but I have to do it, and I can't make it better, and there's a lot of hidden time in this video. I'm going to shut up now and just kind of watch it.
Exciting. But sometime later, I came to remember/realize what is essentially my biggest principle here. The entire purpose of this series was not to make something difficult, but to have fun. These videos are being made for entertainment, mine as well as yours, and the gameplay is a byproduct of how I do that, not the other way around. So keeping that in mind, let's forget about the haters and just enjoy this the way that we want to, even if that means making some of the rules a little bit...
Why is my microphone making noise? It shouldn't be. I don't know why the bar keeps going up, which might mean, oh, I'm going to be too hot if I don't have this. Let me shuffle this over here. Sorry. Okay.
Easier for ourselves. Hopefully you agree, but it doesn't matter. You don't have a choice. However, this does
also...
I
was originally going to put some audio editing on that line to make it sound ominous, and I just didn't. Huh. Okay.
Mean that I need your help a little bit, so I'd like your feedback. As we go through these rules, there are going to be sections where
why is it black? Why did I have 5 seconds of black?
I talk about what the original rule set had, what the new rule set has or might have, and then separately, what rules are going to apply in the next.
Okay, this was the other reason I had to do some explanations. Because there were some inconsistencies about the rule set that I wanted to kind of acknowledge. So originally, when I started the run, I thought that Master Arts and Master Skills would be lost along with a class loss. I kind of didn't anticipate how many classes we'd lose very quickly. But this might be the most honest part, I think I forgot that. When I was playing through, like, the Aegis Wilderness, I think I forgot that and just used them anyway. But then I was like, actually, this run is too hard, so we might have to allow them. And so I was quite inconsistent. Not quite inconsistent. There were a few inconsistencies in how I recorded the second video. And I think maybe one other problem I have as a person is I'm too honest, which sounds bad, but it means, like, if I don't tell you all, hey, I made this mistake and this thing happened, even if that would make the video worse, I feel like if I take it out to make the video look better, that's dishonest and unauthentic. And even if that's better content, I don't think it's the right thing to do. And I'm sure, I hope you think that's a good thing. But that is the consequence is that bits like this happen. Where, again, I kind of over-explain because I'm trying to be too honest about it in a way that's unnecessary for the series, I think. And yeah, so that's why I had to do this separation. It's because there was inconsistency.
Video.
And this was a little running joke I added for the separate video. This blue box that says the next. Under that text, it says this video, because that's what it was meant to be in the old video. In the next video, which is actually the old video, which is actually the main video that this came from, that it was previously a part of. I hope that makes sense.
Those are separate things because I want to wait and see your feedback and ideas before finalizing what the rule set will be.
Yeah, man. I don't really know what... I think this line here kind of shows that I was... As you might have picked up by this point, I'm a bit self-conscious about, like, community feedback and whatnot. I wanted to ensure that people were happy with the rule set. And I don't really know why, because as I am now, as I'm streaming, it doesn't feel like a problem. And I don't know, I might have just needed... I'm going to turn that down. I know why that's loud. I kind of just needed a few streams to maybe get through that. I don't know. I don't know if that made any sense. I'm just going to keep playing.
Also, it's because some of the gameplay recording comes before when I wrote the script, so it's the recording order complicated.
Yeah, that picture.
Basically, I'd like your thoughts on anything I'm about to explain, but I would also suggest watching the next video first, because things you see later might change your mind.
Okay, and the reason I said this... Okay, yeah, so this is the underlying point. If you remember, in the second main episode, the first half is done on hard difficulty, but the second half is done on normal. And I was really shocked at the difference between the two. As I've said a couple of times in other streams, I think that was game-changing. Like, the first half of the second video looks bad. We lose a class here, we lose a class there, and I'm playing badly. And... it's because we're on hard. And then the second half, we do this big boss fight, and we don't lose any classes. And I'm like, what happened? Was the difficulty really that problem? And so the reason I explained this way was because I didn't want people to watch the first half and go, oh, this is all too hard. Because actually, the second half of the video, if I'm paying attention, and if the game is fine... If the difficulty's fine, then it gets easier. Now, for those of you who have been around the streams, you know that I'm still making a ton of mistakes, and we've had some fun losing some classes. But the difficulty, I think, was a massive change. It's so over, it's so back. That's kind of how it's felt, yeah. I didn't want people to jump to conclusions. A little pet peeve I have, right? This is a more philosophic point. A little pet peeve I have is people who comment on YouTube videos without acknowledging that they haven't watched the whole video. I don't like people commenting on a video about the video when they clearly haven't watched all of it. I don't know. That's just me. And I didn't want people to, you know, the other thing is that I can't tell which comments would have watched how far. I say that at the end, actually, with the Ascension rule thing. I don't know. This would be bad, and it would not actually be a good thing to implement. But my dystopian YouTube policy is I would love the ability as a creator to see information about my commenter, about how much of the video they watched. Are they a new commenter? Are they subscribed or whatnot? It would never happen. It has problems, and I don't want it to happen. But there are times as a creator when I would love to know. Not because I've really had a lot of comments like that, but because it makes a massive difference if you're commenting on the rule set based on how much of the Nuzlocke you've watched. And by this point, there was not enough Nuzlocke to kind of know how the rules should be. And only after doing a few streams have we kind of gained that balance. 1984. Sorry, I'm not meaning to sound like that. Yeah. I don't know. Let me actually keep watching my video. Foreshadowing.
Okay, so that was the context behind this. Now let's get to the meaty stuff. So we already know that this Nuzlocke is based
More
around
black
the
screen,
class
man.
system.
Stop the
When
black
characters
screen.
die, they lose a class, and that's bad. But hold on a second. So far in this series, we have been talking about this idea of losing a class, but what does it actually mean?
I was very proud of this when I did this.
I'm going to place it here as some kind of thing that happens in a time.
Yeah, so this is the Vsauce music, and also the floating question marks. Both of those things were an intentional way to try and make it funnier. Yeah, the Vsauce music. Unironically though, that you've proven my point. I wanted to include that and the floating question marks to keep the video entertaining. I wanted, you know, amongst all this, the explanations are boring and too lengthy. I was trying to keep it entertaining. And I don't know whether that worked or not. I'm just explaining why that's there. I was actually really proud of these question marks. I was really proud of animating this when I did that. It took a little while, but I was happy with it.
Timeline.
And that is an example of where a piece of editing might have taken longer than you realize because it was new to me, because I'm still new to editing stuff. So that's just more hidden time you don't see in these
Actually,
videos.
the rules in more detail come from two questions. What happens before this event, and what happens after?
Wow.
What actually triggers this thing called losing a class, and what happens because of it? Look, I know I sound like your science teacher right now, but I think this is the best way to explain this. Both of these questions might sound like they have obvious answers, and they do, but there are a few weird scenarios which I want to consider.
One other thing which I want to say at this point, just while I've remembered it, examples like this are giving me are showcasing the reason why I am suffering without using a face cam. It has been proven over the years on YouTube that having that kind of character, even just an avatar on screen, like if I had poses of Noah going around, that makes a big difference to people's engagement. And I recognize that that's something that's not happening at the moment, and is one reason why the videos might be less interesting than if there was an actual human person on the screen talking about this. That is one thing, just to mention, that I am aware of.
So we're going to start with this category.
It'll happen
the
eventually.
what happens after category. And basically this revolves around master arts and master skills. The whole premise of Xenoblade 3's combat system is that each character has a primary class equipped, which give us the arts on the right side of the screen, but as we gain experience with each class, we can equip other arts on the left that are from different classes. So there's a lot of flexibility in how you can mix them together, and the same is true of class skills. Now obviously, if we lose a class, we are no longer allowed to equip it as our primary class.
Okay.
But what about all those master arts? In my original rule set for this run, if we lost a class, that would include losing access to all of those master arts and master skills. As it might sound, you lose everything about that class. But the problem here is that this is such a key feature to the combat system that removing a lot of it really limits our options.
To be fair,
Even
I might
the
be...
characters still have
This is why I go back and
several
forth.
classes
Like, I think this
available.
section
And
of
so
explanation
ultimately,
is
I
actually
want to
pretty
change
good.
something about that rule.
I don't think
I
there
don't
was
want the
much
game
I
to
could have
completely
taken away from
transform
it.
by removing master
Like,
arts.
if there's
Let's
anyone
just
out there
add a
who
little bit of
genuinely wants to
spice, a little
analyze
bit
my
of
script
restriction
and
to
say you
make
could
the
have cut
playthrough
this
more
or cut that,
interesting.
I'd be happy for you to do that with this
Initially,
section,
I
because I
flip-flopped
can't
between
find a
whether they
lot.
should stay or be removed,
And again, I'm
but
talking about
I
my
think I
thought
prefer the
process, which
idea
is,
of
I
some
think,
sort
what
of
was
middle
important here
ground.
as well.
For example, if we say that out of our 3 master arts, 2 of them have to follow our Nuzlocke rule set, but the third one can be from any class whatsoever. 2 that are restricted, but 1 that is...
I have to say also, we've not had to deal with this in the Nuzlocke stream so far, because we haven't unlocked the third master art, and I have a feeling that's going to be a lot more chaotic when we get there. I'm even wondering just about removing this altogether.
So let me know what you think.
I'm wondering about removing the whole master art thing, because I just think it's too complicated, and I think it might be unnecessary. There's still tension in the run by how many classes we lose. Like, tell me if you remembered that the master arts rule existed, because I haven't. And I don't think it would make a huge difference to the run when it is. But again, I'm like thinking, oh, what if people say it's not a real Nuzlocke for the... I don't know. And I'm kind of just learning to ignore those sorts of things. So that's going to be a conversation when we get there, which I think is level 40.
For the rest of the next video, all master arts and master skills are allowed as if you were playing the game normally. That's just how I ended up recording this video. I'm sorry if that upsets you, but for all future videos, there will be a consistent rule set. Okay, so that's the what happens after category. It's all the stuff in the menus that we have to deal with post-battle. But now let's turn to the other question.
I remember I just don't know what classes go with what master arts, and I don't get... Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, that's good to know. I actually think a lot of people won't care when we get there, so I'm thinking about it. The biggest challenge is going to be that you can only have Kevesi arts on an Agnian class, and you can only have Agnian master arts on a Kevesi class. So actually the number of arts we can use is going to be quite limited. And the consequence of that is just that we don't have a third master art. I don't know. I have a feeling this whole run will change, like, towards the end of the game. Because we'll just have a lot more freedom with our setup or something. I don't know. But there is freedom in limitation. Ooh, we gotta learn this. Ooh. I don't know, man. It's future Power's problem, and that's what I care about right now.
Question. Not post-battle, but in battle. How does all this losing a class and losing arts and skills actually happen? Now look, I get it. I know that sounds obvious. This is losing a class.
And this is kind of the epitome of the whole explanations thing. It sounds obvious, it sounds like I'm doing awful explanations, but you do actually understand where some of these questions came from, right? They're dying multiple times in a battle or whatnot. I don't know. Let's keep going.
But as the pedantic, detail-oriented overthinker that I am, there are some other conditions that we need to consider. Let's start with the most obvious one, which is, what do we do now?
Now what? I love this image, by the way. I want to use this image more. I love it. I don't know. I just find it so funny. And again, I'm trying to put images on the screen to try and keep the video entertaining. Because I don't know. I think the actual, like, video is not bad. Like, for what it is, and for all the explanation stuff. I feel like I did do some good stuff to kind of offset that. But, I don't know. It is what it is. I'm happy that I separated it, because then it's the best of both worlds. Or the worst of both worlds, I don't know. Either way.
In this example right here, Mio has died and lost the Zephyr class. Now, we can change the class after the fight, but what do we do for the rest of this fight? In the last video, I was either resetting immediately or ignoring it altogether. But that was a special case because it was chapter 1 and before we had applied the full rule set. From now on, these losses are real, so what happens? First question, is the class lost immediately? If we apply the class loss instantly, then Mio needs to be doing absolutely nothing for the rest of the fight, since she's not allowed to use the Zephyr class and we can't change to a different class mid-battle. Now, in theory, we can control Mio manually so that she doesn't attack the enemy and is about as unhelpful as the average woman is. But if...
Okay. Shall we talk about this? Shall we talk about this? The one bit of controversy I've had. Oh, drama. Okay. So, I made a comment about this because I saw a few other people comment about this. The reason I want to actually make a big deal about this is because I actually really care about this issue that's potentially being spoken about. And I don't want to come across as somebody I'm not. I stand by the fact that I said in the comment that I think there is a way that this could have been funny. I think there is a way this could have been funny. But there were some specific... It's, you know, comedy is not just about a joke. Comedy is about expression and presentation too. And that actually carries a lot of jokes that people don't really realize. And so broadly speaking, I think the problems with this joke were, number one, it came out of nowhere. Like, it's actually quite blunt. But number two, you're not really expecting this from me. I don't really have, like, a channeled history to give you, like, an idea of the sort of jokes I might make, or, I don't know. This hasn't come up before, so, you know, there's a difference between, like, I don't know, Family Guy doing this, because you expect it from Family Guy, right? And people didn't expect that from me. So that's one reason why this didn't land the way it did. At the same time, and then it's also actually quite blunt. At the same time, yeah, this was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that, and I'm not just saying that because people have called me out on it. I do actually think this was a, you know, I actually, as much as this joke, like, really doesn't sound like that, I actually really do care about issues of, like, misogyny and stuff like that. You know, this kind of reared its head again in the last week or so for me, when the Xenoblade 2 Switch 2 edition came out, right? And you know, within that, Pirate and Mithra have new designs, right? And Pirate and Mithra's old designs have had some debate over the years about, like, whether they're, you know, a bit too exposed or whatnot. And the new designs aren't. The new designs are quite nice. I don't really like them in the game, but that's more to do with, like, the texture and the kind of material of it rather than the actual artwork. I think is really good. I really like it. But there is still a surprisingly significant portion of people who, like, complain about censorship and complain about women not being beautiful in games anymore. And I want you all to know that I think that's really stupid. And I don't think that's where we should be. I think there is a place for characters of all these different types of designs. But if that's what you're explicitly looking for in a game, and that's what you want to complain about in the game, I don't know. I just don't get it. That's not for me. And the reason I really want to make a point about this is because I really hope that this joke in this video doesn't paint me as someone who's like that. I can't say that I'm active about these issues, but I do really care about them. There was an event that happened in the UK a few years ago that was a big news story that actually made me really start caring about this. I thought that, like, you know, when I was younger, when I was like 16, I didn't really know that sexism was still real in our world. Like, I thought we'd moved past it, and I was a bit naive about that, right? So, I want it to be clear that I do still think there is a route to be funny in this kind of area, against men or women, I don't care. I think there is a way it can be done that's funny, but so much of it is down to presentation and audience. And there can be plenty of people who are fully, like, supportive in a progressive fashion on these issues that aren't, that still find it funny. And I'm one of those people. I find these kind of jokes funny. I can understand if people think that's not supporting the issue. And I don't really know how to respond to that. The feedback I got from a few comments about this really made me think about that. And so a piece of me, like, isn't apologizing just for including it. It's how it happened. But I actually really do, like, I am sorry that this upset people, because specifically because I don't want to be that sort of person. And even, like, in the last couple of streams, I was reflecting, you know, as much as we've started joking about uni, you know, I've got this picture of uni here now. This picture of uni. And I kind of was reflecting yesterday, am I taking it too far? Have I already made, like, too many jokes about you? You know, I've made a bunch of suggestive jokes about uni already in 2 streams. And I don't know if that's gone too far. I think it was one thing in the first time we did it, because there was the teacher's quest. And, you know, there were some good lines in that we can make some jokes from. And that becomes like a running gag of the stream. But then when it cropped up this week as well, I don't know. I don't want to feel like I'm alienating anyone, because I don't want to treat a female character like that, even though I do find it funny. So I have been reflecting on that. I feel like I'm going to take uni off the screen now, because I feel like that's now served its time, and now I don't really know if I like it alongside this joke. But I don't want to, like, you know, I'm just conscious of not alienating people and not. It's not because okay. I hope my stance has sounded, like, clear. Slippery slope. Yeah, that might be one way of putting it. As I said a couple of minutes ago, I think there is a route where you can, like, be very funny about it and make all those jokes while still knowing that we care. But if it's, like, your first stream, or if you're a bit new, you might misinterpret what everyone's doing, and you might assume that I'm one of these people who's, like, in a very misogynist gaming space, which is a larger number of people than it should be. And one day I want to make more, like, talky videos where I sit in front of a camera and, like, talk for a few minutes about a subject, and this will be one of them, if issues crop up. You know, anyone who follows, like, PlayStation news will know that God of War Laufey, whatever it is, got announced a few weeks ago. And I know nothing about God of War, and I was like, that's cool. That's cool, man. Spin-off game with Kratos' wife as the protagonist. That's cool. And I think most people do like that. Most people are fine. And there's still a small but significant number of people who don't believe that a woman should be a protagonist of a game. And I think that's crazy. Just in general. There is nuance to all of these issues. There are certain areas where, you know, there are certain arguments sometimes, depending on, like, if you've got a staple series. You know, it's different to asking, like, if the next James Bond should be a woman or not. That's a different question, because you've got an established character. You know, there's nuance to it. I wouldn't care, personally. I think it'd be very funny to watch everyone complain about it. But to say that, you know, it's crazy, man. So yeah, I know I've spent like 10 minutes talking about this issue, and the biggest problem is I know that most people aren't going to watch this stream, and aren't going to hear me talk about this. But to anyone who is here, I want you to know that I think there is a route by which this could have been funny. So I don't just believe I could have, like, taken it out. Someone online will always be miserable. I mean, that's always true. I do believe that we don't sometimes give people enough credit on the internet, but yeah, this is one example where I just can't see it, man. You know, some of these things are generational. Some of these things are how people are brought up, and we need to be careful about, I don't know. Some of it is all about education, but I also know that the people who educate are usually the ones who are the ones affected by it. That didn't make sense, but I know what I mean. Yeah. We'll come back to this another day. And so, yeah. So, Chris, you're here, and I want you to know that I think there was a route where this could have been funny, but this wasn't the time. Or maybe the place, and it could have been done differently. And I kind of just want to be ever so slightly careful about the uni jokes in the next couple of streams. I like it as a running joke. I find it funny, and there are people who find it funny, but I want to just, I don't know, maybe I just feel like I did it too much this week. Last week was one thing because it was one stream. I'm not at all suggesting, like... And hey, we can appreciate Uni for other reasons, man. She's still so funny. Okay. Let's finish this video and then I need some more water.
The second character goes down.
I hope that was enough on that.
Not even my incredible gaming skill and unmatched powers of emotional...
And I did want to make it clear that it was a joke. Because I put this
That is about as unhelpful as the average woman is. But
you know, the ARG. I wanted people to know it was a joke, right? And I really hope that people weren't just complaining for the sake of complaining, but I think... If this video had like 100,000 views, right? And if there was like one comment that complained about it, I'd have ignored it, man. I would have just ignored it. But that isn't what happened. When a portion of your audience do talk about it, you have to say something. Because and I don't want to just succumb to pressure and just do whatever the audience tells me. And I think I am quite susceptible to that pressure. You know, you saw me put a Uni image on screen because of one comment, because I was under pressure by the stream going wrong. So I think I do succumb to pressure quite easily. And I don't want to do that all the time. You know, if I don't want to do something to be a good light. I want to be me. I want to be me on this channel. And on occasion, that might mean you disagree with me about something. But we can also be careful in how we present that. And it was the presentation. I'm going to move on, because I think I've said enough. But yeah. Okay.
Second character goes down, then not even my incredible gaming skill and unmatched powers of emotional manipulation.
This is also, that is a good reason. I got lucky here, right? I got lucky that this happened in a side video that I separated rather than in the main episode. That was a silver lining. I got to address it early and to a smaller number of people. And that was helpful because there was actually one of the questions that one of the comments asked is, oh, are there going to be more of these jokes in the next video? Because then I don't want to watch it. There was one joke that I have taken out of the second episode because of it. And I don't think it's nearly as bad, right? I will come to it when it's there. I will mention it. I don't think it would have been a problem. But it you know, I felt a pressure. You know, I got 1,000 subscribers and I'm already at risk of getting cancelled, man. It's crazy. But I think we're okay. Okay. I will actually move on now. This is the third time I've said it, but I will. Hello, Brighton. How are you doing? We've just missed talking about women, who are great, and we love them. Okay. We're finishing the rules video, and then I'm going to get some water before we watch the main stuff.
Can stop the AI
I don't remember
from,
what else is left.
Playing the game. So applying the rule instantly on death is not an option.
Okay.
Therefore, when we
and again, we're kind of back to this, like, the script isn't bad, the explanation is not bad, it's just unnecessary, there's just too much of it. Yeah. Chris, do you mind, do you miss, Chris, can you just catch up Brighton on the last 2 hours, by the way?
And that includes losing the fight altogether.
Thanks.
Another question we need to ask is what happens if a character dies multiple
Oh, I was proud of this. I was really proud when I edited this. Watch this. Watch this movement on the screen.
The fight altogether. Another question we need to ask is what happens...
Watch it like pan around and then the three appear. I was so proud of that when I did that the first time. It's not like as complicated as I'm making it sound. That's just me being happy with my progress. I was so happy that happened. I was really proud when I made this. It was a crisp movement. I like a crisp animation. They do just take time. Okay.
If a character dies multiple times in the same fight. We just established that after one death, they'll...
Is the stream holding up, by the way? Is the stream still holding up? I would guess you'd complain if it wasn't, so... It probably is. Wait. No, I want to... Okay, sorry.
The rest of the fight. But what if that same character dies a second time? Maybe some of you would argue that we need to count this death in the run separate to the first one. So would we have to lose a different class? A second one? And how do we determine what class that is? We will not be doing this.
I only say this, Brighton, because we had some stream issues earlier that Chris can tell you about.
We count that as just
this is the second stream.
For that character.
Okay.
We don't care about the
I'm kind of turning the volume down here again just because this is kind of waffle. Like, there's stuff on screen. I'm not unhappy, but I am happy.
Summarize
I don't know.
Talked about. Master arts and master skills are all allowed as normal in the next video. For the future, they will change depending on what I see in the comments. Class losses only apply after a given fight, when we have an opportunity to change the class,
The music's also quite
in
quiet.
each fight, we only count 1 death per character. I can also hear some of you screaming, what about heroes? The bottom line I want to take is, heroes don't count. We'll go into a bit more detail when we actually unlock our first hero, but I think it will work best if we just say that heroes don't count towards the whole Nuzlocke thing. If you disagree with anything I've said so far, then too bad, because these ain't changing. At least, not unless I see a much better idea in the comments, but I think this is the best solution. These rules actually allow for some positive strategy benefits, which we will see throughout the run.
Oh man.
There are
I
2
remember that
particular
now.
ideas I have, which I could explain now, but I think you've suffered long enough, so I'll save them for another time.
Okay, we got a minute left and then I'll talk.
And that's a wrap on the original scene, so now you're back to the present day me, which is in the past for you, but not the distant past like that was. You understand what I mean. So just to remind you as a closing note, that due to the way this whole video got recorded, which will be explained another day, any feedback that you give on this rule set will not apply to the next main episode, that is episode 2, and rather won't come into effect until after that. But please do give me your thoughts and ideas, and I will likely be clarifying any differences to the rules at the start of the first stream after the second episode. So that's all for this mini video. It's really exciting to see things finally coming together, so stay tuned because we're almost there.
And it still took 6 months.
Thank you for watching, and remember not to leave explaining the rules as a cliffhanger.
There we go. That's a peak example of explaining the rules. That's a peak example of and remember not to leave explaining the rules to the next video, man. Okay, so as with the deleted scene, it was really good that I separated this for a couple of reasons. And I'm not unhappy with the video. Like, as I said, I just struggled. We've talked about this already. You can go back and watch the previous bit if you want to know what happened. Okay. And yeah, we have actually talked since about heroes. I was convinced that this was the only way we could do the heroes. I was convinced that we needed to keep the heroes immune because I just didn't think it was going to work. But hey, so far the heroes are going well, and no doubt it will come back to bite us later. Okay, so that does the rules. I need to get some water, chat, because we have so much more to go. And this is okay. The pace is too much. We've watched like 30 minutes in 2 hours. We have issues though. Okay, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, chat, if no one minds. I will be back in 4 minutes and 32 seconds, alright? Okay, see you in a moment. We're so back. I'm so back, chat. Why is this the most active chat now that I'm not here? Oh, okay. Was anyone counting how long it took? I don't know. Okay. I should do this more, because now I like having water. Okay. Okay. So, chat. We have 2 more. No. Okay. So we've now done the small videos. Except for one. And that is this one. And I want to talk about this video. Let me just get the audio back, because the audio is broken again. We're not sponsored by EasyJet. Let's really fix that. Where is it? It's over here. Why? Okay. Okay. So before the main episode released, there was one other little video that got released. And that was this one. The Xenoblade 3 Nuzlocke is clickbait title, my man. I've had this video on lock for like a year. That's not true. That's not true. I had most of this on lock for about a year. I knew that because of how long it had been since the first video uploaded, I wanted it to be a bit hype when I came back. And because, you know, chat gets more active because we don't want to distract to make the 10-hour stream. Well, by saying that and me acknowledging it, it's gotten longer. Anyway. You know, I spoke earlier about, like, not rushing the video. Like, I came to a point where I just realized, take my time, prep some other things. But when I came back, I was going to come back. And I was going to commit to the streaming. I didn't know how many people would come, but I was going to stream. And just kind of go with it. And so I also made this little video. There's one part of it which I only did a few months ago, which was the logo change. I love the new logo, man. But yeah, I've had the majority of this video down on lock for a while. I want to watch this now because actually I haven't watched this in a couple of months. Okay, I'm just gonna start playing. Oh, this is loud. Hold on. This is a bit loud. Okay. This was my I'm back video. And you can see that you can see how long this video has been on lock because you can see these comments that say like 8 months ago, 5 months ago. You can pinpoint that time based on when the comments were up to know like when I made this, and I couldn't possibly tell you when it was. Honestly, this video is like C-tier anime and I kind of like it. Oops. Absolute cinema is where I wanted this video to be, and the weight of life worked so perfectly under it. Like, look at this. With that one comment, I don't think it's coming. And then I actually paused. I actually added a break in the weight of life, just to keep the suspense going for about another second. Then it comes back. I did once think about making that little, like, flash in of the title a bit more, but I think it worked as it is. It kind of looks like the flute, right? It kind of looks like the flute kind of motes coming out. We have this. You do not want to know how long this took, but I love it. Can I tell you a little secret? I haven't done this really in the last 2 months, right? But can I give you a little guilty pleasure of mine? If I was ever feeling down? Or, I don't know, Just sometimes if I was working on a video and got stuck, my guilty pleasure was rewatching this 10 seconds over and over. This logo. I don't care. Obama medal around my neck. I'm happy with it. I loved it. I have watched this thing so many times. I don't know. And it took a surprisingly long time to edit this through. I'm just going frame by frame here to try and go back to this point. To get this thing rotating and have it like masked at different points took surprisingly long. And I had a lot of frustration to make it work. But this is like the epitome of a point where it was worth it. It was worth the cost. But again, in the time I've spent on this video, there's a lot of hidden time just making this logo animation that not that many people saw work. But I'm so happy with all this. And did you hear it times itself with the flutes? Like there's an extra bit of notes, like in the flutes. Oh, I love it. I don't care. I don't care. I love it. And what I wanted to do here was like give some cinematic shots of the trailer, but also give like some insight into the next video. So that if anyone wanted to like pause and analyze, they'd be like, oh, what's this? Oh, and this shot, right? This shot is the new class tracker, and it looks like we've lost so many classes. And I'll show you where it comes from later. We have Tyon in the sunglasses, and I actually retimed these other figures coming up to time with the Weight of Life music. So this is technically this is me falsely editing something to make it look better in this trailer. Ooh, think about that. But yeah, it's fine. I think it was funny. Tyon in the sunglasses is funny. And I'm really happy that no one picked up on this line, and a new one begins. Because you know what that refers to? The new adventure? It refers to me. It refers to me doing streaming, doing content, and life. And I was really, a piece of me was worried that some people might think that was like a new series starting, and then get disappointed when they thought it was just me. But that was what it was. It was me. Can't wait for more of the para-cinematic universe. You know, I have thought about doing some other videos kind of this style, of like music video edits or something. Or like another trailer or something. I did like half edit a trailer for the series once that was based on something else. Maybe I'll show that one day. I don't know. I really like making these. I don't know. I love the epic cinematic trailer with music, man. It was over the top hype, and not that many people watched it as well. But it's fine. I was happy with the video, and I think that's the most important thing. Channel update after the video, aka hour-and-a-half video that no one watched, but it's fine because it was just mine. When's the Blueprints trailer? Listen. We'll come back to Blueprints in about 2 months, alright? I don't have time to stream more. I don't know. Hey, if I love Blueprints that much, maybe I will make one. But the other thing is, like, I can't do, like, fun edits. Like, have any of you watched, is it LXGK? Who's made the Xenoblade anime intros in the past? Like, those are super cinematic editing. Or, like, Shifted Pyro's editing. I can't do that, man. I can do, like, cinema when the cinema is given to me, I guess. I don't know. But I guess I did do this Nuzlocke thing, though, with the logo. This is just, like, a rotating object with some cuts out of it. It's probably inefficient animation, but that's what I know how to do. But you know what? I put the hard work in to make it look good, and that's what it is. Anyway. I'm here to stay this time. It won't be 3 more years. And this text was here to catch the deleted scene in the rules video, for anyone who might have missed them. Oh, and then, you know when I said that I didn't rush the video because I wanted to do some other professionalisms and whatnot? This was one of them. The little slash cut in. That took some time to make. It looks a bit off there because this video is only in 30 frames rather than 60 frames. Because I made half of it in 30 by mistake. That's the one thing that's wrong with this video. It's in 30 frames per second when it should have been 60. Because I'm used to doing 30 because the game's in 30. But I've changed that now to make it look better. That was the only thing. Feels like a Nintendo ad. I know, man. That's the thing. Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, it's... If I'm honest, I thought this, like, grey bar would look better. I thought there could be, like, more stuff on it. And this stuff doesn't really, like, fill the screen. But it's there. It works for now. And my plan... Hey, this is a secret to you guys, alright? My plan is basically just that the game on the left will change to reflect whatever game I'm talking about in the video. Or whatever. So, you know, we'd have blueprints in there if it was blueprints video. I don't know. Even though I don't think it's as exciting for this, because this graphic of the 6 characters looking up at the Uriah and the sword is great. And then you've got the Nuzlocke. You've got the Nuzlocke logo just rotating slowly. And also, as someone caught, the weight of life, I don't include the final beat. You've got the drums. And then in the normal song, you have this final, like, bit with the flute. Do-do-do! Right? That's my best impression of a flute. And I decided not to include it to represent that we're not there yet. To represent that this is like the suspense leading up to the video, but it's not the video itself. So I decided to leave it silent and leave it awkward. And in a sense, this was a mistake, actually. A part of it. Because I worried that it built up too much hype for the video. Chris, you can remember earlier when I was talking about, like, building up... Not building up, like, downplaying expectations. Oh, this isn't good enough, that isn't good enough. And this video does the complete opposite. And I think I even made a comment on this video that was like... How do I scroll down? I can't scroll down in this tab. I made a comment on this video that was like... Oh, there's still imperfect things about this video, but I'm happy with where we are. And then we're going, it's just okay. What do you mean all your videos are really high? Well, absolutely. And hey, I mean... If I'm honest, the one thing I never liked about this video was the okay, I guess, right here. Because I didn't really know what to say. Because I didn't want to... Like, okay, I couldn't say I uploaded a video that was awesome. You know, I can't say something like arrogant. It's one thing if you hear my voice say, oh yeah, it's awesome. It's kind of different when it's text on a screen. So I didn't really know what to say. I didn't want to call it bad because I didn't think it was bad. I don't know. I just kind of left it. As we talked about in the first director's commentary, I actually do quite like the first video. There are parts of the first video, or essences of it, that are better than the second, in some of the ways it was produced. And so speaking of that, and by the way with the logo, one other thing. As you can tell, right, I didn't think of the Ouroboros idea until midway through the video. Midway through my production. And then I thought, oh, it would be so cool to have an Ouroboros in the logo. But the problem is it didn't work with the italic, the slanted text. It just wouldn't have worked to have this Ouroboros, this Ouroboros on the italics text. So I had to make the whole text straight. But it is what it is. Anyway. So that built up the hype. And so now, we come to the main event. It's been 2.5 hours. And we've watched what? 25 minutes? But now, it's time to go to the main video. And I need to activate the audio again. Okay. There's so much to talk about. I'm probably going to do a lot more. I'm just kind of warning you here. I am probably going to do a lot more, like, watching a couple of minutes. Hopefully the pace picks up. 10 hours, yeah. I'm gonna probably do a lot more. I need to move the mic again. Come on, man. Stop doing this so wrong. Where is it? Where is it? It's not over there. Is it over here? Yeah, here we go. Peak content right here. I'm probably going to do a lot more sections of like just watching a couple of minutes and not saying anything, and then talking about a section as a whole. Just bear that in mind. I might not do as much. I'm going to try not to pause as much. When you get to the part where Mio and M switch, you should change the logo to the split Ouroboros and Mobius Iris logo. Low-key, I'm thinking about it. Low-key, I'm thinking about it. Shh, don't tell anyone. Don't tell it. Keep it a secret. I do actually really care about some of the cinematic parts. I've got a hint of a plan as to something that might happen at the end of the series. Just saying that. Just saying, I care about the cinematic bits are kind of my favorite. The bits that actually make the story hype. Anyway, episode 2. Here we go. I'm gonna probably let this play. Okay, I know where I'm gonna pause this next. Let me know if the volume balance is off at any point.
Guys, what do you think you're doing?
I'm the girl with the gun. Wanna see what we can really do? Yippee!
Hey, did we wake you? Did we wake?
Greetings, gentle viewers. Okay, so we start with a comedy moment. And the reason I did this is, as we will talk about in a bit, oh yeah, by the way, I put chapters on this video. I deliberately decided not to add chapters to the first video. I could have gone back and added them, like a chapter for the Herbert Chronicles, and I decided not to, as an experiment. I decided to leave that one chapterless and give this one chapters, and just kind of see how I felt. And I think chapters are cool if you've got better chapters. I don't think all of these things worked as chapters, but I'm leaving it like there. I'm crying, it's so funny. Well, thank you. So the reason I made this comedy moment is because, as I will talk about in a bit, there's a lot of explaining in the intro right here, okay? There's a lot of explaining. And one of the things you're always told when you're like asking about content creation is your first 30 seconds have to be good. You have to grab your viewer's attention immediately, right? And whilst I don't like doing all those meta things to like ensure maximum engagement, and I want to just create a nice video, I was really worried about this intro, and so I decided to add this comedy moment at the start, just to kind of bring people in. I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was funny. I like it. And this is actually the Future Redeemed music for the final cutscene.
Guys, what do you think you're doing?
I'm the girl with the gun. Wanna see what we can really do? Yippee!
Hey, did we wake you?
I do think it cuts to the grasshopper sound a bit too funny, but this is just one little thing I want to mention. Sometimes you have to give a cut. Sometimes you have to cut to another piece of footage quite soon, or leave a bit, because, like, oh, it's too hard to explain in this example. I'll do it later. We can watch this again.
Did we wake?
Yeah. I also sometimes worry, like, whether... How do I get this to the right point? Here. I wonder sometimes whether, like, this isn't enough pictures on the video. Like, but actually it works. It's funny. He would punchlines. It's funny. Icebreaker. That's the word I'm looking for. My vocabulary is stuffed, chat. It's meant to be an icebreaker. Yeah. That's basically what it is. And I feel like it worked. I like it. I don't think I saw anyone comment about it, but I like it. Actually, there weren't many comments about a lot in the things in the video, to be honest. But it is what it is. Okay. We are now going to watch some various intro sections. Greetings, gentle viewers, and welcome back to the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Nuzlocke. That's right, it's me, that random YouTuber you found in your recommended that one time. If you're new here, this is actually the second part in this series, so I highly recommend checking out the first video before watching further.
Well, it's linked in
Or
the
even if
corner
you
and
have
everything.
watched the first video, perhaps you want to watch it again for a reminder of what happened before. Do it now, or else he will come for you. Anyway, before we begin, let me just... And there we go. Okay, reminding people of Herbert. And it's kind of just another icebreaker, you know. If I have one... Yeah, Herbert. If I have one issue with this, I think I only used that Herbert joke twice. And I think I wanted it a third time later in the video. Yeah. I love Herbert, man. What a stupid joke that was and how far. Okay. And then I just cut to anyway. I'm happy with it. There's going to be a lot of me praising the bits I like, by the way. For as much as I'm critical of tons of explainy bits I'm going to get into in a moment, I am just going to laugh at my own jokes, and I hope that doesn't appear too arrogant or whatnot, given that it's not been that long since I made this. And again, that was... Oh yeah, so what I meant to say, this opening bit that I can't select here, the opening bit with Lance and Tyon, Did We Wake You? That was only put in about 3 months before the video. That was quite recent, because I worried about the intro. Whereas this bit with Herbert was in there for the longest time. That was one of the first things I put in. Take a moment to reflect on that first video, because there are a few things I need to briefly acknowledge in case you're expecting one of your suggestions to appear in this video. Initially, I was going to do some longer explanations here, but that would make for a very long and boring intro to the video. So instead, I'll try to keep things brief-ish, but if you want any more detail... Okay, this text in the top left is the beginning of a recurring feature I did, and I don't know if it works or not. There are a few sections in this video where we come back to this problem where, like, I'm explaining that I'm explaining stuff. I think it was Chris who said that. Like, I'm explaining of explaining, but I kind of do have to put it somewhere. And a lot of these things will disappear in the next video because they are just part of the start of the series. Like, a lot of the rule explanations are part of the first video or two, and they will just disappear anyway. So the videos will look like they get better, even though... it's not necessarily me that gets better in this regard. I don't know. I found a comment about the beginning. Oh, okay. I don't remember it. It's fine. Maybe I just ignored it. Maybe I just said something. It doesn't matter. I believe I read all the comments. Maybe I just missed that one. Okay. But anyway, I thought at least one solution to this is put some notes in the top left, like, you can skip to this part if you're not interested, or watch it at 2x speed. You just wrote it. Oh, no. Why would you do... Okay. Fun story. I have started watching a lot of YouTube videos at faster speeds. And I wonder if that's contributing, you know, in this world of, like, modern internet processing getting faster and faster and faster, and our brains are changing their tags. Our brains are changing how they process information. I wonder if that's also affecting my view of my own content. I wonder if my content... You know when you watch something at 2x speed, and then you flip it back to 1x speed, and it sounds so slow, even though it's not actually slow. It's just relative to your own perspective. It's all about perspective, guys. I don't know what... That's why I also put 2x speed here, because I've been doing it a lot in the last couple of months. I don't know. I can't stand watching videos at 2x. Oh yeah, well sometimes it's not 2x. Sometimes it's just like 1.5 or something. And it depends on the video. You have to focus on a video more. I do it more for, explainer videos. Not like game... I wouldn't do it for, like, gameplay videos. I would do it more for, like a news video or like a podcast. Yeah, okay, Brighton and Abstat, you guys can argue about speed while we continue. But that's why I put this little text in the top left. You'll see it appear a few times in the video. It will be at the end of the video. The main thing you need to know is that if you left any kind of feedback about the rule set, for example about Pokeballs, your comments are seen and appreciated. Oh, and we got the little not actually transparent image with the grey and white checkers. I think that's funny. The one thing I wasn't able to do at the start... You know what? I'm going to watch for like 5 minutes and then I will talk. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to not pause for a few minutes. Will be dealt with later. Oh, but the movement though, the movement
By the time that most of these comments came in, after an algorithm boost, I'd already recorded a lot of the gameplay for this video without that feedback.
Okay, I am pausing. I don't care. I'm going to break that rule so many times. I just wanted to say, It's actually a good thing that this stream got delayed by like a month, because now I don't remember everything that was in this video. I didn't remember that I did that little cut in on the left there. Okay, now I'm
Then, to
playing.
avoid confusion, I kept that consistent for the whole video. So yes, even this video still has exceptions to the rules and doesn't answer all of the nuanced questions about the run. But for now, assume that suggestions such as these have not been implemented, though I am aware of them. However, one thing I should talk about is the game difficulty, because I explicitly mentioned this at the end of the first video, that I was considering changing the difficulty from hard to normal mode. I think I underestimated the changes that hard mode makes to the game, so a lot of you were supportive of that idea. But once again, a lot of those comments came in after I'd recorded a lot of the gameplay. That said, my ineptitude is also to blame here, because I need to give a shout out to Temporaneo617. They suggested an alternative idea, and I said I would try it. And then I didn't. So why not? Well, here's what happened with the difficulty. When I finished the first video, I wanted to change to normal mode. But then, when I started recording for this video, which by the way was after I saw this comment, I went, "Ah, it'll be fine, that's part of the challenge." So was it fine? No. Please note, this clip is for demonstration and comedic purposes only and does not reflect actual Nuzlocke gameplay. So the Okay, I'll pause and talk about a couple of things here. Just a side note I wanted to say, I'm watching with subtitles right now, just to help you all kind of listen and react to it with me, so that you can better separate what's my voice in the stream and what's my voice in the video, and what I say. I don't typically watch with subtitles, and I know it's going to cover some of the graphics, but I'm going to watch with subtitles for the purposes of the stream. Okay. Essentially, we're back into this, like, I need to explain stuff because I need people to know. Though actually, do I need people to know? Could I have taken out the video? I've kind of learned that. But I need to explain stuff because I want people to know, but I tried to keep it concise. This whole, this whole intro segment is one of the bits that got completely redone. I think this iteration of it was done in, like, March. There are pieces of it that existed for longer, but some of it was more. I don't know. You know, so I had to cut. One of the things I cut was saying thank you for all the support on the first video. I couldn't include that because it took time. I shafted the Pokeballs explanation to the end, which I think was actually a good thing. The difficulty, I think, is a problem, is my problem, in that the difficulty changes like halfway through the video somewhere. It changes about here. And so maybe I didn't have to say it. I don't know. No, I felt like I had to say it because by the end of the first video, it almost sounded like we'd agreed that we would change to normal. And then I was an idiot and I didn't. And I went, oh, hard mode will be fine. And then this happened. Yeah, anyway. So I tried to incorporate jokes and stuff on the screen to keep the video interesting, even though the explanations aren't. And this whole intro segment is why I put that little icebreaker in. Because without that icebreaker, the first 6 minutes of this video are boring intro stuff. And, like, put it this way, the intro is 7 minutes. You can't have a 7-minute intro, right? And as I talked about when we watched the first video, I actually think the first video's intro is still really good. It's the first Nuzlocke video's intro is actually still really good, in my opinion. Like, it gets the right balance. It just gets straight into it. It kind of leads you down some explanations, but without feeling like it's long and explainy. Yeah. I don't know. I thought this was funny, though. Which, by the way, with the monkey. I said earlier also I can't make my voice sound different. I thought it would be... I think I could have made this clip funnier, but I think it still worked. Please note, this clip is for demonstration and comedic purposes only and does not reflect actual Nuzlocke gameplay. I think that worked well, the kind of fast,
text. I don't know. I'm just going to move on,
so
man.
the
I'm just going to
difficulty
move
is
on.
the one rule that will be inconsistent throughout this video. For a while, we'll still be on hard mode, but sometime later, there will be a moment of magic, where we plead very, very nicely to our mortal enemies, and they decide to take it a little bit easier on us, and that's when we're on normal difficulty. We're sticking with normal for the rest of the run, and that's final. But anyway, here's the credit for the idea that I didn't use, and it's actually extending the length of my content by being mentioned. So thanks.
Yeah, so again, this is kind of me... I talked earlier about being, like, too honest, and this is an example of that, right? I didn't do what this comment said. This comment is irrelevant to the video. So I could have completely ignored it. But at the time, I said, oh, I'll do it, and I'll give you credit for it. And so I felt like I couldn't then not mention it. If I told this person, this Temporaneo, by the way, shout out to Temporaneo, he's been one of the OGs of the videos. If I say to Temporaneo, I'm going to credit you in the next video for this, and then it's not there, if that was you, wouldn't you feel like a bit slighted by that? Maybe? And that's kind of what I worried about. So I felt like I had to include this because I said I would, even though it kind of didn't work. And basically the issue here is just that I committed to something without knowing what it would do. And you can see also that this was edited earlier because the comment says 8 months ago. And that was basically when the video came out. So I think this screenshot of this comment comes from early 2024. That shows you when this was. This bit with the difficulty was done early, but not this bit. This intro was a mess, man. This intro has been redone so many times. It's been edited. There's bits that are newer, shorter. I don't know. And back in the deleted scene update video where I said, we're almost there, we're on the home stretch, I then changed my mind in about February and went, we're kind of not almost there because I need to change the intro. I need to keep changing these things. I kept thinking it's almost done, but then I found something else I wanted to change. And we're going to keep going because we've got an hour and a half to get through.
There are, honestly, a lot more things I would love to say about the rules or
This text right here is how lost I was, man. This is how much I just didn't care anymore. There was dead ass just black screen for 10 seconds. I don't know. A piece of it is funny if you're kind of engaging with it in a funny way, but I think to the average viewer, this just turns them off. And this is why I kind of talk about the second video being not as good in some ways. Because yes, you have that funny icebreaker at the start, but in theory, so many people would turn off through this. I haven't actually really checked the video retention. You know what? I'm gonna go and look at it. I'm gonna bring up the retention graph. At least for me. I won't show you if it's not interesting. But let me take a quick look at the retention graph. That's kind of typical, I think. What does the first one look like? Hold on. I might give you some insight right here. I think more YouTubers need to give insight behind their content, man. I'm just going to grab some stuff. We're going to make the stream even longer by doing things I wasn't planning to do. Yeah, okay. These are different. Okay, let me bring up... What's the best way of doing this? We're going to do some live stream editing right here. I'm going to add a new browser source. Oh, not like that though. Let's just hide that for a moment. Called. Oh, can I do it like this? I don't know if I can actually. You know what? This might be a waste of time, but I'm going to do it anyway. New estimate, 11-hour stream. I know. Okay, we want to do this. Do this. Let's see what that gives us. Heck. Okay, we're not doing it. If I have to sign in every time, I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to bother. Okay, never mind. That was a waste of time. But yes, the point was, yeah, the second video does have like a bigger drop in retention towards the start. And whilst I'm not trying to care about the numbers and everything behind it, you do have to care to an extent, right? I want people to watch the series because, again, this comes back to the streaming. This comes back to the very first little video we watched where I was like, I'm going to start streaming this run, and then no one showed up. I was so worried about that happening again. I had more resolve, I had more willpower to stick at it, but if I'd been streaming for how I have been now, and like no one showed up, my motivation would have been gone. And that is why I truly am so thankful to you, Chris, and to Brighton, and to Abstract, and to Xenowolf, and to Rex, and to Minotaur, and to Uni Appreciator, and to Sile, and to Benin, and to Ben, rather, and to Isaac, and now that I've started listing people, it's really embarrassing when you forget them. Oh, is there someone really important I've missed? I think there is, and I'm really, really sorry. But, you know, I really am thankful for all of you. You're all OGs, and you are changing my life. You seriously are changing my life right now. I don't even remember how we got there. We got here from the intro. We're just going to keep style and where it can be improved. But if I did all of that, we'd be here all day. So if you want to know, there's more at the end of the video and stuff that I'll probably just talk about in the future. But right now, there are just 2 more things I do want you to know. Okay. So the good news is, this is shorter than it could have been, right? The fact that we get to this part at 4 minutes, this was previously 6 minutes or 7 minutes or something, because I talk about Pokeballs and I talk about blah. Oh, it just goes on too long. Number 1, whilst... Okay, and this comes back to being too... I promise once we get through this, it'll get faster, okay? This comes back to me being too honest. Because I had some tech problems with the first couple of recordings I did. Making this video, I transitioned over to some different softwares and hardwares, which kept resulting in changes to the video settings in my recordings.
You muppet!
You muppet, okay. To give you the lowdown on this, when I first started recording, I just used the native Elgato software. And for the whole of the first video, that was how it was recorded. And even those couple of test streams that the test stream that I did was through Elgato streaming, which is very basic, right? And I realized I needed a bit more to work with, so I tried using OBS. And you want to know something? The default OBS setting, or at least the one I ended up with, the default setting is to record in 720 at 50 frames a second. And so, about half of this video, I kid you not, up to here, the whole gameplay is recorded in 720 at a broken frame rate. Because the game's in 30 frames, but it was recorded in 50. And I only learned back in like March how to actually like correct some of those things. And what it means, yeah, it's crazy, man. What it means is that the first half of this video kind of looks a bit worse. And again, this is me being honest about it. I wanted people to be like, no one ever has used 50. It's not quite true. I think it's more of a I think it's more of a non-American thing. A lot of, like TV studios have used like either 25 or 50. If you get like a professional camera, they can do like 25 or 50. But somewhere along the way, some forms of media became 30 or 60. I don't know the details, man. But I am just going to correct you there and say 50 is common in many scenarios. But I think the digital media or like gaming that... You know what? I'm not a professional on this, man. The problem was that I didn't check, okay? The fault was mine for not really checking the settings. Sorry, that sounded quite aggressive. I didn't mean that. And okay, this comes back to me being too honest. I didn't want people to feel like the video was bad. I didn't want people to feel like, you know, it comes back to being too honest about to then downplay expectations or something like that. or like apologizing for some people say I apologize too much, right? And I think that is true. I do like things, do that, but you know, for the purposes of the video, there was too much explaining here. So if at any points in this video you notice that the gameplay resolution or... Oh, yeah, I actually told you, the first half was in 720p. Okay. This text in the top left does the job better. This text in the top left does the job better than my explaining. And I tell you the other thing, right? The frame rate or coloring of the game is a bit off. That is why. Oh, the coloring refers to HDR, by the way. I got a new TV setting a new TV that I'm using to play the game on about a year ago, and that supports HDR. So the game started recording in HDR, and in my personal opinion, I actually don't like the game in HDR. I prefer it off. It's just my take. Probably because it's not designed. But that again meant that some parts of the game were recorded, and they look different, and I don't know, man. I'm just a bit of an idiot sometimes, but hey, it is what it is. There's one other reason I had to explain this. Quite recently, I learned how to fix a lot of this, so it's not as bad as it sounds. You might not even notice it, and I could have kept it a secret. Okay. And here we come to the other reason why I then don't cut my explanations. If I cut this bit about the tech faults, you don't get me saying, "You Muppet." Or Uni saying that, sorry. And so you lose the "You Muppet" joke. And the "You Muppet" joke recurs throughout the video. So, we talked about a bit about this in the first video as well. When you cut an explanation that has a joke, you have to accept the consequences of that, which is that the joke... You have to understand the consequences. And sometimes I valued the joke more than I valued... I don't know. I was quite stubborn to let jokes go. And I think now, as I've started writing the next video, I don't know, this has got to sound weird, but I think I've just grown up, man. I think I've just accepted that we can't have it all. And again, having the streams to joke about these kind of things has given me that outlet that I wanted for some of it. That means I don't need it in the videos. Streaming the game so far has been quite healthy, I think. Overall. So a lot of the problems that I'm going to talk about in this video will disappear, not just because I'm going to get better at editing, but actually just because of the circumstances. And there's another joke right here, that if I could have kept it a secret, you don't get this joke. But I had this conscience, that if I didn't say it, he will come for me. I did re-record, and so that's another example, right? If I don't talk about the tech, you don't get the recurring Herbert joke, and it just happens the once up here. You're British, what's the definition of the insult, "You Muppet"? It just means, like, you idiot. By the way, I would say Muppet is a real term that we would use sometimes. I wouldn't say it's used often, but yeah, I can be a bit of a Muppet. You ever heard of the TV show The Muppets? Yeah? Yeah. There's a great video from about 4 years ago, by the way, of John Cartwright with Chugga Conroy and Alpha Red, and it's called Xenoblade or British, by the way. If you haven't seen it, it's quite funny. They go over lots of Xenoblade phrases and ask, are they Xenoblade specific or are they real? And "You Muppet" is one of the ones that's real. It's a real phrase. Yeah. I just don't... I wouldn't really use it in my vocabulary, but it's not a problem. It's a very, like, I think, low-key joke way of saying "You Muppet." Oh, Chris has watched the video. It is a good video. Okay, anyway. All of the cutscenes in the proper quality. You don't want to know how long that took. This is the other reason you might not have noticed it, because I did re-record all the cutscenes. Here's another thing I learned, chat. When you record gameplay, it doesn't always record in a consistent frame rate, because games don't always perform at a consistent frame rate. And I didn't know this for a really long time. And only, like 3 months before the video, did I learn about variable frame rates Like when I import my piece of footage into a video and it says that it's 58.82 frames per second. What the hell does that mean? What is 58.82 frames per second? And that is why I mention here that re-recording the cutscenes took so long. You do not want to know how many takes I have of re-recording different cutscenes. It's actually wild. I've probably wasted like 5 to 10 hours. No, more, because I've had to re-edit. So I'll come to this when we come to one of the other sections. But the side effect is that the characters will be changing outfits quite a lot.
Oh, this was
because
funny.
it's all recorded in a weird order.
I liked this.
What more could I do? It's been a real headache, so I simply hoped that the loving viewers would understand. The other... And again, if I cut that, you lose the You Muppet joke. And I quite liked this. You guys... I mean, you guys are my loving viewers, right? You would never... outfits quite a lot, because it's all recorded in a weird order.
Joke.
What more could I do? It's been a real headache, so I simply hoped that the loving viewers would understand. The loving... I mean, this is you, right? This is all of you, right? This is what happens. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to mention, final one, I promise, is the most important. Okay, and then we come to the bit where I talk about streaming the run. And so, again, this is back to over-explaining, but I do want to put it there. Like, I do want to tell people that I'm going to be streaming. It's important. Yeah. I've alluded to it before, and that is that I want to start streaming this run. Some of you will only be watching the videos I make here, which is fine, but if you genuinely listen to all my explanations and are still somewhat entertained, then you probably have some interest in being a part of the live experience, helping to suggest new strategies, stopping me from being stupid,
That's not happened.
discovering all of the inside jokes that will be created,
That has
and
happened.
the general embodiment of I was here.
Are you here, chat?
But I also want to use this as an opportunity to start streaming a bit more and stream some other games in a more casual manner. If you have any interest in why this video took so long, as well as my future plans for the channel, then can I please direct you to this other video, which will be uploaded and available by the time you finish this one. You want to know a fun fact? That video was meant to be 20 minutes. That video was going to be 20 minutes. Then it wasn't. Oh well, I decided to just keep it as my thing, because that's the important one. The controller oh man. I wasn't even thinking of the controller counter, yeah. But seriously, right, that stuff like the controller counter is part of the inside jokes of the stream journey that I think are important. You know, I probably won't talk about the controller drop counter in the videos. I'm letting you know now. I probably won't talk about it because, again, we got to decide what jokes to cut, you know? I can't include everything. Otherwise the video pace kind of is off. And you need to keep a focus. You need to keep the important jokes focused so that they tell the story more. Yeah. It's an inside joke in the streams, I think. Yeah. And as long as we kind of explain it to new people so they don't get confused or alienated, it's cool. Alrighty, so everything up until now was meant to be the introduction to this video. At its worst, this introduction was 10 minutes. Just saying. Hey, I reduced it by 40%. Actually, if you include the last video, and the rules video, and all the other stuff I still haven't explained, that was all meant to be the introduction to the whole Nuzlocke. And this is kind of like just to give you a big picture explanation of how naive I've been at part of this. When I first, started making the first video and just kind of came up with a concept, I thought that, as I say, everything up until now was going to be 15 minutes of the first video, because I just hadn't planned it at all, and I just kind of went with the flow. And I don't regret that that's not happened. It is what it is. One other thing I wanted to mention, this is a good time to do it, just to kind of say, is that when this whole series is over, I'm going to go back, and I'm going to make one more video that is the whole Nuzlocke as one video. But not like a compilation. It's going to be its own independently edited video, right? What if the Xenoblade Nuzlocke series was like an hour and a half video, hour and a half video, like lots of other kind of challenge run videos on modern YouTube are. I want to see whether that can work. I do think that Xenoblade is too complex to kind of make that work easily, you know, compared to like Pokemon. But by that point, I will also have the kind of key jokes, the key points and focuses. It's not, don't get me wrong, it's not going to be like a condensed version of all the existing videos. It's going to be its own independently written video that will probably contain a few bits of the existing videos. But I just want to try and make a different video and see if that brings in more people. When this is all over, I'm going to make a separate version, probably called the Xenoblade 3 Nuzlocke Experience. And it's mainly just for my own learning, to see how that goes differently. I'm just going to let you know now. That's the plan I have. There is an alternate timeline in which everything up until now has just been 10 minutes or so. But these things are always more complicated than they seem, especially when I'm involved. I do like to make things complicated. So I'm sure you will want me to shut up and get on with it. To go back to our Xenoblade memes secretly disguised as a serious challenge. To find out what happens next in the misadventures of Ouroboros under my leadership. I did wonder about cutting some of these sentences because it just prolongs the intro even further, but I kind of thought that was funny on purpose. And I kind of just thought it was funny anyway, so I left it. It's been nearly 3 years in the making, but finally, without further ado, let us continue the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Nuzlocke. We are so back. Okay. And then we get to the intro. We are so back, I thought was funny. And does anyone notice that the intro, the actual intro that's meant to be the actual intro, slightly evolves here? With a new logo. And I kind of want to keep editing this intro based on the story progress. Dynamic intro, that's the word. I told you my vocabulary's scuffed. So, our progress from last time. The group are on the... Okay, this is the first place where I will talk about something bigger that was cut. Let me play the next 10 seconds. And are essentially outlaws in the world, but they're heading over to this big place called Sword March. We've just reached the point where we've completed a couple of tutorials, and now... Okay, so this is like, what was our progress, and then we're going to start talking about the class tracker. But originally, there was a little bit more in here. I originally started by saying, in the last video, we did this, and this, and this, then this happened, and it was going to be a bit more fast-paced, like this, then this, just with some stuff on screen and be a bit funny. And then, it was going to transition into the rules video. You know the 10-minute rules video we watched? That was going to be right here. And this is one of the other reasons I separated out the rules video, because I've just told you everything about how this was too explainy. Even though I cut it down, there was going to be another 10 minutes. No, not 10. So you have to chop off the bit with the title screen at the start and the end. What was that, like 8 minutes? 8 minutes more of rule explaining right here. And that's kind of where the, you know, we would get like this far through the video without anything happening. Yeah. I almost considered, just as a fun fact, for this director's commentary, I almost considered watching it in kind of the real-time order. I mean, let me know if this would have worked better. I almost thought about pausing this video here and then playing the rules video to kind of give you the experience of how bad it would have been. And as we talked about, it wasn't that the video was super bad or anything. It's just the pacing. If you want to watch the rules video, you can go and watch the rules video. It doesn't need to be here. And there's a lot of stuff that could be cut in to a better standard. But this is where the rules video was. That's your first fun fact. That would be jank. Yeah, it was kind of jank. So that's why I didn't do it. Okay. But things kind of get worse. We have full freedom to the class system and are allowed to make our party into whatever setup we like. Because we then spend another 2 minutes, 1 minute. We then spend, after all that explaining, another minute talking about more explanations of the class tracker. But I did have to do the class tracker, kind of.
So let's review what classes we currently have available, using the Class Tracker 3000. The name is a work in progress.
This is what I genuinely call it, by the way. The Class Tracker 3000. And I should say, after having done some streaming, I think I've kind of flipped my... No, not flipped. I knew what I wanted to do. If you think about it, right? In a sort of better edited challenge run video, do we need the class tracker? Does the class tracker need to exist in a video? It doesn't really. I just need to talk about what's happening and update you on anything key. Like, I could put it on screen for someone who wants it, but it doesn't really need to be there, right? So, this might be the last time it appears in a video. I don't know. It might not come back in the other videos because I don't really need it. The biggest reason I have the class tracker is for myself, low-key, because I need to keep track. And I think it's really helpful for the streams. But I decided to leave it in for this video so that people know, right? See, by the time you get to the third video onwards, if you really care about knowing every class that we've lost at every point, then you're better off just watching the streams, right? And that's why I did include it here, because those streams don't exist for you to watch it.
Noah, Uni, and Lance all lost their starting classes to Herbert. Then Mio and Tyon also lost their original classes, meaning that out of our 6 Ouroboros heroes, only one still has the ability to use their original class. If you told me that at the start of the run, I don't think I would have guessed it was Senna.
There's a notable audio quality change there for that line as well. I don't remember why I didn't re-record that.
In addition to that, Tyon also lost his...
By the way, Senna still has her class. Is she the only one who still has her class? This isn't necessary. This is not needed. We're going to keep playing.
Class from Uni. So that would leave us with this. But we also have to remember that we don't unlock the classes automatically. Each character...
Oh, and you can also see in the bottom right corner, down here, I hadn't yet worked out how to have more than 5 party members on a line, so I just had Tyon standing on lying on the floor underneath Uni. I just thought about that. It shows the classes, so maybe just like flashing it up around deaths or team rebuild. Yeah, that's kind of my plan. Like, it will probably appear like 3 or 4 times in the video, just kind of here and there. Yeah. You missed that detail about Tyon? That's okay, right? Some of these, like, small, tiny details make for the sorts of videos that you can rewatch. One of the things I like about these kind of sorts of series and video styles is that you can rewatch them later. Someone can rewatch this in 3 years and still find... You know, it's not a current events video. I'm kind of just building up a portfolio of videos for people to watch, and people will learn new things. You'll learn new things when you rewatch this series.
We also have to remember that we don't unlock the classes automatically. Each character gets one class for free from the tutorial, but all the other classes have to be unlocked by playing alongside the other characters.
Okay, this is a good example of something that I don't have to explain in reality to an audience that knows the whole game, but I kind of did explain anyway because of people who might not have watched it or something like that. I don't know. I did make this explanation did get a lot more concise than I remember it being. And I don't think it's bad. You know, there's still text and arrows and shapes moving on the screen, and I think that keeps people in, but I probably could have cut a lot of this. You know, like, in my head, the first 8 minutes of this video should have been 1 minute. But it couldn't have been. And that's why I got stuck with a lot of this video.
Which we haven't done enough about
that.
And for the purposes of this tracker, we're only going to add a class once we've unlocked it.
And I changed that because I added the ghost trackers, which was such a good idea. I only thought of it after the video.
So the actual classes that we have available right now looks more like this. You might spot a small problem here, and his name is Tyon. So there's going to be one more little exception for now, which is that Tyon is allowed to use Uni's Medic Gunner class until he unlocks one of the others. I know this seems like a cop-out, and that's because it is. But I promise that's the last exception. We are still very much in the early phase of the game where the feel of this run hasn't really been established.
I don't know if I should be committing to things like, I promise this is the last exception, because who knows? You know, I want to keep the run balanced. I don't know. It's about the content, right? I'm surprised that no one really, like, complained about this, I think. But it is what it is. We implemented the Pokeballs thing anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's fine. I thought it was funny.
We just need to get a little bit further until I can present to you the real awesomeness of this challenge.
And that awesomeness was all the hero stuff. Now that we've actually got some hero quests, we had to choose which one to go after first or second or later. And we started getting all these other classes, but we lost classes because we went, it's good, it's good. Now that the world's actually opened up, it all works. And I knew that after this video came out, it was all just going to start working once I got it up and running. Which is another reason why I think the video style will start to pick up from here. I think a lot of the problems in this video won't be repeated. Okay, yes, play.
In either case, our first order of business is to unlock more of these classes. I was planning to do this simply by grinding.
Oh, okay. Can someone like more knowledgeable tell me if this was a thing? So right here, I have a super fast time lapse of about 2 hours of gameplay of me unlocking classes. And literally on the I added this text on the screen, I think the day of the video, or the day before, because I suddenly realized, is this a problem? But it was too late to, like, change the whole section. I literally added this text the day or the day before the video released. This is one of the most recent things in the video. Was this a problem? I don't know, but it's there.
A few easier enemies, but this took a lot longer than I expected.
It is actually quite a hard time lapse to watch.
I distinctly remember that you didn't have to play for very long to unlock the different classes. Maybe it was because I'm on hard mode, maybe it was because they were just easier enemies.
That is why.
Or maybe I'm just an idiot.
Yeah, that's also true.
As for why I'm
and I put the word probably on the screen. Yeah. So as we have learned in our streaming so far, you have to take out higher level enemies in order to unlock the classes, basically. And that is why I probably remember on my first playthrough this not being a problem. I distinctly, I never had to think about unlocking the classes on my first playthrough, but now we do. And so I probably wasted 2 hours of my life running around here barely unlocking anything.
An idiot.
And then there's the word probably, as I say I'm just an idiot. That's another small thing you might have missed.
As for why I'm specifically using easy enemies, you do have to understand here that I am absolutely terrified of every single monster. Any one of these seemingly harmless wild animals could result in the death of my YouTube career.
And you can also tell, well, maybe you don't tell, but I can tell the audio quality here is lower than it was before, because the intro got re-recorded a lot more recently, and this is back to like 2023-24 audio. I thought this joke was quite good, by the way. These animals could result in the death of my YouTube career. And you have to remember I'm on hard mode at this point, so enemies are a lot more scary.
I wonder that if I do end up live streaming this run, how much of it will just be casual chat streams whilst we sit and grind to unlock classes.
And to be fair, we've done 1 or 2 of those, and they've been fun, haven't they? At least for me, they've been alright. I'm not an expert, but it's something to do with frequencies. So unless you, like, flash the menu or large jumps, it would be fine. And I kind of do that, you know. If it was all, like, similar coloring, like if it was all grass, I agree, you're right. But I do flash the menu on and off. So I did think it was a problem. And that's why I decided to play it safe and put that thing on screen.
So I spent a while running around
container counter,
meadows, and at most was halfway to unlocking a class. So I said, forget this, we're gonna go fight some harder enemies. Went into the next area and found a nice target in this little Hox. He then called his buddies over and basically said, this is my gang's turf, and we promptly ran away.
There's some foreshadowing for the Hoxes there. There's a little line here too.
So we then spent a second while running around Millik Meadows.
This line has like some silly English. And I'm going to explain a lot of jokes in this video. I'm just telling you. I want to explain lots of things that people might have missed, even though it's probably stupid to do so. instead of saying we spent a while, I say we spent a second while, because it's the second, it's like a number 2 second. And I thought that was some silly English. I find that kind of joke really funny. And I think I just ruined it by explaining. You know what, we're going to keep going.
Which included a couple of heart attacks, having to skip travel and respawn the enemies because I took down that many of them.
I had to include the monkey.
And finally, we started unlocking some classes.
Yeah. You just realized, was last stream deathless? It was. The last stream was deathless. The first stream I think we've had with no death. The first stream was deathless too, because I went through that yesterday. Yeah, the last stream was deathless. Woo!
Remember though, that the one person I really want a class on is Tyon, because he's technically illegal right now, and for some reason, he just wouldn't unlock a class. I spent nearly 2 hours in total grinding just to unlock these classes, and just like that joke about buses, when you want one, you suddenly get 2 at once. Now look, I know they were easier enemies, and that's probably why it took so long. I've learned my lesson, and I'm hoping that with live chat by my side, we should be more capable of taking on harder enemies in the future.
And by the way, this little text in the bottom left about the rocco.dev page, that was also added really, really late, because I only did the research on the enemy class stuff quite recently. So that's quite recent too.
I'm hoping that with live chat by my side, we should be more capable of taking on harder enemies in the future.
Is that true, chat? With you by my side, are we doing better in the Nuzlocke? Is that true? Shout out to Xenowolf. That's kind of how it feels. Xenowolf and Rex, I think, are giving some solid advice. And others. And Isaac. Yeah. See, you three and kind of a few others are kind of just like the jokers, right, with me? We're a bunch of jokers. You know, we'll make the content, and they'll make the run work. Is that how it goes? No, I don't want to label people or separate people into groups like that. I don't know. It's fine.
So after all of that,
also, the reason I mentioned it here in the video, this comes back to this whole idea where I'm like very self-conscious and why I kept downplaying expectations. You will see that I mention the stream chat quite a few times because I really wanted to put the idea in people's heads. I'm going to be streaming. Come and help with the streams. And again, I kind of did it in like a too selfishly arrogant way, almost. Like, I wanted to make this point. I need you in the streams because I was so worried about people not coming to the streams. I think it went unnoticed, but I was really hoping that it didn't like get too over. I don't know. I don't know the word. And I'm just being self-conscious about what I said. But I'm just I want to give you that thought, right? That some of those things I kind of added on purpose for that. And I don't think that was the right thing to do. But it didn't make the video worse, necessarily.
We've now unlocked these classes. Tyon is no longer breaking the law, at least not this one.
That's a base joke. I love that joke. It's one of my favorite jokes in the whole video.
And I made 2 other changes to balance the party. And with that, we finally moved on, left the Milik Meadows behind, and set forth into the Aegis Wilderness. We get a little cutscene where the group are trying to decide which route would be the best to take out of 2 options. One route is faster, but is more risky as it heads past an Agnian colony, who are not very nice right now. The other route is much safer, but will take longer, and will also be very hot. Ultimately, the majority vote is to take the safe route.
Okay, 2 things to say here. This is a scenario in which I did do 2 things to improve the pacing, hooray, right? The first one is, observe that this cutscene occurs the first time you enter the Aegis Wilderness, which is actually not here, it's back here, because we go, you remember this bit with the Hoxes and the guns, right? So this cutscene happens before that, but I decided to leave it till afterwards because that's a better way to pace the video. All right, just think about that. All right, that's just a small example that you don't notice, but it's good. It does the pacing. Also, I cut down what I was going to say here. I was going to like do a bit more analysis about how Tyon responds, but in absolute honesty, I think I should have just cut this all. But again, I didn't want to cut the faster plus die or the hotter plus melt, whatever it says on the right side of the screen. Yeah. That's why I did that. No, that wasn't explanation. I'm getting distracted by chat. Anyway, I did do some work to cut the scene down and put it in the right place, but I actually think this whole cutscene could have been completely ignored, to be honest.
Well, not very nice right now.
I don't
The
think it
other
adds
route
much to the
is
video.
Nuzlocke run. Any kind of safe
Oh, this is the joke that adds it to the video. I've reminded.
route is still absolutely terrifying. Just because we have a bit more freedom with our set.
And if you look at the portraits on the left here, on the top left, you can see that they're lower quality. That's why it's 720p. And it's just
doesn't mean this game suddenly got any easier.
But the frame rate wasn't noticeable because I managed to fix that. Okay, you three keep talking to each other in chat. I'm gonna press forward. I liked this joke. Not that any kind of safe route is still terrifying.
I was still incredibly scared of every single monster, and the game turned into this very interesting genre by incorporating the element of stealth.
Stealth. This, by the way, this image is Stealth Elf from Skylanders. That's a part of my childhood.
You see, remember these guys from earlier? Turns out there's a lot of them in this area.
Ooh,
And
this was my first time doing like a little slide in and out. No, it wasn't.
you see, remember these guys from earlier? Turns out there's a lot of them in this area.
I was happy with
And
that.
as discussed, it's usually not possible to just fight one of them. So we had to avoid all of the pack animals and only fight the lonely enemies with no family to save them. That actually got really sad. Moving on.
Yep.
I don't quite know the word for this, but the experience was like one of those games where you're trying to fight into enemy territory and you're very slowly gaining ground.
Do you see my running with Tyon here? Hold on. Go back. Go
Moving
back.
on.
Watch
I
Tyon
don't
right
quite
here.
know the word for this, but the experience
So Tyon gets onto
was
low
like
health.
one of those games where you're trying to fight into enemy
Look at me just run in circles.
territory and you're very slowly gaining ground.
What was the point? And I think I just kind of panic. I don't know. Let's talk about my gameplay.
But not in a pure stealth way. And not in a grindy way either. It was actually kind of fun despite not doing a whole lot. Now, it's a bit hard to show this through video footage because I'm literally just running around. So to visualize my point, here is a map I created, with this wavy line being my pathing.
Okay. Oh, I actually say this. There was a joke here I had to cut, which is why the map feels kind of pointless. So the reason this map was created, if we go back to this cutscene here, right, where they talk about which route is faster or better, I was originally going to analyze. So Tyon's like, oh no, but we need to take the faster route, because we need time is of the essence. And I actually think he was just trying to get them to go to the Agnian colony because he doesn't trust the Kavesi as much. So I was going to like analyze that. And what I was going to say here alongside the map is, and it looks like Tyon is taking the longest route possible to prove his point from earlier. And also, I actually thought this map would contain, you know, for all I just said about wavy pathing, the map, you know, the line isn't actually that wavy. Like, it's pretty straight, other than that bit in the bottom right. So I thought this map was going to look way more chaotic. And it was going to have a joke. So that's why the map felt kind of out of place by the end of the video. But I didn't really know how else to segue into the next section.
So we gradually progressed on until we found a collapse.
Here we go.
Nopon by the side of the road. One of the best things about Nopon is figuring out
Okay, I'm just going to go back and play this again. And I'm going to talk how the
wavy
original
line
script
being
was.
my pathing. So we gradually progressed on until we found a collapsed Nopon by the side of the road.
And originally, I then say, I realized that I didn't really address the Nopon in the last video, so for those who don't know, Nopon are a species, and then I explain who the Nopon are. I also didn't explain who Riku and Manana are, which is a crier of the highest order. What is a Nopon? Chris, you got it, you found it. So this guy, Pane, this is where the deleted scene came from. And I kid you not, I was just writing my script, and I just went on a ramble. About this is who Nopon are. Oh, then we need to talk about Riku and Manana. Oh, I actually didn't talk about the characters. Oh, I actually didn't talk about the world. And so there's about a minute of kind of extra deleted scene that was genuinely deleted, that was the lead into it. And then I want you to imagine that whole video about Ionios and the character introductions, which I called the deleted scene, I want you to imagine that's here. So after all the explanations, the next 8 minutes of rules that were going to be here that I didn't include, then class tracker explanations, then a few minutes of actual gameplay, and then another 10 minutes of actual deleted scene rubbish explanations. And I kid you not, the fact that this is only 12 minutes into the video is still unreal to me, because in my head, this is like 30 minutes into the video, because that's where it was, right? And that's why I took the extra scenes out. We could have been doing so many it was the best decision to take those videos out. Even though this intro to the video is still a bit low-key, kind of bit... There's been nothing like jumping out at you. It's still so much better than it was. It's so much better than it was before, if that makes sense. So this is where the deleted scene was going to be. And then eventually, we would come back out of the rabbit hole to... Oh yeah, this guy, who's like lying half dead on the ground. Maybe we should have helped him before we did all that explaining. That was the joke I had to cut from the video that I was really sad about. You know, I thought it would be funny as well. It ended up being funny that we kind of did this 10 minutes of explaining, or less than that, however it was, whilst this guy is just lying on the ground, dying of thirst. Anyway,
One of the best things about Nopon is
and then it would progress like this.
figuring out how to pronounce their names. This dude is Pain, Pan, Pane.
Here's another small thing that I edit that I don't really need to talk about because we don't have time, but here's another small thing that changed midway through. You can see that the white text there has a black border around it, and that makes it stand out a lot more compared to if it was just white text. And I didn't have that before, and I didn't have it anywhere in the first video. And I think it just makes things look better. And so probably about this time last year is when I added that, and it just gave me the sense that the video was looking better, it was coming together, regardless of comments on the pacing or what was funny or not. You can't deny that the audio and video production quality is up in this video compared to the first one. Like, it's not a professional production, it's still amateur, though it does have deleted scenes, man. That's professional, isn't it? But yeah, I am still proud of the things I learned and the things I did better in this video. Okay, I should probably watch for a while because otherwise we'll be here for ages.
He probably got bullied as a child and called PP. What's that? You
Oh, I
don't
thought that
care
was
about
funny.
how your name is pronounced because you're instead about to die of dehydration if we don't give you some water? Side questing.
I originally planned to do something a bit more with this, the side questing, which I can't get back to. It doesn't matter. I originally planned to do something a bit more with that. I just didn't. It is Ricky's theme. Well spotted. The music is coming through quieter than I thought it would. Just to say. But maybe that's good.
How about instead of actual water, we give you
I'm learning a bit about how the way, you know, this is just the effect of once you process something into YouTube, it kind of picks it up differently compared to how it is in the editor. It's fine.
food that has water in it, like dark grapes.
Or dance apples?
It turns out that Shill
I don't know if that was funny or not. I think it's kind of stupid, but kind of in a funny way. As I said before, I'm not very good at using voice modifiers. Like, I would have done something more to make dark grapes sound more evil, but it kind of just didn't work. But it is what it is. It was kind of a stupid funny. It's not a standout joke, but it's there. It breaks things up a bit. I don't know.
the Nopon from earlier, is PP's apprentice, so I think we did a good thing. Thanks, little guy, you added 1,000 words to the script due to me realizing my incapability to explain this game's plot in a sensible chronological order.
And I decided to leave this joke in about it adding 1,000 words to the script, which was the deleted scene. I decided to leave that in, and it was all, actually, it was kind of just a little on-purpose moniker to the fact that there was a lot cut from this. Yeah. This kind of whole section here was edited kind of in 2024. I can remember this bit distinctly. I don't know why.
Let's get back to it.
So as I said for those who weren't here earlier, the deleted scene was probably the first part of the video I really edited, and this was probably the next one.
My biggest problem, once again, were all of these enemies that appear in small groups. Each individual enemy is easy to take down, but once 2 or 3 get on you at the same time, there is barely any chance to make a safe escape. And I'd really appreciate if anyone knows what the mechanics are as for whether these enemies are supposed to attack individually or in groups. Because sometimes when I attacked the first enemy, only that one would fight, and the rest of the group would ignore us, and notice how close those other enemies are and are just choosing to do nothing. But other times, like with these Volf, they will be further away, but then decide to come and help out, leading to a sudden 3-pronged attack that results in Uni's death. Oh yeah, Uni lost a class by the way, and we had to reorganize some things.
It was kind of crazy. I remember that. I don't really remember this loss with Uni, because I think it just came out of nowhere. Again, we were on hard mode, so it was more difficult. Yeah. Okay, that section's all right. We'll just keep going.
So we're now about halfway through the Aegis Wilderness, but the heat is starting to get to us. Especially Mio. How Lanz is surviving whilst in this fur coat, I do not know. I sympathise greatly with Mio, as I am not a lover of the heat in any way, shape or form. Like, genuinely, most of the summer is too hot for me, and I'm from England.
It's been so bad this year,
But
chat.
then we spot some...
Water!
and all is well. I skipped all of the enemies in the walk to...
Oh, and here's an example, by the way, of something small that you don't notice, right? When I cut to Mio saying water, I want you to listen for the music.
Water!
and all is...
And the answer, you won't notice, right? But the thing is, I had to re-record this cutscene without the music in order to get that line to not have music in the background that doesn't interrupt the other music. It actually doesn't really matter. It's fine. Plenty of other YouTube videos do it and it doesn't sound bad, but it's a little thing that I care about. But doing that took like 5 or 10 minutes because I had to re-record the cutscene. Yeah.
well. I skipped all of the enemies in the walk to the lake because we're about to do a very, very nice quest. Before that though, let's actually relax in the water.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah!
Wow!
Oh, I forgot about that joke. I thought this was funny.
Mr. Grumpy...
Did you notice the sensor bars on the knob-on? I thought that was funny. I don't know. I thought this was another stupid funny joke that you might only notice on a rewatch, but that's fine. Adding rewatch value is good.
Mr. Grumpy...
Yeah. And again, right? If you don't have this earlier section with the tech faults, right? This might seem irrelevant here, but it's not, because of, I mention you Muppet a couple of times. And if you don't put that there, this one's not as funny. Because it's not a repetitive joke. It would still have been funny, but it might have been a bit more out of nowhere. So those are the decisions I have to make, right? If this was cut down here, then this other bit's not as cut as... you get it. Okay. Okay.
He doesn't take a jump in the water because he has better things to take care of than these trivial entertainments or something like that.
Okay, I'll probably bring this down. This whole cutscene... Oh, I like the fairy text, but this whole text probably... This whole cutscene probably could have been removed. I did cut it down compared to what it usually... what it was before.
This sounds like a problem. And no one seems
But I don't think this scene needed to be here. Now that I think about it. I don't really need to introduce annihilation events to the... They're not even going to come up much in the game. So yeah.
This is just a part of how the
Oh,
world
but this bit's
works,
good, because
and
this is
so
like
you don't
philosophical.
question it. Really, this is just a scene to introduce annihilation events to the player, and so there's no real conclusion we need to draw from it. Even though I literally tried to do just that. Once we've freshened up...
Yeah, see, I probably could have cut that whole thing. You just have the you Muppet joke, and then you cut straight to this bit, I think. I think that's what I probably would have done.
It's time for a decent meal. At the mention of food, Manana suddenly appears, in the same way that any cats do when you walk within 5 miles of your kitchen. In deciding to help out Riku and Manana, we get the incredibly named quest. Riku and Manana. Wow. This is a forced story quest, but it's designed to show us some new gaming concepts. The first of these is gaming concepts. This was a repetitive joke I talked about with the first video. It comes up when we get the containers and the husks for the first time. 2 new gaming concepts. It's just one of those little repetitive jokes that you probably won't notice, like, because it will only be mentioned like once per video or something. But it's just one of the, it's one of those series building jokes that won't pay off until later. I don't know. I haven't actually included it in the latest video, have I? I need to think about that. Anyway, Anna's cooking. Whenever we are resting at a campsite, we are able to use the cooking feature to cook some cooking. And these actually have benefits, like giving a temporary boost to the amount of XP or money we earn. But because this is the start, and this is another section where I really did cut down the explanations. I felt like I couldn't completely skip the food or the gems, but I really did cut it down compared to what it was. But you know what? I can't tell you what I removed, so that probably proves it wasn't that funny. Like it or not, brace yourselves, because tonight you will be receiving a divine portion of the critically acclaimed Manana's Battle Soup.
Yum.
There's the return of Yum from the deleted scene. This one sounding kind of better, but I still can't make it work. Yeah. I don't know. And again, if I cut these explanations, I have to cut this joke, and I just chose not to. Maybe I should have, I don't know. Yum probably won't come back as a repetitive joke. Maybe it's a stream joke. I should say it. Oh, we need to learn how to climb up walls because it's a gaming concept. Oh, Chris, you've just inspired the video. Okay, wait, where's my script? I need to put a note here about Valdi, gaming concepts, wall climbing. And Teach has the spree climbing. Thank you, Chris. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be very honest about something here, right? So now I feel like I'm being dishonest. Because if I include that in the next video, it's not my joke. It's your joke that you came up with. It's not my joke. So do I have to, like, credit you in the video? Or, like, do I not include it? And if I ask you here, I have nearly a 100% guarantee that you will say, I don't need to be credited, right? I think you're going to say that. But it still bothers me. And it sets a precedent. And that's one of the things, that's the sort of thing I think about. I don't know. I'm just giving you that insight. I'm not really asking the question. I'm giving you the joke. Okay, well, thank you. But I'm kind of just giving you the principle of this is how my brain works. I'm an overthinker to the biggest extent. And I'm kind of slowly learning to just let go of things sometimes. As I said earlier, the biggest maturity in script writing is knowing what to not include. Just throw up a screenshot of a comment real quick. I could do, but it's also distracting. We're going to keep going. We've got over an hour to go. Radishes, carrot, and rabbit into potato stars and whatever this is, but how could you possibly doubt that adorable smile? Eat it or die. So now we know about Manana's cooking, but what can Riku do? Riku did a bunch of general stuff back in Colony 9, but his specialty lies in maintenance of equipment. Okay. And for our purposes, this means gem crafting. They were nice enough to give us the ingredients for Manana's cooking, but not for the gem crafting, so we have to collect that ourselves. Maybe it's secretly a plot device to force us into a battle to learn a new gameplay mechanic. We have a tough enemy coming up, so I decided to do a bit more preparing. So yeah, my kind of comment on the video so far is, it's not bad, but there's just a lot of explaining, and I don't feel like there's been a standout, well, maybe apart from the You Muppet or the Herberts, there's not really been like a standout moment. And you don't really know what's happening. It's kind of falling into the trap of, this happened, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened. With some jokes in between. It's not bad. I just feel like it's not got the sauce. I don't know. By losing to the perfect video to watch in the background while playing another game. Well, lots of videos are for me. But yeah, that's kind of how it is, basically, yeah. More classes. Okay, listen, I know that this Nuzlocke is looking bad, but stick with me here. I promise you, the worst is yet to... the best is yet to come. Also because the 3 class losses we've had so far, I very much skipped over and didn't talk about.
so it's not really focusing on the Nuzlocke. You know, everything so far has been on cutscenes or game concepts. I mean, I guess I have done some gameplay. There hasn't been like a boss fight to talk about, so that kind of just is what it is. And to be fair, those class losses don't really have anything to talk about. I think I just engaged in a fight that I couldn't win. Insert party reshuffle, and we are back to the objective at hand. We have to fight this Aspar to get some stuff for Riku's gems. There's a bunch of fighting, and then this happens. Well, would you look at that? It turns out this fight was secretly a plot device to force us into a battle to learn a new gameplay mechanic. I think that's coming back to what I said to Riku right here. I think that was a long walk for a short glass of water, which is a way of saying too long a setup for a short punchline. It is what it is, though. It's not unfunny. So in this scene, everyone basically says, we need to decide on a common strategy, and everyone comes up with their own strategy, therefore not solving the problem, but somewhere along the way we come up with chain attacks. What's a chain attack? Well, you fill up this little circle by doing stuff, and then you press a button, and then this happens.
We are more than capable.
How about something like this?
This is a gaming concept. Imagine that's true. If you could pause the enemy's movement. Okay, I'm gonna leave this on indeterminate amount of time, whilst you command your entire team, however you like, to deal a gazillion damage. So that's what chain attacks are. Then we come to chain attacks are a staple in the Xenoblade series, but the mechanics differ this chapter, which is called the Rabbit Hole of Explanations. But is easily my favorite chain attack system in the series. You choose a main effect. Again, this whole section is like explanations that I didn't need to include. But there are funny jokes like brain power. Repeat that 2 more times. Our damage multiplier keeps... Let's bring this down. Use a bunch of arts from your party in any order, and each character has a number of tactical points, also known as brain power, which fill up the gauge. Oh, and stuff. That you fill up the gauge by doing stuff. You guys. I mean, it sucks that you've only picked up the jokes by me explaining them in these videos, in these streams, but that's probably just because they're series-long jokes and just kind of stuff like me. You know, stuff is a channel-running joke. We'll pick these up. Okay. Then repeat that 2 more times. Our damage multiplier keeps increasing. Again, this was massively cut down compared to what it used to be. I have Senna shouting yippee right there. I don't think I'm going to pause right here because just how far you can stretch this game. The world record damage for a single chain attack. This is just another section that... Sorry, 1 billion. 1 billion damage. I talk about the 1 billion damage. If every single human this is funny. In the United States of glorious North America contributed 3 damage to a chain attack. That's right, all of you American viewers, you get 3 damage each. If we put this all together in one United States chain attack, that total would still be lower than the highest achievements of this game. Over the Xenoblade series, the general amount of damage in chain attacks has been logarithmically increasing, so I am excited to see what awaits us in the next entry. What were we doing again? Oh yeah! Okay, and this is another example of, if you cut the explanation, you have to cut the joke. And I decided to keep the joke, right? This is basically a running theme, is... See, stuff like the United States joke, I don't think I included that to try and be funny. I think I just thought of that on a whim. I can't remember when I came up with that. But if I remove the chain attack explanation, I kind of have to remove the joke, and I decided not to. That's a running theme. This guy. Well, let's bring ourselves back to reality, because our first ever chain attack did not quite do 1 billion damage, but rather a pitiful 8,460. However, that was because I decided to focus a bit more on healing. Since we can use anyone's arts separate to their current recharge, we can essentially get some free healing if we want. And again, that's another like benefit of chain attack. Gameplay thing that I don't really need to talk about. We can just talk about that in the streams. Video, I teased that there were going to be a couple of weird strategy benefits based on the rules we created. And this fight, actually, this is how much I didn't like this next segment, right? Honestly, I yapped for a while here. That's kind of evidence that it wasn't good, right? I think I could do 4 damage on a good day. Most days I'm 1 or 2. Well done, you guys. Yeah, this text on the screen is kind of just how I felt. I don't think this next, like, 3 minutes, 2 minutes is entertaining. But I wanted to put it somewhere. It's got some jokes in it. I didn't want to cut it entirely, but I don't feel it's good. You've heard me say this already with a lot of things. Yeah, it's just what it is. It gets better later.
So let me explain.
Okay.
Before the chain attack happened, at the very start of the fight, Taion lost the Zephyr class. Now, with the rules we established earlier, Taion is allowed to continue using the Zephyr class until the end of this fight. But the loophole is that now we should actually get Taion to take as much aggro as possible.
You know what the worst part about this is? Have we done this a single time? I don't think we have. I don't really think we have. Maybe the Xeon fight was the only time this is really applied.
The party members. Strategy benefit number 1, divert aggro towards party members who have already lost a class in this fight. But wait a minute, that was the first Aspar fight. Then we had some talking about chain attacks, which means that this is technically a different second fight.
Electric Boogaloo.
So Taion has to change his class now, right? Well, no. This is technically a different fight, but between the two fights, we never...
And much like the rules video, I don't think the explanation is bad. I quite like clear, concise explanations, and I like writing them, and I don't want things to get misinterpreted, which is why I did this all. And I want to talk about this stuff so that you kind of have an idea of certain stuff in the streams, but... I don't know, it just kind of messes up the pacing of the video.
In Xenoblade moments, we don't have to go and change our classes for every fight, every time we lose a party member. And that is going to save us some real headache. We're allowed to use the same classes so long as we never actually get the opportunity to change them. Strategy benefit number 2, Xenoblade moments are awesome.
So true.
Oh, well, obviously they're awesome, but specifically for Nuzlocke reasons.
Sorry, I didn't have
let me make clear.
I didn't have the text on the subtitles.
If we lose any of those fights, i.e. with a full party wipe, the sequence is broken, because we do get access to the main menu, and therefore have an opportunity to change the class.
So this is the kind of section... this section would have been better in the rules video, but I have a feeling I didn't make this before the rules video. I can't remember when I made this. I think this was quite recent, actually. I mean, certainly the most recent edit of it was more recent, but I can't remember when the first time was. I mean, you do need to talk about the Nuzlocke, otherwise you might as well be doing a normal Let's Play. I mean, yes, that's absolutely true. I just felt like it's not that exciting. You know, when I come to making the ultimate video, that puts it all into one condensed version in the future. This stuff probably won't... to be honest, I will probably just learn a conciser way of explaining it. That's probably the answer.
In this case, the point here is that Taion is finally able to do something useful.
Hooray!
However, when the enemy does this big scary topple move again, the panic alarms begin sounding.
But okay, it is
for the most part, I've been playing as defenders in order to try and control the aggro. But since Taion is in the clear and Senna has a ton of HP, that's not a concern right now. So I swapped over to lands to try and find the best healing drugs I could find.
And also, to be fair, this was a good example. I mean, this is the pro, right? This is why I talked about it, because this is a good example to talk about it. And it is important to kind of know about. So, I don't know. But I feel like if I was watching this video, I wouldn't have been, like, sucked in yet. I don't know.
It was a bit scary at first, but somehow it all worked out really well, and we pulled through. So it's time to take another step back out of the rabbit hole, and remember that this entire section on chain attacks and this fight was all just a part of this standard quest to learn what Riku can do, other than dominate us with his Giga Chat aura.
So true.
Riku's skills enable us to craft gems that we can equip on our characters.
Okay, then we talk about gems for a bit, and I did definitely cut this down.
And a fourth category for some all-rounders. And as we progress through the game,
yeah, I think I cut this down to a more reasonable amount. You know, I think more people will understand talking about gems, because gems are a key gaming concept.
Resources are very limited, so I wanted to be careful about which gems I decided to craft. Right now we can only equip one gem on each character, so it is important that we make the gems that are most useful to us. I made the top gem in each of these three categories, so that each of the party's roles would have something beneficial. And I was able to get all of these to level 2. But our focus then turns to the orange category of gems, because these are where it's at. Ironclad boosts health, which is obviously good. Steady Striker shortens our auto attack interval, which means we're dealing more damage, and Agnes classes will charge up their arts faster. Double Strike gives a chance to deal an auto attack twice, and then we have Empowered Combo, which boosts damage from cancelling arts. You should be cancelling almost all of your arts anyway, so this is a useful damage boost. Hi guys, a little editor's note here. So I've just mentioned those first 4 orange gems, but I haven't mentioned the last one. And the next part of my script for that last gem says, and then there's the last one which decreases aggro, so that's not really worth it at the moment. Yeah, I don't really know why I said that, because if you didn't know, in this game you gain aggro not just by attacking, but also by using healing arts. And if you didn't notice, 3 of those earlier deaths that we had were of healing classes. So this gem might actually be really useful for us, but I didn't notice that at the time, and so I didn't craft this gem at all. But I just wanted to acknowledge that before I inevitably get many comments about this, and this is a prime example of why I need a live chat at my side in order for this run to be anywhere near successful.
Okay, so a few things. First of all, there's another mention of the live chat. Come join the streams. The second thing is that although this is quite a long explanation about why... see you, Brighton, by the way. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just talking. The second thing is, even though this is a long explanation about why this gem would be useful, you can kind of tell it's kind of human. Because I'm not recording like a rehearsed script. It sounds much more like I'm speaking off the cuff, because this would have been really useful, and it just sounds a lot more human, if you know what I mean, like the streams do. And I think people are so much more willing to listen. I think people will put up with the long explanation more when it sounds more human, without realizing it. I don't think people will realize. And if I give you a secret, this whole thing is actually scripted. I don't speak off the cuff. It's all scripted. It's all just good voice acting from me. Absolutely. The design is very human. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. And I think I even talked about this in the first director's commentary we did, right? I kind of feel like it was unnecessary to talk about all the orange gems. I define what all of them are. But if I don't do that, you can't then have this joke. And so that's another example of if you cut the explanation, you have to cut the joke. And I don't quite know always which was the right way around to do it. And that's kind of where I got stuck with a lot of this video, is... if only I'd written it better in the first place. Like, if only I'd made it all work from the very beginning. But I didn't. I don't know. That's kind of where we're up to.
So please come and join the streams that will be happening soon.
Join the streams.
Back to your scheduled video.
That's the third mention, I think.
And then there's the last one, which decreases aggro, so that's not really worth it at the moment.
And I thought it was funny to actually include the line of the script that I was talking about, because it keeps it, it kind of keeps the flow going, and I can put that little gif there.
So I crafted all of the above, except the last one. Now, I appreciate that there have been several times in this video where I have changed the entire setup of my party and not really mentioned it, and that this video in general has been a bit all over the place.
So, whilst that is true, the other context to remember to both of those statements is when the deleted scene and the rules video were in here somewhere, this bit that says 26 minutes would have actually been more like 45 minutes. So this was going a lot further. And I just felt like it wasn't, I don't know, I just felt like it was everywhere. This is why I was struggling with the video, because I didn't feel like there was a consistent flow. There are jokes that are funny, but it wasn't really, even now I would say there isn't really a flow to the video. There isn't like a, I don't know, it just feels like there's something not right with it. And I was apologizing for that here, basically.
So now that we have gems, I'll try to slow down for a minute and explain what my current party setup is like. Just to say, I have been experimenting with ways of displaying the classes on screen so that I don't have to keep reminding you of all the changes I'm making. but I just can't find a nice way of doing this while also layering it over the game footage. I think it would work.
Where's my other arrow? Wait.
So that I don't have to keep reminding you of all the changes I'm making. But
down
I just
here,
can't find a nice way of doing this while
Sorry, I thought that the second arrow down here wasn't there.
also layering it over the game footage. I think it would work if we had it as a sidebar like this. So this is the layout I'm going to be trying for the upcoming streams.
Wow, and that's what we've done. Wow. It actually took me quite a few tries to get this right. I was originally going to have it on the left too. I don't know. I kind of just had to go with confidence that these types of layouts are common among streams too. And I think it's worked so far. Apart from the first stream where we forgot it existed.
But I don't know whether this will work in the video right now. This is an update.
I want to maintain that idea that I don't think I'm going to be using the full overlay in the videos. Those kind of overlays work better in a video when there's a human person in the bottom left corner, right? And I'm not doing that at the moment. So I'm not really going to include it in the videos because I think it would just look odd. Yeah. I will probably show bits of chat here and there where it's funny, but I don't know. I haven't quite fully worked that all out yet.
Look at our class tracker 3000,
Got another
following
skip in
the
the top
earlier
left.
losses of Uni, Mio, and Senna with the Tactician class.
Oh wait, is that right?
We've seriously lost Tyon's Tactician class on 4 out of 6. I'm starting to think all of those thin-like paper jokes accidentally made it into the game.
Interestingly, much like with the Hoxes near the start, here, if you look at the video now, knowing what happens, this feels like it's foreshadowing, but it's not. It was just my script writing.
At the moment, Noah and Lance are our healers with Uni's Medic Gunner class, which is not great, but that's how this run works. I gave them the gem with the healing boost. Mio is one of our attackers with Noah's Sword Fighter class.
Okay, and this is
Our
another
other
section
attacker
that
is
kind of
now
feels
Tyon.
like...
Tyon is actually in a really bad situation,
this is
because
a joke.
after losing the Zephyr class in the last fight, the 2 classes from the previous video, and having not yet unlocked Noah and Lance's classes, there is only one class he is currently able to use, Senna's class, the Ogre. So we are once again at a stage where if Tyon dies, the entire run is over, but at least we're making progress. That
Yeah.
leaves Uni and
This is
Senna
another
on
section that's
2%.
like...
Uni is being
I feel like it could have been a bit more, but at least it's Nuzlocke related. It kind of still needs to be there. And I did shorten it compared to what it used to be. And it's got a tie on his stupid joke in it, so that's
much
fun.
better. Zephyr is an evasion tank, so instead of HP, I gave Senna the agility boost. From our starting 6 classes, the Zephyr is probably the best of them, or at least the best to be playing as, so I'll generally be playing as the character who has Zephyr equipped. Or sometimes Tyon because he can't seem capable of defending himself. So with that done, our next objective is simply to press onward through the Aegis Wilderness.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we have some boss fights coming up, which means it's once again time to be incredibly scared of everything.
Here's the HDR, by the way, the HDR coloring. And I kind of don't like it because it makes Noah's hair quite dark and whatnot. It just makes the game look different. You probably didn't notice. You've probably watched people play the game with this coloring, but I prefer the SDR, and that's why I tried to fix it in all the cutscenes.
A 100-mile radius. To try and avoid those groups of enemies we mentioned earlier, we fortunately have the use of the lure function.
Here we go.
This means that we can sometimes draw one enemy of a group alone so that we can defeat it more easily. But again, sometimes the entire group still aggroes, so I still don't understand how this works. The reason I bring up the lure function is specifically to show you that I made an interesting discovery. Did you see it? The lure function just missed. This isn't because we're too far away, as this feature only activates when we are close enough. Maybe some of you already knew this and think that this is not a very interesting discovery as was suggested. Meanwhile, I had absolutely no idea this could happen, and in thinking about the logistics of how this actually works, some questions have entered my mind. The idea of this luring animation is that you're throwing a stone at the enemy to draw its attention.
If I have one problem with this segment, it's that I feel like this intro is just a little bit too long. There needs to be just like a sentence less to keep the momentum going, but you do have the the choir building up in the background. And you can see that the stone actually deals a grand total of 1 damage. Whenever I use lure in Xenoblade now, I am reminded of this scene. So am I. So am I. It actually is that. But I think, you know what the weirdest part is? I have no idea how I came up with this script. I think I came up with this in September 23, when I had my big day of writing. And I think I just came up with it on a whim. It was incredible, my inspiration that day. And then I think I adjusted it a bit later. I don't know. This segment, right, was meant to be the equivalent of the valid tactics moment in the first video. Like, if you can pick up the style, because for me, the valid tactics moment was like the content moment in the first video, in my head. It was like the funny moment, even though now I don't really look back on it like that, but that's why I designed this moment. This was the equivalent of the valid tactics red arrow.
But all this time, including through the other games in the series, I took this to be a fake animation. That there was just something coded which caused the enemy to take 1 damage, and that there is no actual stone being thrown here. But if we consider that it is possible for the lure animation to miss entirely, then this does beg the question, is the player actually throwing a stone? That's right, we may have just stumbled upon the greatest science experiment in Xenoblade history. This may look like an empty animation, but the absolute chance that Monolith Soft may have taken the time and dedication to actually...
Okay, I want to talk for a moment about music. Because what you won't know is that I had to really rejig some of the music here. So I want you to kind of pay some attention to kind of the way it builds.
Calculate the trajectory of the luring stone such that it can miss when the enemy moves away from where it was originally standing. But there's more. Is it possible that the physical weight and strength of each of the 6 characters can alter the throw of the stone in just such a way such that some of the characters may have a larger luring radius than others? Does each character secretly have an accuracy rating coded into them which determines the probability of their success at luring the enemy? Then does the stone create an everlasting mark in the ground which permanently alters the...
I was really proud of this animation, actually. That stone, I was really proud of that.
...stage of the world around it. Is the shape of the world actually shaped by luring stones?
And one of the problems with these kind of sections is sometimes I don't really know what to put on the screen. I had the same with the valid tactics moment. The valid tactics moment was actually one of the last things I edited in the first video. It was one of the only things I skipped because I didn't really know what to put there. It was one of those things that just kind of sounded funny, but I didn't know what to put on screen. And I think I made this work. I think I made it work well enough.
And most importantly of all, where does the stone come from? Do they draw a stone from the powers of the iris? Do they draw it like a blade? Do the stones disappear afterwards, or do they stay in place? Is there perhaps a secret, everlasting source of infinite luring stones, perhaps guarded by the Nopon Archsage himself?
I'll go back over some
Or greater still, is it perhaps just a gameplay feature with no intended consequences?
The first thing I want to say is I wish that the audio didn't clip. But I couldn't record another take that sounded good enough. I tried to record more takes to make it sound better, and I couldn't make it sound good enough. So I decided to just leave it, and clearly you guys found it funny as well, so it was alright. Okay. The thing about the music... If I go back to sort of here, we've got this bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, dum. The first thing I want to say is that at the start, about here, it's at 80% speed. And up here, it gets to about 100% speed. And I did that just a little bit to kind of keep the...
From the powers of the
momentum
iris.
going.
Do they draw it like a blade? Do the stones disappear afterwards, or do they stay in place?
And then here, it transitions more to the da, 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 da. That's my best singing impression. This is the God-slaying sword from Xenoblade 1. And if you actually go and listen to the song, it's in the different order. The bit at the start where it's kind of winding up is first, then this bit's first, and then this bit... Oh, you guys can't see my cursor, I keep forgetting. Anyway, it was in a weird order, and if I'd prepared this stream better, I would have the song ready to show you, but I'm not that skilled. Anyway, the whole point of this scene is meant to be that there's lots of stuff being thrown your way, and it's meant to be just kind of too flashy, but kind of in a stupid way, and I think that came across right.
Is there perhaps a secret, everlasting source of infinite luring stones, perhaps guarded by the Nopon Archsage himself? Or greater still, is it perhaps just a gameplay feature with no intended consequences?
I tell you the worst thing about this track, though, is that it's really hard to cut out that bit there. That climax. You know what? I don't have time to go into this. I'm going to keep going.
I would be curious to hear your theories in the comments. Now at this point, for what feels like the 6th time in this playthrough,
and by the way, note to some modern YouTubers, that little couple of seconds of black is a really important space to breathe, right? There are lots of videos these days that don't have breathing spaces, and you do need them. It's very important to the videos, and that is something I believe I do sometimes, which is good. Your stone. It did not throw far enough. Unbelievable. I don't know what drugs I was on when I came up with this whole joke. It's stupid, but I love it.
Realised that no amount of grinding was going to change the outcome here, and I kinda just had to face what was coming. So I went to the campsite to make final preparations. We had enough bonus XP to get everyone up to level 17, then I went to look at gems and realised we literally just did all of that, and then finally, do you remember all that time ago when I mentioned I was changing the difficulty from hard down to normal? Well, this was the point at which I did that. To test my newfound confidence, I tried to go up against a big scary snake, but he was big and scary and snaky, so ultimately we just ran and got saved by the cutscene. So what happens here?
You laughed out loud at the joke and confused. I mean, hey, don't watch these streams while you're at work, all right? That's my professional advice, which I have to give, or else I'll be sued or something. Anyway, okay, we're almost to the point where this video gets better. We're now going to talk about Noah's blade.
Noah and Mio start talking about
this
Noah's
is
blade
another
because
whole
it's
section
special.
that isn't
Almost
bad,
the main
but could have been
character of
better.
the RPG, and therefore has an important
It has jokes in it, and it's
we need to learn
funny.
the history of. We get a flashback to when the Kavesi trio were younguns, and they're doing some training. But for some reason, Noah...
And this was actually a point. This was one point where I was going to explain what blades were. Like, what blades were. Like, story explanation. And this was one point where I went, you know what? From that comment earlier on that other post, I don't remember who posted it. This was one point where I went, you know what? I don't need to explain this. This is self-explanatory in the video. And I'm proud looking back that I made that decision. I just wish I'd made more of them if I had more time, but I did kind of run out of time.
Is unable to summon his blade. He just can't. He's able to train all the same with a makeshift weapon, but he can't actually summon a blade. Then Garvel the bully comes along. So Noah is like...
I'm just going to kind of leave a bit of this playing, because I want to keep moving.
So Noah decides to go to Riku to get a new weapon.
I kind of just didn't need to explain everything. I keep turning it down and say I'm going to talk, and then I keep turning it up because there's a joke. Okay. Anyway.
And so Riku presents him with a common sword.
What's this?
Magic sword, lucky 7. In distant past were 7 legendary swords prized of swords. True, this sword possesses incredible armor from 7 types of steel, sliced to itsy no other sword like it in existing.
I'm not 100% sure if this joke worked or not. So the point of this was to be like, no, Riku gives him a common sword, and then you have tons of like infused power, like legendary blade, ultra powerful, super historical, mega important sword, like thrown in your face. And I feel like I feel like there just wasn't enough being thrown at you for that to make an impact. And the other thing I could have done was put cricket chirping here.
What the hell?
Just a normal weapon to give to this child.
But it's fine.
The sword is so strong that it can cut through Lanz's weapon without even trying. Supposedly, it can even damage a Phoronis. But Noah, being the ultimate philosopher that he is, decides that he doesn't want this sword. Because it's...
I don't know if I've mentioned in the last stream, but ultimate philosopher is also another running joke. I want Noah to be... I'll mention it later.
Too powerful. And again, this shows the strength of character in Noah. Even though the entire world, the entire point of your existence is to kill and war against the other nation, he doesn't want a powerful weapon. But if there's one person who can out-philosopher Noah, it's Riku.
Noah want Lance and friends to kick buckets?
Okay. And another way that some of these cutscenes could be shortened is sometimes I explain what's about to happen, and then it happens. I don't need to describe a cutscene and then show the cutscene, if that makes sense. You can just do one or the other, otherwise you're kind of wasting time. I did still think this was an important point to bring up that I wanted to about Noah. So I decided to leave it in, but this whole... I mean, look, this whole scene about Noah's blade is 4 minutes. You know, that's not a short amount of time in the video. So it could have been shorter.
But didn't want to because he's afraid of the destructive nature of the world. Which is pretty significant, coming from someone who is our equivalent of 11 years old, and is actually just 1 year old in his world, and you have to admire the fact that he's managed to hide his blade all this time. And then Riku says that it's important that he understands the power of the weapon, so it's a strength and not a weakness, etc, etc, so he gives Noah the Lucky 7 sword.
That's kind of what I should have done, right? That was a good summary.
And so that's the story of Noah's blade. He actually has Lucky 7 concealed within his own blade, should he ever need it. Noah also mentions that Mio is only the second person to notice his blade, the first being Ethel from that prior flashback, and that's a good segue to see Ethel looking a bit evil. Meanwhile,
I did cut some more from this scene. I cut mentioning Riku's Master Pawn. I was going to make a joke about how therefore there's someone even wiser and more awesome than Riku. I didn't think that was possible. Which is funny, but it just extends things. And I was also going to talk about Lucky 7's name and how we never really learn what it is properly. But yeah, I decided not to. I thought it was adding too much, and it would have just gone on longer. We've talked about this already.
Noah and the gang press on, and
I do quite like the foghorn. I thought the foghorn was quite funny.
And we get ambushed by Colony 4. Noah goes out to talk to Ethel, because they know each other from way back when, and we actually see that Ethel sees Noah as this black fog monster. So they shoot him and he runs back. Gameplay transition.
Oh, the gameplay transition. That was good. I think, without, like, giving expectations of what's to come, I think this is the point in the video where things start to improve. I think I am actually kind of good at summarizing and describing the gameplay segments. I think I'm better at that than I realized.
I actually took down a few of these Kevesi soldiers to get a bit more XP until I realized that they were just infinitely spawning, and so we ran to the next cutscene. At this point, we see that Ethel is not even afraid to kill her own troops if it gives a chance at destroying us. But it's also pretty clear that this is done under the influence of the Mystery Console Man. We have no choice but to run into this cave, and there's actually some black fog here which for some reason disturbs the console's powers. Unfortunately, there are a lot of enemies in this cave, and even worse, you're forced into battle with more of the Kevesi soldiers. Okay. So there was a lot of fighting, which made me quite scared.
It did.
But we actually did really well, and were never even close to having any character lose a class. We're now coming to the exit of the cave,
and I think I cut my mention that that could have been due to normal difficulty. I don't know. This is really a moment like this happened, then this happened, then this happened, which, it kind of is what it is.
And so we have this cutscene where they, for some reason, do this classic JRPG thing, where they try to foreshadow something, but they make it way too obvious that we're about to run straight into a trap. We also have another campsite, which is a further indication that there is probably a boss fight here. I didn't make any more gems, but I did make another edition of Manana's Battle Soup, to ensure we kept getting the XP and Class XP boost. There was a shop from which I bought nothing. But it did remind me to look at people's equipment, of which I changed nothing. So we head to our inevitable boss fight, and with a location name like Hegemon's Seat, you know it's gonna be good. It turns out that running in that cave forced us into an ambush, almost as if they planned it. Ethel then jumps a 5,000 feet drop without so much as a scratch, and uh-oh, we have to fight Silvercoat Ethel. So it's boss fight time. In addition to Ethel herself,
What was that? What was that little... it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll just keep going.
3 Kevesi soldiers, who we definitely want to take down first. I decided to go for the Keves Defender first for reasons I don't remember, because this part of the script is actually being written 18 months after the gameplay.
Yeah, okay, so just to give a bit more timeline here, what I said before about, like, having my good writing day in 2023, or whenever it was, most of my time in 2023, 24, kind of even early 25, was all on this, and the deleted scene and the rules video. This section with the Ethel and the Mobius fight was recorded in 23, but I didn't really come to a lot of it until about 2025. So it really was true saying this piece of the script was being written 18 months after the gameplay, which is, yeah, February 2025. That's just the context here. Everything beyond this point is 2025. But whatever.
It was clear that our healers were taking a lot of aggro. Firstly with Lance getting a bit low on health, then followed by Noah, who barely scraped by on 51 HP.
That was scary.
If only there was some way we could further reduce our aggro. But we took one enemy down, and by this point we've already...
That's another point, right? Where you have to recognize that if you cut the gem explanations, you have to cut the joke, and then this joke doesn't work, and so it affects the whole video.
Dealt some splash damage to the others. We then went for the Keves attacker, who lasted for precisely 10 seconds, that is not an exaggeration, and Noah got his health back. I then realized that the Kevesi healer had actually moved to behind my camera angle in what I can only describe as actually quite a big brain move, meaning I didn't spot him for a while. But when we did spot him, he lasted a total of 4 seconds. So the smaller enemies were way easier than I expected, meaning we can now focus everything on Ethel herself. As the fight continued, Senna was gradually losing health, but not too fast because she's dodging most of the attacks because she's Zephyr. We even got a break topple days going as we built up towards a chain attack. The chain attack ended up being perfectly timed as Senna was about to die, but also because we just activated Ethel's enraged status, which would presumably mean she starts doing a lot more damage.
Okay, nothing to
Our
say
choice
here,
for
really.
the first order was good all round. I chose Senna's for no particular reason. For the second order, I actually wanted to divert the aggro off of Senna, so I went for...
Probably the only change I would have made here is not really needing to explain what I do in the chain attacks, because that's going to get quite repetitive, but maybe the first time is okay.
Tyon did a whole lot of damage with the Ogre class. For the final order, I chose Mio, for reasons, again, I cannot remember. Looking back on this, she really wasn't the right choice here, because I just said I didn't want to change the aggro. Once again, live chat equals less mistakes,
and this text on the screen I think was also added really, really late. I think this was added in like the last week of video editing, so I didn't want to change the audio. I didn't want to re-record it. It's fine. It is what it is.
Come join the streams.
I think this bit was alright.
In the end, it didn't matter, with the very last hit depleting Ethel's HP and granting us the overkill bonus, which doubles the XP we receive. And so, we beat Silvercoat Ethel with no class losses.
Also using the boss climax music, which you don't get on like the official soundtrack. I think I just downloaded it from somewhere. I can't remember. I think that adds some hype to the video. As I rewatch it now, the audio kind of sounds a bit off because the music is getting lowered by YouTube's automatic kind of video to music compression. I don't know how to explain that. When it detects talking, it pushes down the music volume. Which means that what I hear in the editor isn't quite what I hear in the video. I don't really know how to resolve that. Maybe I'll just make it... It was probably alright. Or I just don't remember what the video was like, I guess.
Next, of course, we have the win in the fight, don't win in the cutscene, and this whole mass of rock crumbles, killing everyone. Oh no, they all survived with no injuries. The group are struggling, so Senna and Mio suggest using the Ouroboros form. You know, that thing we did a while ago. But once again, we see Noah restrained to use violence.
Ready?
We can't.
But why not?
As much as I appreciate this moment, maybe this was another place where I could have cut a couple of lines.
Even against a life or death enemy.
Oh, but I will tell you an editing thing here. If you keep an eye on the music, I've got the Mobius theme playing in the background
using the Ouroboros form. You know, that thing we did a while ago.
The Mobius field
But once
theme.
again, we see Noah restrained to use violence.
Ready?
We can't.
And then it keeps playing in the cutscene.
But why not?
It's too powerful. We could just wind up killing her.
Even against a life or death enemy, Noah chooses not to kill.
And it keeps playing. And this is a little perfectionist thing I do that I think a lot of people don't, which is I actually took the Mobius track and I cut the bit that was in the cutscene and I placed the other two kind of sections around it. So I fade the music in and out where the cutscene does the opposite. So I have the music playing before the cutscene, I fade my music out, the cutscene fades up, and you notice nothing. And then on the opposite on the other end. And I think it just... you know, you'll never notice because you're not meant to notice. It's meant to be in the background. But it's just a little detail like that that takes a bit more editing time, but I think is worth it. Just that extra detail to keep the flow going smoothly.
Then Ethel starts screaming in pain, presumably because the black fog begins interfering with the console's transmission to the iris. This allows Noah to try again in getting through to Ethel, and this time it starts to work. But not before the console steps in, smacks her with lightning, and generally introduces himself as a badass.
Ethel! And I did the same there, actually.
I suppose it's more fun this way. Well, don't you agree? It's the big bad boss. Boom!
And I do the same with the Mobius theme.
Noah may have been hesitant to attack Ethel, but there is far less hesitation when dealing with the console. And so
again, this is in cutscene, and then it goes into the battle music, and you don't notice, and I think that just makes the video feel so much smoother. And that may be one of the reasons why I think this section's a bit better. Maybe I could have cut a couple more cutscene lines, but it is what it is.
Finally unlocked the gameplay ability to interlink Noah and Mio into the Ouroboros form. When using the Ouroboros
form, a part of me wondered whether I needed to explain how the Ouroboros worked. You know, it's going back to this idea of, do I need to explain things that all the viewers already know? But I thought it was alright because it is actually gameplay related. You know, it is actually Nuzlocke related. And I wanted to mention this idea of it being a buffer, right? If a party member is on very low HP, you can go into the Ouroboros and you kind of just buffer their HP. And we have been doing that an awful lot. So I thought this was alright to explain. Even though it is explaining, this is a good example.
The Ouroboros form itself is not infinite.
But maybe I could have cut a little bit, but it's alright.
As you use the Ouroboros, and this gradually unfills up as you don't use it. Which when you think...
Oh, and I have some more silly English here. It gradually unfills up as you I should have said unuse it, though. Because then it's consistent. It fills up, the gauge fills up when you use the Ouroboros, and unfills up as you unuse it. And I'm sorry if that confuses non-English speakers.
Think about it, it's kinda like a flame clock, and it's almost as if they did that on purpose. However, if you completely fill up the gauge, you overheat, and you have to wait for the whole gauge to be empty before you can use Ouroboros again.
I could probably have cut that line. That's probably a line to cut.
So we have to be very careful in managing its use. On the flip side, it has some very powerful attacks, and is generally omega cool to use. So Console K is our next foe. He summoned a few more Kavesi soldiers, but once again we took care of them instantly, and we even got a level up. With the use of the Ouroboros, we managed to get up to our chain attack with full HP, meaning there's no healing required and we can go all out on the damage. I started with Noah's Order, which gives a higher chance to bypass enemy defense during the chain attack. I then went with Mio, again I can't remember why, but my guess would be that because the use of the Ouroboros was increasing...
Yeah, okay, I like the editing in this fight. We've got the music playing, nice volume.
Make sure that Console K was attacking Senna.
Some of the chain attack explaining is alright,
a whole lot of damage, which might mean I'm underestimating the Ogre class.
That is true, by the way.
The final order was Tyon's, and once again we got the overkill right at the end of the chain attack. In both of these last two fights, I did not expect that the chain attack would take us right through the second half of their HP. And further still, we still have no class losses in this segment. But as you should expect from a JRPG, especially Xenoblade, just 2 phases of a boss fight isn't enough.
I tell you what I should have done here. I should have had a callback to Xenoblade moments from this bit. This bit. Albeit, I think the reason for that is because I wrote that later, but that would have been a nice callback, to say it was a Xenoblade moment.
Instead, the console begins to light up, and transforms into this hideous being, similar to the other Mobius guy we fought before. With the power of Mobius, the console is not only able to control the irises of the soldiers, but also take their life.
Okay, if there is one thing that I would change about this video above any other, now that I look at it, it's this. I show way too much of the cutscenes here. And I did exactly what I said before, I explain what's about to happen, and then show it. And I shouldn't do both. You should do one or the other, or like, at least keep it kind of clean. It's just a bit too much. I don't need to show all of these cutscenes.
There's then this interesting conflict between Noah and Tyon. Noah wants to protect Ethel as his friend, whereas Tyon sees the more pragmatic argument that they just need to kill Mobius.
But Our friends from Colony 4!
I do the same again.
Wake up, Noah! They're not your friends anymore. They're his fuel.
Even so!
The relationship between Noah and Tyon is one of my favourites in the whole game, and we'll continue to see how that develops. Either way, since the console has infinite... I did want to talk about Noah and Tyon, but maybe I could have just cut a sentence before that, and if you cut more stuff in the bigger picture, it would still have been alright to show. Healing, we need an out-of-the-box strategy in order to beat Mobius. Fortunately, we have Noah, the ultimate out-of-the-box philosopher that he is. So there's the Return of the Philosopher joke, and the intention of the joke, series long, is that every time I call him a philosopher, I add a new adjective. So in the last video, he was a philosopher. In this video, he's been the ultimate philosopher, and now he's the ultimate out-of-the-box philosopher. I honestly don't think I'll keep it up the whole way, but it's fine. And again, it's a series-long joke. You wouldn't have noticed it yet if I hadn't explained it. But you'll notice it like 5 videos down the line. It'll all pay off, maybe.
The flame clock. What if we smashed it?
You what? How should I know something like... Do you mean...
I probably didn't need to show this
What if we
directly.
just end up killing everybody?
This is one of those cutscenes that's really difficult to just condense into highlights and not just... Okay, but this is me trying to justify it. This is, again, coming back to that thing where I'm, like, trying to downplay things. Be like, oh, I'm sorry if the video's not good enough. Just bear with me. I don't know. And in a kind of bad way, it's sort of like a subtle way of trying to justify it. And I don't know if it's right. Show it in its entirety. There's the established trust between Noah and Mio.
Whatever life is lost, I won't let you shoulder it all alone.
The loyalty of Lance to Noah. I did actually quite like the way I did this, though. I mentioned, like, 3 different things, and then show one line. I think this was quite a good way of doing a short highlights reel.
We've got to. It's the only way. On my head be it.
The spark you on about? I'm not gonna let you take the fall alone.
It's actually a really underappreciated moment. And for the first time, a real sense of unity in the group.
Nah, snuff it. Fine. Have it your way. Get going. Uni.
Cover fire! Leave it to me!
Tyon, Senna, we need you too.
Huh? Understood.
Just say when, guys.
And it's from that newfound trust and unity that new powers emerge.
Noah!
Honestly, that line was a bit cheesy. That line was quite cheesy, but... Okay, so... Whilst all this nonsense is playing, one of the things I want to say to kind of, like, describe my current position is I think there is a difference in the cutscenes and the lines and the stuff I want to talk about that I want to talk about versus the stuff that I feel like I had to explain it. And that made no sense. The bits I just mentioned about Noah and Mio's trust, or Noah and Lanz's trust, or the bit with Noah and Tyon, those were all bits I quite liked. They happened to all involve Noah. But that's actually, like, I think valuable character development. Whereas this bit with the Ouroboros was more me showing it because, oh, it's a big cutscene, I have to show it to show the Ouroboros. And you can see in the bottom left, I've got this text, very epic music building. And the only reason I put that text there was to add something to the screen. Because I felt like I had to add something. So, I don't know. I think I should have cut a lot of this. It was too much. I don't hate all the things I drew attention to, but I should have cut a lot of this. And I did get a comment about that. That's helped me to think about this. There's another example a bit later in the video of something I want to talk about, rather than something I, quote, should talk about or explain. So yeah, I think, and this is like 5 minutes of almost an uninterrupted cutscene. It's a cool cutscene, it's great, but it doesn't need to be in this video. We then have this awesome piece of music called The Weight of Life, which really sums up this cutscene. This whole scene is a full 11 minutes long, and in the moment I first saw it, it felt like the best 11 minutes of my life.
Once again, it's really hard to cut down a scene like this, so I hope you don't mind there being a few segments of this playthrough where I just show the scenes as they are. In a game like Xenoblade, you do sometimes need to embrace your inner child a bit to enjoy the anime moments, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I did want to include that. Yeah, so what I say about... So to give you like a perspective here, the next one I'm thinking of, spoilers for Chapter 3, I guess, the next one I'm thinking of is when they awaken the other Ouroboros forms, right? I don't want to do a repeat of this, where I just show the whole cutscene, but I don't yet know how I'm going to address all of that. By streaming, I will get to talk about some of the lines and the moments in a bit more detail, so that will satisfy that urge, and I will still show a couple of key things. But yeah, I don't know yet, but I think I did too much here, that, I don't know, it broke the flow a lot. I mean, our attempts to break the flame clock most of the last 5 minutes have been... But then we remember the one thing that this boss fight has been missing. A callback to an earlier piece of plot information and character development that hasn't yet served its purpose. I liked that joke, to be fair. I thought that was a bit funny. I think it's maybe a bit long, but it is what it is.
If it can really take if Ronnie's clean out.
Okay, then he breaks the flame clock. It's a good cutscene. I don't really know what else to say on this. I don't want to skip forward through anything, because I still want to experience the whole video.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. This is part of the style I still need to work on, but I think that the separation I've realized over literally in the last few days is the difference between a cutscene I want to show or a line I want to show rather than one I feel I have to show. And sometimes that means drawing attention to a particular line for like 5 minutes that you wouldn't. We'll look at that later with Laszlo. There is a little gap between the Xeno story and the Nuzlocke story, but you'll find the balance. Yeah, I think so. I think I will. Because I didn't feel like I had this problem in the last video, even though I showed the Ouroboros scene. I think there will be scenes where I show lots of cutscene, right? I mean, who knows what we're going to do when we get to Chapter 5. But I want to have a reason to show it. And I think that's what I didn't have here. I didn't come up with a particular reason that I then talked about. And went, this was important because... I just showed it because it was cool, I guess. Okay.
How's Ethel? Everyone okay?
She's gonna be fine.
Seems she only
And the other question you have to ask is, how do I transition into the next fight? And at this point that I've... You know... At this point, I've shown the whole cutscene, so I just kept it going into the
consciousness.
Fight. Right.
And I do the same thing with the music here, by the way.
That's good. Which leaves...
Someone who deserves a real thrashing.
Playing with our lives like they're nothing. You're dead meat.
Oh, and here's a fun fact, right? Our true enemy is revealed. Here's a fun fact. Do you remember how I said that I re-recorded the cutscenes, right? But the gameplay isn't re-recorded. So tell me where I spliced between the cutscene and the gameplay. And actually, that's true also of the Ethel fight, the previous console fight. There's a bunch of points in here where I seamlessly transition. And as we've also noticed with things like the 2-minute trailer video I did, I do quite like that little perfectionist kind of seamlessness to it. And by the way, the answer to that question,
thrashing.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Playing with our lives like they're nothing. You're dead meat.
It's right here. If I go through this frame by frame, you should see, or maybe it's backwards. If you have a look at the purple fog, you will notice that at one point it changes. There, right there. The kind of lighting changes. If I just go back and forth, that's where the clip changes. And then we're into the gameplay. And so our true enemy... And so one of the reasons that none of you noticed that the quality was off in this first half is because I re-recorded all the cutscenes, which took a lot of hours. But was it worth it? I think it was, because it made it look good, and you never noticed when I transitioned between them. And I'm gonna sing proud about that. I'm really happy with some of those perfectionist things that I do.
Revealed at last.
Because this didn't take
Phase
too
3, Mobius K. Despite having lost those healing powers, Mobius K is no joke of a fight. But neither are we with our new Ouroboros powers. We can now interlink with any of the 3 pairs of characters.
Okay, and here's a bit more explaining about Ouroboros, but I don't think this is bad.
Are generally based around the
This is just how Ouroboros works.
Classes and behaviors. So the Noah and Mio Ouroboros is a bit more aggressive, the Lance and Senna Ouroboros is more defensive, and the Uni and Tyon Ouroboros is healing and support. This adds a further dimension to the class system, where in addition to the various classes and arts we're using, we now have
Something else I noticed, by the way, I've never noticed this before, but if the Ouroboros is on cooldown, as Senna and Lance's is right here, their icons on the left will flash red.
Additional set of roles that we always have access to.
I never noticed that.
So Uni and Tyon can always act as an additional healing role should we need it in an emergency. However, despite these new powers, Mobius K has a ton of health. Our chain attack didn't do nearly as much damage this time, but we did get a dazed combo which delayed his enraged status. Unfortunately, that didn't last too long, and the oncoming damage quickly increased, finally resulting in another class loss, this time of Senna's Zephyr class. But once again, we can now flip our strategy. Senna is now immune to further class losses, so we can go all out with her. I don't really know how to make the narration on these fights consistently interesting. It might be better in the future if I'm able to also switch to the live stream commentary. Again,
yeah,
I take your suggestions here.
I honestly do think this is kind of alright, to be honest. I don't really dislike the way I commentated on these fights too much, and I will probably swap to some of the live commentary for those fights, I think. I think it's going to be interesting to see that kind of balance.
With no problems with our HP, until we built up another chain attack, and I saved it right until the end so that we could maximize the overkill bonus. When we overkill the enemy in a chain attack, we get this XP bonus that continues to rack up the same way as our damage multiplier does.
Oh, and I did, this was a mistake that I noticed while rewatching the video. I mentioned the XP bonus already, so I mentioned it twice.
In this Nuzlocke, we'll be needing as much XP as possible, so we'll always be trying this on boss fights if we can. Plus, overkilling the enemy is just plain cool. So in the 3-phase gauntlet versus Ethel, Console K, and Mobius K, we lost only a single class, which in my opinion is a great success.
It really was. And that's why in the rules video, I made this big deal about waiting until the end of this video to actually talk about the rules. Because I lost like 3 or 4 healing classes from random fights in the Aegis Wilderness. And then we did this 3-phase boss fight and we lost only 1. And I wonder, actually, now that I say that, I wonder if that's more to do with just focusing, I guess. Interesting, because that's probably a bit, interesting. Okay, interesting. Hello again, Brighton. I can't remember how long you've been gone, but you've pretty much just missed us talking about some cutscenes that I did too much of. We just beat Console K.
We then unmask the console, like a Scooby-Doo villain, and see his wrinkled face. The same as Guernica. Again, making the group realize that there is more to this world than they know.
Ooh, and timeline check. I believe this is the break. Pretty much everything from this point onwards is recorded and edited in late 2025. So kind of alongside the time where I was posting the deleted scene and the rules video, that is when this was edited. Everything you can see down here was edited within the last 12 months, or 10 months, I guess. And that's just kind of to show you that my life got a bit less busy. I was a bit more disciplined in where I was editing, and I was just getting more done. And I was just happier. I finally got through all this difficult stuff that I couldn't put together, and I was finally able to work on something new. There was a 2-year gap. There was an over 2-year gap in my gameplay recordings, which was really strange. And then there was another 6 months before I did it anymore. So, yeah. This is the point where I get happier.
Remember, this is the first time they'd ever seen a person grow old. Ethel wakes up and we explain everything that happened. We then have this very interesting dialogue, which I don't think gets enough appreciation.
Okay, remember when I just talked about cutscenes that I want to show versus cutscenes that I have to show? This is a cutscene I want to show and wants to talk about moment. And I think those come across better. I think you won't really notice, and I only thought about this in the last few days, but I think the bits I want to show are more entertaining. You know, it's the same as a happy streamer is a happy stream, basically. Are you past the stone joke? Yeah, we did the... Oh, did you miss that? Yeah, I'm sorry, that was over here. We could rewatch it at the end if you want.
Noah instinctively goes to play the off-seer melodies for the deceased console. Everyone else thinks that's really messed up because he was killing everyone. But eventually, Noah and Mio both decide to join in with the off-seeing. What's your take? Should they have played the off-seer melody or not? It's a tough one. I usually like to lean on the side of goodness, in the belief that there is a story behind every villain, and although we never get to learn anything more about Mobius K, that doesn't mean the story doesn't exist. Of course, that doesn't disregard everything the console did. It's just an acknowledgement that he had human feelings as well, and I'm really touched that they included this scene in the game. I actually had to phrase my words very, very carefully here. What is an off-seer? Chris, damn you. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. And you know what? It's okay. You know what? You know what? You can watch and go and play this game if you want to know what an off-seer is. I had to be a bit careful with my wording here because I didn't want people to make... I didn't want it to sound like I was forgiving him or like thinking it was all okay. I don't know. I find the Mobius quite interesting in this game. That they are just kind of scum villains and that was how they were designed. Or at least the majority of the consoles are. Because it means that people forget that these people have stories too, right? You know, I mean, separate comments about structural storytelling. But if you actually put yourself into this world, there is a reason why each of these consoles became Mobius. And I think there's a lot of places in the world today where people will get angry at things or blame things without really thinking about why. And that doesn't mean those things are good or you shouldn't complain, but just like... There's a line here that I don't include where it's the essence brushing past Noah's ear and he says, I don't want to die. And it's just reminding you that he had human feelings too. Except for Triton. I mean, Triton's cool, obviously. I really wanted to show off this cutscene. It's also another thing you can't tell is that the music is my own added music track. And that's not me praising the editing, that's me praising the music. You don't really notice that the music isn't what plays here. Noah's amazing character, that he even shows sadness and empathy towards his greatest enemy.
Just now, I felt his essence brush past me. It felt just the same as ours.
This is the cinematic editing.
So, I feel I have to do this, you know?
I was quite sad that I didn't have time to include this line from Miyabi. Mio has a flashback, and they're talking about off-seeing, and this is back when Mio is still like less kind of, is more rigid in her character. And Mio says, Miyabi says, have you ever touched a mote of light from a Kivesi? And Mio kind of shrugs it off, and Miyabi says, they're the same as ours. On the other side, the people live hoping for the same things as us, and man, that hits me. I have some views about what this game represents to me in the world, and I'll be talking about those at some point later in the videos, but I don't really know where I'm going to mention it. And man, I think that whole thing just sums it up. Like, the whole world is so polarized, and everyone hates each other. But on the other side, the people we're fighting as our enemies, they actually just want the same thing as us. They've just been conditioned into thinking this way. And I think if we applied that thinking to our world today, we'd discover some really interesting things.
Furthermore, he's still shaking from the idea of smashing the flame clock, because he feels guilty for risking the lives of the entire colony.
Okay, for as much as I liked this bit, this was a mistake. This is another example of explaining what's going to happen and then showing what happens, right? I shouldn't have said he's worried about the flame clock and then he says, I'm worried about the flame clock.
You did it expertly.
If you see.
Just like last time.
I still can't stop shaking.
Because of the flame clock?
Yeah. I was terrified.
Still, all thanks to your decision, we're alive. You're really something.
It was a team effort.
This game's marketing stated that Noah and Mio are meant to be dual protagonists, but I believe it's a clear fact that Noah is meant to be the sole protagonist, and no one can convince me otherwise.
I'm actually quite surprised that I didn't see anyone comment about this. I thought someone was going to argue about this, but no one did. So I guess I'm right, as always.
That's not because I don't like Mio, it's just that Noah's character is on another level. You know how in every other JRPG, the earlier sections of the game generally revolve around revelations about the way of the world and who the evil guys are?
This was a typical Para moment. I just explained this really badly. What I was trying to say here is, like, you know how sometimes the protagonist or the main party are kind of just idiots to what's going on? And by the way, another thing here is more JRPGs and more stories need to show less of the villains in the early scenes. You know, when you get a... Persona 5 did this so much, man. Much as I love it, it does it too much. When you get a scene of the evil guys going, "Mwahaha, we're going to trap them with our trap." And then the good guys, you know, you then have to play as the good guys who are like, "Oh, this can't be a trap," stumble into the trap, and then go, "What? We were trapped all along?" And it's not... You know, it's one thing to foreshadow things. It's another if you just say, "Wahaha, it's a trap," and the good guys don't realize anything. And what I was trying to say here in this section is... I don't feel like that happened in this game. I feel like they understood what to do very quickly. I do think there are problems with that when we get to the later side of the game. But we'll get to that later. But I think you know, maybe they revealed stuff too quickly. But, I don't know. That was one thing that really struck me about this story, even from the beginning, is like, they didn't try and pretend that things that weren't secret were secret. At least at first. There are times later when it happens. But, I don't know. I don't know if I explained that well. Can we get a soundbite of your evil mwahaha over a cutscene in the next video? Maybe. I can do a genuinely, really evil maniacal laugh if you wanted me to. I'm not going to do it now because I'm thirsty and because there's other people in the house. But maybe I could include that in a video.
That seem really obvious to the player, but are a complete surprise to the characters. It's my one real gripe with the way most of these games seem to operate. Well, Noah was finally the answer to the alternative.
I am wondering, like, I don't actually think I'm very good at talking and explaining about what the characters are and how they work, but we'll see. I can do it for Noah. I don't think I could do this the same way for many other games.
What if the protagonist was intelligent enough to perceive all this before it was stated out? All of the soldiers of this world are born into a life of combat, and they never know anything else, such that they don't even question anything else, like I said in the last video. But in this chapter, we've seen flashbacks to the past, where Noah was just entering his second term, and even at that age, it's already clear that he thinks above and beyond others around him. He knew there was more to this world. He knew there was meant to be more to their lives than fighting. He just didn't have the power, or perhaps the confidence, to do anything about it. But would you look at that, I think I've gone down another rabbit hole. We'll save more talking about Noah's character for later. Back to the present, and things are a little bit awkward, because an entire Kevesi colony was just saved by a force of outlaws, including some Agnians. We do see the immense loyalty that Ethel commands to her units, but as expected, there is still tension in the air. We head into the Colony 4 command center, and off-screen, Noah presumably explains to Ethel all about the flame clock disappearing and the Ouroboros symbols. By destroying the flame clock, all of the soldiers in Colony 4 now have their flame clocks removed, meaning they don't have to constantly fight to stay alive. But Ethel sees none of the Ouroboros symbols, so it seems that that remains a power limited to our main group. And just as a further to everything I just said about Noah, there are similar points about Ethel, who clearly understands that there is something greater here than just the Keves versus Agnes war.
Okay, that was solid.
So we're now released to explore Colony 4, but not before a few more tutorials. First of all, we get access to Noah's new talent art, which he can equip on any class. Unfortunately, it's not nearly as strong as it was in the cutscene, these things never are, but it's a nice bonus. More importantly, we also unlock the Ouroboros skill trees. I didn't think too hard about which nodes to pick, in the hope that live chat will be able to direct me in future.
That's true.
But I still spent all the soul points we had to get some various bonuses. I then went around and spoke to all the other characters, as any true JRPG player should do.
Ooh, I liked this line. This is one of the other things that I'm playing the game in the way I am and making the series in the way I am. I think it would do this game a disservice, as well as I wouldn't like it, to just focus on like the main story stuff. One of the things I love most about the Nuzlocke is that we have to do hero quests. We have to go questing, right? Oh, don't worry, Chris. I've written down the skill trees to go to in the next stream. I realize we haven't done much of the skill trees in a while. Now that we've done a bunch of because we did a bunch of high-level enemies, we should have a ton of skill points. Anyway, I actually wanted to make this point about talking to NPCs. Like, people can play games in whatever way you want to play them. That's okay. But I'm an explorer and a completionist. I like talking to everyone, and it was really Xenoblade that introduced me to that, and I really love that style. So I want to I'm really happy that we actually have to do a lot of this. And again, doing it in the streams will satisfy my desire enough that I probably don't need to talk a lot about it in the videos, though we'll obviously do the bits that involve the Nuzlocke, like the hero quest stuff. Let's keep going. Our first chance to see how destroying the flame clock has really affected these people's lives. They're still in the uncertain and confused phase, so there's a lot of mixed emotion, but no one actually tried to kill us on the way, so we're making progress. There are a ton of paths up and around the Pharaonis. If you've never played an open world JRPG, they generally let you go to more places than you realize, and there's a real satisfaction in finding these secret locations. In Xenoblade, you also get XP for discovering locations, so it is worth your time. I then discovered that we're actually completely free to leave the colony and just roam around. Unfortunately, the game does create a landslide to stop you going into the next main area. I guess we have no choice but to actually progress the story. There was something I cut there. But I cannot tell you what it was. Anyway, we'll just keep going. Now, there's a bunch of... Oh, I tell you what it was. It's actually right here. I was going to make a joke about this guy's name being Solon, who's an evil guy in Fire Emblem Three Houses. That's it. That was it. And that's why I cut it, because it wasn't that good. Okay, we now get to another moment that I was quite happy with. And I don't know if this will become a cutscenes coming up, but they don't contain a huge amount of the emotional character detail that I want to slow down for. So in order to summarize this, perhaps it's time for a cutscene speedrun. I did at one point consider having more like voice edits, and I wondered if there needs to be like a logo for the cutscene speedrun, with some like techno voiceover. I don't know, but it might not. I might not come back to it, so who knows. I enjoy this segment. See if you can keep up. Here's the next 25 minutes of the game in 60 seconds, starting now. So Taion has the realization that Console K was actually the same as one of the Acneon consoles. Lanz and Uni are idiots, so they don't get it, but everyone else realizes that it's really bad. Did you catch the Among Us, by the way? Did you catch the Among Us down there? Now. So Taion has the realization that Console K was actually the same as one of the Acneon consoles. Lanz and Uni are idiots, so they don't get it, but everyone else realizes... Did you catch the Among Us right here? This was quite a late edition. I thought it was funny. I actually included this in the recording of my very first playthrough. But yeah. That it's really bad. If the Kavesi console was the same as the Acneon console, then there's something very fishy going on amongst this whole war thing. We then have a nice bit of cultural exchange as the appearances of the two queens, no, not those queens, these queens, are discussed. Nice. At this stage, it's only fair to conclude that even the two queens might be secretly working together. The situation only gets worse when we see that both queens order for the destruction of Ouroboros. We then transition to a flashback to Taion's past, but to be honest, I think it feels very out of place here. I know why they did it, but honestly, I'm going to do the explanation later because it won't come up for a while yet. The one thing I did cut here is I was going to then say also, it won't come up for a while yet, and also we're running out of time! Like, I wanted to... Like, as much as I like this segment, for the fact that it's like this fast-paced timer, I feel like it wasn't fast-paced enough. It doesn't do the same kind of fast-paced stuff as like the lure function or the valid tactics does, and that's what it was kind of meant to do. So like in a weird way, I think it could have been faster because that's what it's meant to do, but I still like it. And then we see a bunch of generic evil dialogue between the letters of the alphabet, and now let's continue with gameplay. It only took us 40 seconds. And by gameplay, I mean more talking to NPCs before we enter another cutscene. Oh no!
Now we get the backstory as to why Ethel's colony was demoted from silver to dirt rank. There was this guy named Kamaravi who she had a rivalry with. Then one day Ethel had a chance to end it all, but she chose mercy, which the higher-ups, aka Mobius, didn't really like.
Okay, this section was fast enough. This next part of it. It was actually quite useful having the timer, because I had to keep cutting stuff in order to make it fit within 60 seconds. You know, that there is freedom in limitation. By having that limited timer to put it in, it was actually quite freeing to know that I could cut stuff. Interesting.
So they completely stripped the colony of all its privileges, but despite all this, all the soldiers in the colony decided to stick with Ethel because they really respected her as a leader. Whew. Did you get all that? Good.
It took me quite a while to make the timer, by the way. I did wonder about making the timer the Ouroboros. Do you remember in the 2-minute trailer that the Ouroboros kind of comes out in a circle? I wondered if I could use that in a similar way, but it took so long, man. I couldn't do it. But I wondered about having the Ouroboros be the timer instead of just a circle. So maybe that will happen if it comes back one day.
You know, in my first playthrough, I don't think I paid enough attention to just how good of a person Ethel is. And she really acts like a role model for Noah. Having said that, it would be so nice if she could just walk a bit faster, stupid, following NPC mission. We calmly approach the command center and
we calmly approach. That's a Dumbledore said calmly reference there, or just a joke based on it, I guess. I wonder if this was like a bit too fast paced, where there's just one. Sometimes you can oversaturate something with jokes. I think this was at risk of doing that, but maybe doesn't quite cross that line.
Wait, there's another cutscene? So now we discuss what to do next. We need to get to Sword March, and broadly speaking, there are 3 routes to do so. One route is...
Oh, I liked this.
So how about we just go...
I mean, I feel like I could have executed it slightly better. But I just like the fast-paced. One route is... And, you know, it almost needs a third, though. I think it lacks the rule of 3. There's only 2 of them. If you also didn't notice, by the way, the music I've played under here is the same for each section, but sped up.
This way instead, which was actually what Tyon suggested all along, of course. We also have a brief discussion as to whether we actually believe in the city that Guernica mentioned. Ethel claims that there's nothing to find in that area, but we choose to believe so that we may have a chance to live on. And time. Oh. Well, I bet you prefer that to long explanations.
Yeah, I don't 100% know how well this worked. I think I do like editing the fast-paced sections sometimes, because I think they're quite funny. But I don't know if it was 100% there. But I think there was a concept there that I liked. I don't know. I don't remember what I was going to say. I got distracted by looking at something. Let's keep going.
Let me know if that style worked, because it seems like a good solution to my over-explaining problem. Now, in truth, there is actually one more cutscene, but we're gonna slow down for this one.
And this comes back to the cutscenes I want to explain versus cutscenes I have to explain. This section here was a cutscene that I wanted to explain, and I think that comes across. I think I come across as more human, and it feels more engaging.
So Mio and Senna go to get some food, and there's a whole lot of tension about these enemy rebel Agnians getting some of the colony rations, and, you know, kind of just being here. One guy comes along and talks about his dead friend.
Oh, there's that. Okay, here's something I'm going to mention, right? I need to go back and find this. You may have missed that there was just like a little flash on the screen. I'm just going to go back a few frames, a few more. You might have missed this little flash, right? So we've got this shot of Senna right here, and as I go frame by frame, there's one shot of the 2 of them, and then we've got the shot of this guy. So if I go back to here,
now in truth, there is colony rations, and, you know, kind of just being here. One guy comes along,
and you kind of get this flash of this extra frame. And I really like trying to remove those. I really try to have the transitions be... not transitions. Well, actually, sometimes transitions. In the first video, in the first half of this video, I use an awful lot of cross-dissolve transitions, because I don't like hard cuts that feel hard for your brain to keep up with. And that's one reason I really try to remove those flash frames that kind of get in the way, that kind of stumble around. And sometimes that means you have to sometimes make things a bit awkward. Because if the audio needs like another half second, and you then extend the video footage by half a second, but then that's a different shot, then you get this kind of half second chip-chop camera change, if that made any sense. I'm just pointing that out as another editing thing that you won't notice that takes a bit more time. But I think it's actually really important for the flow of a video, and it's one of those background things, like the music in editing, that I think makes a big difference that you will never notice. So yeah, I don't know. That's just another director's thing I'm pointing out.
And talks about his dead friend who was killed by an Agnian colony, and then he actually threatens to kill Mio, and because she's at the end of her life, calls her completely worthless. Not very nice, but you can't really blame him. I really hope I'm hammering home the point that all this Ouroboros stuff and the idea that you don't participate in the war is complete insanity to these people. They know nothing else, and their whole world just got turned upside down by these random strangers, half of whom are the enemy, who basically just came along and interfered with everything. But there are also people like Laszlo. That's this guy.
I think the only thing I should have... Oh, did I do the same thing there? Was there a... There's another flash frame. Look at this. Look at this. You've got the shot of Laszlo. Then you've got this one frame shot here. And then you go back to them. So I did it again. There's another flash frame in there. I was going to say, the one thing I should have done was add like a name sticker or something to say this guy's Laszlo.
Mio and Senna were just waiting for their usual colony rations. But Laszlo gives them a big old plate full of food.
Okay. Girl is flabbergasted. This is another little piece of text you might miss. For those of you who were here about 2 hours ago, this has been a 5-hour stream, by the way. For those of you who were here about 2 hours ago, when we talked through the rules video, and there was this bit about this women joke that I maybe shouldn't have made. Do you remember that I said there was one joke that I did cut from this video because of that? Please tell me you remember that, right? The joke was right here. So Laszlo gives them a big old plate full of food, and then I was going to say, even your mum would struggle to eat all of that. That was it. That was the joke I cut here. And I don't think it's as bad as the other one. But I chose to leave it. I don't know. I've got nothing more to say. I'm just telling you. That's where it was. That's what it would have been. It was your mum joke. Being fat. That was it. And you know what? It's fine. I think the girl is flabbergasted text being there as well would mean there were two jokes at the same time. So I don't think it caused any problems. And actually, nah, it's fine. It doesn't matter right either way.
You see, Laszlo might not understand the depths of Ouroboros and Mobius, and generally what's going on, but what he does recognize is that the brave actions of these people gave them a choice. Life in Colony 4 is hard, with the minimal provisions they receive, and every day they have to go and hunt and kill to refill their flame clocks. But now they have a choice. The choice not to fight. And then he just walks away because that's all he needs to do. Despite the hard life he has, he's thankful for what he's been given, and he's recognizing the efforts of those who made a difference. So just remember, when life gives you lemons, be a Laszlo.
That joke is way more tame than the other one. Okay, thanks. That's what I thought, but I decided to play it safe. And I don't think it ruined the moment. You know, the important thing is that I was talking here about Laszlo and this section, and I hope you could tell I was a bit passionate about this. The kind of point here is just, he did what he needed to do as an individual. And I feel that this section was more interesting to watch than, say, this section, The Weight of Life. You know, this bit with the flute with Noah, even though I said there was a bit more, that was more interesting than, say, Noah's Blade. These are the two sections, The Worth of Life and The Choice Not to Fight. These are the two sections that I really wanted to include, versus The Weight of Life and Noah's Blade that I felt like I had to include, and I wrote some jokes around as well. And I think, you know, if there are people who say there's too many cutscenes in the video, I think some of these ones are still good. What I wanted to do, you know, looking back now, is I think I should have cut some of this, I should have cut some of this, and then it wouldn't feel like that. because then you at least keep the theming consistent and the points I'm trying to make consistent. Okay, we've got 20 minutes left. We'll keep going.
And he's recognizing the efforts of those who...
This might be the single longest recording session I've ever done, by the way. I'll tell you more of that at the end.
Made a difference. So just remember, when life gives you lemons, be a Laszlo.
Be a Laszlo, guys.
Now, if you thought the cutscenes were over, you're technically right, but you're also wrong. Because we now move into the lowest form of cutscene, called unvoiced text. So remember how there's a big landslide that conveniently prevents us from continuing the story? Well, Mio suggests that instead of just sitting here, we do what we can to help the colony.
I think I could have cut a couple of lines here, but it's not awful. But it comes after a big section of explaining cutscenes, so I think I could have cut a couple of sentences
with
here.
Some friends right now. I do want to take a moment just to reflect that there are a lot of well-written lines that come in these unvoiced scenes. There are nice ones. Mimi, your heart's big enough for everyone to have a slice. Aww. And then there's Tyon. Lance, you need to expend some mental energy on it yourself. I get this may be tricky for you. But the reason I bring this up is to acknowledge...
And then just calmly moves on to the next scene. I liked this joke, man. I liked it. I don't know if it was out of place or anything, but I liked it.
And due to the unvoiced nature, it's going to be a bit harder to show them in these videos. I'll show the best ones if I can, but there are so many minor details like this in the various side quests that had development time and thought put into them that a lot of players will never read. But I will of course be showing them in the live streams. That's right, this was another stream plug all along. Anyway, what were we doing?
Yeah, I'm happier with this bit, man. I'm much happier with this end section of the video. I like the jokes, man, yeah. So there's another stream reference. There is also the half mwahaha if you want that, Brighton. Well-paced jokes, thank you. I hope it's not too overboard.
Read. But I will of course be showing them in the live streams. That's right, this was another stream plug all along. Mwahaha.
And there is definitely a voice break in there too. It's just a voice crack. But I decided to leave it in. I thought it was funny, and hopefully it didn't make anything worse.
Anyway, what were we doing? Oh yeah, helping people.
I also don't know if you've caught this mannerism of, anyway, what were we doing? Oh yeah, helping people. I kind of stole it from Oversimplified halfway. I think it was in the first video too. I can't remember. I'm going to move on because I'm kind of running out of time.
So we now get introduced to the info system. Instead of talking to characters to activate all the side quests, sometimes we can just observe and listen to conversations to get us the info we need. Maximum antisocial.
Yeah, I think again, I could have cut half a sentence of the explanation here, but I did like this joke. They don't know we're collecting info. I thought this was funny. Maybe just half a sentence off would have been more optimal, but it's alright.
Once we get enough info, we can discuss it together as a group.
Probably this one.
Some of them are just bonus conversations, which give you XP and some extremely funny interactions, but some of them activate quests, so it's worth your time. So in this case, we learn that Colony 4 is having some problems with medical supplies. Tyon comes up with an idea, but keeps it a secret. Bolearis jump scare, and we also learn that—
The Bolearis jump scare! I forgot that! Oh my gosh. Okay. I gotta replay this, man.
So in this case, we learn that Colony 4 is having some problems with medical supplies.
This is one of my favourite jokes in the whole video.
Tyon comes up with an idea, but keeps it a secret. Bolearis jump scare, and we also—
Bolearis jump scare. I can't remember. Look, I'm not laughing out loud, but in my head, this is one of the funniest things in the video. Even though it's not, I just love it so much. It does suffer. It does slightly suffer from a flash frame, like we talked about a moment ago.
But keeps it a secret.
If I kind of go through this just briefly,
Bolearis.
You saw there that we had that one shot of the Bolearis' back, and now it's his front.
Scare, and
that kind of just passes you very fast. It's a bit fast. So I kind of wish that didn't happen, because as your brain is processing all the different camera angles, you can't process the joke as much. And the reason I had to put that camera shot that way, I think—
Also learned that Ethel has gone missing. We say we will look for her, but it's not as if this is part of the same quest, right? And so we head off.
Okay. as I said, kind of after we get through, I think the Mobius fight itself is quite good. Other than this cutscene bit, I think kind of this point onwards, it's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with like this section of the video overall. For the stage that I'm at, I'm pretty happy. Please call me Bolearis. Mr. Jumpscare is my father. What a stupid... You know, I'm not even going to acknowledge it anymore.
Now, on our way to our destination, I did a couple of fights, both of which went extremely well. We were barely touched. And so, when I saw this skirmish over here, I thought we might be confident enough to take this one on. But you see, there was a minor problem. So a skirmish is one of the...
Okay, there is one part of this section that's problematic. Everything is fine. Is that really what I called it? Okay. You can hear we've got the Hall of the Mountain King building up in the background. And you might have noticed in the last few seconds there are a couple of odd pauses. Like, I know I talked about breathing space, but if you just listen, there are a couple of odd pauses.
But you see, there was a minor problem. So a skirmish is one of these battles where you get...
And the reason... There's more. I'll play until there's more.
Choose which side of the enemies you want to help. And I immediately saw two things. Number one, this reward down here is nice and shiny. It's a better reward because it's the harder side of the battle.
Okay, this is fine.
We have to take on the level 15 rather than the level 13. But given we just fought those levels without any problems, what could possibly go wrong? Well, you see, there was one more...
There's a couple of odd pauses there. And the only reason I do that is to time the music with the later things, right? You want the whole song, and yet the end has to go with the climactic moment. And actually, I noticed this quite a lot now, in particularly Xenoblade cutscenes. There's a lot of Xenoblade cutscenes that have weird pauses in them, because I think they had to prolong the length of a cutscene to fit the music they chose for it, if that makes sense. If only I had an example, which I don't, but sometimes there's a kind of odd pause. And now I've learned that. So yeah, there's a couple of odd pauses in this segment, but it's because I had to time the music well.
Fine detail that I did not pay attention to.
And I got away with most of them.
You see these big numbers in the middle? They tell you how many enemies you're going to be facing. If you side with the right, you'll be facing 2 level 13 enemies. If you side with the left, you'll be facing 6 level 15 enemies. I didn't really notice that. You might ask how this is humanly possible, considering that this is the largest number on the screen. So do I. I don't know.
And this section, even though this is kind of a lengthy explanation, it's kind of alright because you know it's building up to something, right? You know, Hall of the Mountain King is synonymous with like a climactic moment. And if you've watched these style of YouTube videos before, you'll know that. So I think I got away with this long explanation because it does work if you present it well. Because it was kind of humorous later on. By the way, those of you who have been in the chats now, you can probably say that I do this sort of stupid thing, right? Where I don't read the biggest number on the screen. That is me, right? So yeah, now that you've had some streams, are you surprised that this happened? Because I'm not.
So
even though
I sided with the weaker enemies, thinking that this would be just as simple as that previous fight in which we took no damage. Right? I quickly realized that Noah was taking more damage than I expected, but I was able to get into Ouroboros as a buffer. But suddenly, Lanz's entire health bar completely evaporated out of nowhere. And worse still, I tried to activate Uni's Ouroboros to heal up Noah.
The blur is kind of a bit awkward. That's my only criticism here, really, but it is what it is. It's fine.
Noah, but it was too little too late. And so Lanz and Noah both lost the Medic Gunner class, all because I didn't.
And I thought this was good, right? So, because of the whole build-up, you know that there was a class loss coming. So that was expected. But then there's this extra layer, Reed.
So obviously we needed to reorganize the party, but at least the good news is I can just swap Noah and Lanz over to Tactician so that they're still using a healing class and...
Man, I was so happy with that segment. Again, that's kind of the maybe I do like cinematic editing, damn. I like timing things to the music. I like instigating emotion from the videos I make. In a good way. Wouldn't want to incite anger or anything. But yeah. I quite liked this writing here, because you have this obvious build-up to something going wrong, but then the tactician loss is this extra layer that you don't expect, and it hits you out of nowhere. My only question is whether, like, all these pieces moving was, like, too much for the brain, if you're not expecting it. I don't feel it, because I know what to expect, but I don't know whether any of you watching felt like you got a headache or something. I hope not. So personally, I really want this problem to be a part of the Nuzlocke. Because Lance and Noah haven't actually unlocked the Tactician class, and everyone else has lost it. Oh, fun fact, I recreated this lock icon. You can see on the Tactician at the top there's the lock icon. I recreated it, just to have this here. Okay, we've basically soft-locked ourselves out of using it. I've envisioned that idea since the very beginning, and I'd really like to keep that idea going forward, because that's part of the extra strategy I want to introduce. And this is true, right? This is true. I wanted to have this be like a side problem the whole way through. I wanted to have soft locking be a problem. And in a way, the story is telling itself because of the Valdi stuff that happened. The story's going to tell itself in this run. It's great. But this Nuzlocke seems to be well and truly dying. Now yes, there are conversations we can have about the rule set and whether this thing is too hard. This is kind of the other part of this end video that kind of didn't work, that's too much explanation. This comes back to me trying to like justify why things are bad or why things are, I don't know. If you see what I mean, like, this is like the too honest kind of justify things approach. I don't remember what I called it earlier. A couple of you even noticed that in the last video. Basically, I'm not as good at this game as I thought I was. And so the reason I keep plugging the live streams throughout this video is because I truly need your help. I'll try and justify it again. I need some of you to look through these menus with me and give me the expertise I need, because otherwise we are not making it much further. And don't be afraid. I do have the hope that this run will follow the general pattern of many Nuzlockes. Right now, our options are very limited and things look bleak. But as we progress through the game, we'll unlock more classes, and the options for combat will increase, allowing the challenge to actually get easier. Unless you get blown off a cliff and lose 4 classes. If that were to happen, it goes worse. But I mean, actually, we have already seen this play out, right? The actual number of classes we've had available has been quite consistent. I'm really happy with the pacing of the Nuzlocke so far. It's great. And I had no idea what that was going to look like when I wrote this section of when I wrote the whole video, really. This video was still early Nuzlocke days. We're only just starting to experience the real magic. I am aware that many of the boss fights will contain attacks that are basically insta-kill to our party, so I appreciate that there's uncertainty there. But the main lesson that I have learned so far is that our main downfall are these group battles. We did a big boss fight with Ethel and a Mobius, and we lost just a single class. And battles against single enemies go really well. You know what I should have done? Maybe I should have added like the old video static to make it like the Mobius theater. I'm only just seeing the connection there. Maybe I could have done that. Interesting. But suddenly, once a group is introduced, it is that which causes our immediate downfall. And you know where these groups come from? They come from the Hoxes. And what I know is that these Hoxes are no longer our friends. They attack us in groups because they are too scared to face us alone. They chase us out of their territory despite not knowing that the fate of the world... This was kind of unintentional foreshadowing, to be fair. The Hoxes ended up being quite a staple of problems throughout the video, and I never noticed until the end. I kind of got lucky in this part of the video writing. Depends on our success. They tempt us with phantom rewards just to turn on us and bring us to our knees. And worst of all, they even deny us the use of the lure function. Just who do these animals think they are? And what this section does well is refer to the previous points of the video. It kind of draws the structure together a bit. I'll tell you who they are.
They are wretched beings who do not deserve to walk the same ground as we do. They are dangerous creatures who seek to end all life other than their own. It fills me with a vengeance almost as strong as that which I feel towards the mighty Herbert himself. And it is that vengeance which leads me to declare that there is no more mercy against the Hoxes. No more peace deals. This is war. We are coming for you, you little stupid, furry, spiky pests. Oh, and you can see I did the music again. That is, in the future, when we are much higher leveled. I don't know whether the Hox joke will really come back a lot, to be honest. As I look at it now, I don't know whether it's kind of fighting with the Herbert joke for being the common enemy of the run. So we'll see, but I thought that section itself was kind of funny. That's why I've not been talking a lot through it. And this ending's quite good too. For now, enjoy your peace. Oh look, we found Ethel. And then we find Ethel, and it keeps going. So Ethel is actually looking for medical. So I just feel like this kind of later third or half of the video just kind of strung things together a lot better. I don't really know how to say it compared to this one, but I feel like it was just better. I just like it more. And it was just strung together better. The sections were a bit better broken up, sort of. I don't know, but I feel like it was better. It was a step forward. And also, as I note in the top left, I forgot to change Lance out of Medic Gunner, even though he just lost it. I actually only noticed that quite recently. Bearing in mind, I edited all of this end section in like October, November. I didn't notice this thing with Lance being Medic Gunner until only a week or two before the Nuzlocke. Before the episode released. So that went underappreciated for about 6 months, which is kind of crazy. Medical supplies as well, and she had exactly the same idea as Tyon, which was to wait for this Agnian supply drop. Supply drops are crates that are sometimes dropped by the two castles, which are intended for particular enemy forces, but let's forget about their well-being because we want those supplies. That's a good way of explaining a gaming concept. It was like half a sentence that you might initially think, oh, it's an explanation, but actually, I just went right back to the topic at hand. That one worked well. We actually get a really nice exchange with Ethel, reinstating the point that she's willing to risk her own life to save her colony. That's why she came out here alone.
I said I couldn't afford any more casualties, and that includes you. I appreciate that you're willing, but Colony 4 is my responsibility.
Talking about avoiding casualties, you know that includes you too, Ethel, don't you?
Okay, fun fact. Those voice lines just now are actually separately downloaded. I discovered someone online who has created a whole folder of all the voice lines in the game. And I separately downloaded these, again, because if I take my direct recording from the game, that will include the background music, which is the nighttime Aegis Wilderness music, which is not the music I'm playing in the video right now. So you have these two pieces of music that kind of fight over each other. And I tend to notice that in videos. So I made an effort to go and separately download the audio files and add them in. And I think it's one of those things you'll never notice, but I just think adds a lot. Or, you take away the kind of extra noise and you just make it simpler. And I think it does a lot. And so eventually she lets us team up with her. So at this point, Ethel decides to join the party and becomes our first hero. But the only thing to say is I don't know whether I needed to show all the lines I did with Ethel, but I'm not unhappy. Like, at the time, I was very happy that I felt like I succinctly but appropriately explained this quest and still gave Ethel her chance to shine. But I don't know whether I needed to do... I don't know. I can't do this much for every hero quest. So I need to still work out how that's going to go. Heroes are special party members who each have their own unique class. Let me talk about heroes. Now, I briefly talked about heroes in the rules video, but just to outline the facts. Because heroes don't have the power of Ouroboros, they can't swap to any of the other classes. This would make things a little bit tricky for our class-based Nuzlocke. So that's why my opinion is, heroes are simply irrelevant to the whole Nuzlocke deal. There's no extra action to be taken, and it functions exactly the same as a normal playthrough. That has been my opinion since the very beginning of the Nuzlocke run.
because once again, we can actually exploit this rule to help our strategy. Because this now means that whichever character we have as a hero, we want to be front and center of our aggro to draw as much damage as possible.
I feel like the explanation here was alright. I think, yes, it's explaining, but I think it's okay. I think lots of these later sections might feel like they're more long explaining, but it's worse than it is because you've already had it on top of these earlier segments. I think if this was at the start of the video, you wouldn't really question whether it was too boring as much. So that's a confidence I have going forward, is I think these later sections are a bit more appropriate in their length. I'll still try to keep them as concise as possible in the future, but sometimes it's okay. You do need some breathing space in videos
because
as well.
in Nuzlocke terms, they're completely invincible. I'm interested to see whether this makes some particular heroes better or worse compared to a usual playthrough. We'll find out in time. For now, we need to take out these Volf, who are attacking these Agnian soldiers. Once again, Ethel puts her life in danger, even though these are technically enemy soldiers. Now, after our encounter with the Hawks, I was incredibly scared of this battle. The good news is that I was getting better at working with Ouroboros and managing our HP. Let me run you through it. I immediately started with Noah's Ouroboros to get some damage going, and I knew that when they finished the Ouroboros, both Noah and Mia would have high health. This led to Senna, who's now a healer, taking the aggro, but I managed to swap to Lance and activate their Ouroboros just in time.
That was close. Wow.
I knew that I needed to prepare some healing for Senna once she ended the interlink, so I then got into Uni's Ouroboros and tried to time her moves to heal the—
Also, for everything I said about heroes being squishy, Ethel was taking a lot of damage here, and I don't think I've noticed that a single time.
Group as soon as they exited Ouroboros. And I then immediately swapped to Lance to get more healing.
Look how close I was to losing Senna and Ethel right here, man.
Somehow we survived.
Okay.
It turns out that when you're paying attention, this game isn't too bad. But I do continuously need to—
The word bad was wrong here, man. When you're paying attention, this game isn't too bad. I meant to say hard. This game isn't too hard. But I said bad, and I don't know why I didn't re-record that. Probably because sometimes you can't re-record a line and have it sound the same, so you have to go with the original.
Put all my focus on the healing and managing the Ouroboros. I can only assume that Ethel's presence saved the day. I've said this already, but I repeat that in my first playthrough, I just never noticed how wise Ethel was. She has some of those incredibly philosophic lines and is all round a really good leader.
The actions you believe to be correct don't always lead to good outcomes. Some situations aren't salvageable. That's the nature of war.
I liked that line.
We send off some husks, retrieve the supplies, and I also took the chance to get a golden container that was previously out of reach. We then return to Colony 4 to a furious Bolearis.
I also quite like my music choices in this video. I hope I don't sound arrogant when I talk about all the good things in these videos, but I do want to be proud of them as well. I'm overall quite proud of my music choices in this video. I was a bit unsure what to do at the end here, but we seem to get there. Actually, this whole end segment now, from this point onwards, I think is very, very recent. This was like only May or June. Because I wanted to save this end segment to be one of the last things I had to do. After I touched up everything else. I wanted the end to be the end. The last thing I did. So that it was more recent. So I think this was even like only kind of April, May, June that I edited through this. And actually by the time I got there, I decided that the video would release on the anniversary. Which gave me, actually it didn't really give me more time, but that kind of set the deadline for me to finish it.
Who eventually realizes he can't convince Ethel to do anything different. And Noah realizes that the Kavesi trio never really thanked Ethel for her save all those years ago. A nice send-off to the quest, as we obtain Ethel's class. This is a huge moment for our Nuzlocke. For the first time, our number of available classes increases. And the menu expands massively to show you just how many heroes and classes there are to unlock. Ethel's hero quest was mandatory for the main story, but most of them are optional in a normal playthrough. However, we will be needing as many classes as we can get, and in the next couple of videos we'll start talking strategy regarding which classes to get and when. Ideally, I want to show all of these quests for the purposes of character and world building, but we'll see how the run develops. Now each time we unlock a new class, the most important thing to do next is also unlock it on the other 5 characters.
We've learned that
This
lesson.
is especially true here because Ethel is actually about to leave the party again from a story event, and she's not going to come back for a while. Since you gain more class unlock points the more people of that class are in your party, I want to do this grinding now before we lose Ethel to make it fast.
I don't know why my voice sounds a bit worse here. I don't know, it sounds a bit deeper.
We also just got to level 20, which means we unlock the second Master Art slot and second Gem slot, which is a big step that opens more flexibility for our party, and we will need to work out how to set that up. Which is kind of a good place to start bringing this video towards its conclusion. I'm going to do some of that class grinding off screen before the first livestream next week, so that we can actually make some story progress then. But as I've mentioned, I might need...
did we do that? No. And instead we went and got EO.
Some advice on how to set up the party, and there are other questions still to answer. Remember all those little clarifications about the rule set that I've done some acrobatics around this video? Well, now...
Acrobatics, nice word. Oh, I could have said dodge, but I've done some acrobatics around. I liked that. Well done
to actually talk about those. So to be clear, there's no more gameplay progress in this video. The next few minutes are just a few other topics I wanted to talk about and the stuff I didn't explain at the start of the video, which I know is a bit long and kind of boring, but I want to put it somewhere, but I didn't want to make it its own video. Let's get it over with.
Okay, so by the time I got to the end here, I kind of was just wanting to get through it, right? My attitude here was, if you've genuinely watched through all of this that had too much explanation in it, then by the time you get to here, you won't mind listening to some more random explanations. So I put a bit less... No, that's not really true, because I did this. I kind of just didn't really know where this was going to... Okay. Let me replay that. Let me just think about this.
The next few minutes are just a few other topics I wanted to talk about and the stuff I didn't explain at the start of the video, which I know is a bit long and kind of boring, but I want to put it somewhere, but I didn't want to make it its own video. Let's get it over with. I really hope...
That's kind of another point where I was trying to justify, you know, what I was doing. You know, justifying the over-explaining. I've talked about that, and I don't know if that's a good thing.
That you now understand why I wanted people to wait until the end of this video to give their impressions on the current difficulty of the Nuzlocke.
As I
because
said,
I
yes.
feel like a lot has changed in the second half of this video. Ever since we lowered the difficulty, gained access to Ouroboros powers, and have learned the lessons of actually reading and understanding how the game works. Thank you to everyone who left feedback about Uni's healing ring from the first video, my gosh am I stupid. Ever since we did all of that, I am feeling a bit more confident about the success of this run than I previously was. It's still going to be difficult, and we've had a rough start, but maybe that's just a handicap to create better content. Okay, but seriously, now comes the time when we need to decide the remaining details of the rules. So let me now finally outline to you what my personal preferred rule set is after the roller coaster of experiences after the 2 videos so far. It goes like this. Point number 1, the basic outline.
Okay. This section right here, right, was edited at about 7 PM on the day the video came out. This text right here was edited on an hour or 2 before the video went live. Because I suddenly had some more inspiration on how to... I don't really remember how I was presenting this before, but yeah. I actually had a plan as to what time the video was going to be released, and it released about 40 minutes late, but no one noticed.
Classes are lost when a character reaches 0 HP.
But I'm happy I came up with this in the end. I mean, I can probably...
But we only count 1 loss.
I can probably turn the volume down here. I'm really happy that I came up with this explanation in the end. The only thing I don't know. No, I'll tell you what, right? My original plan here was to do some polls, right? I wanted to do some polls up here. Do you remember when polls used to exist up here? Right? I wanted to do some polls and ask people... 40 minutes later than an unannounced time. I technically did announce it. I put it in a pinned comment on the 2-minute trailer video, but luckily no one noticed. So it is what it is. I wanted to put some YouTube polls up here to say, which rules do you prefer? X or Y? A or B? Whatever. Did you know that they removed polls about 6 years ago? I didn't know that until the day this video came out when I was going to do it. I had that planned for so long. And I didn't know they didn't exist anymore. I swear I've seen them more recently, but I haven't. And so then I experimented with the other feature, which was quizzes. And those kind of suck. They suck to have lots of them at the same time. And so I really struggled to know what I was going to do. And so I actually just, instead of asking questions by saying, do you prefer this or this? How should this rule work? And then I was going to look for feedback. I decided to just suggest a rule set and just kind of see how it went. And actually, that can be a good strategy, by the way, when you're ever communicating with people. Sometimes it's better to give people a statement rather than give them a choice. There is freedom and limitation. You can get through a conversation much quicker. So yeah, realistic opportunity to do so. Point number 2, Master Arts and Master Skills. The first 2 slots can be free choice from any class regardless of our Nuzlocke status, but the last slot has to follow the Nuzlocke rules based on what classes that particular character has lost. The other lesson I did here, which sounds obvious, but is this is actually kind of PowerPoint, this is presentation advice, right? You want more things, you don't want to just recite all the words on the screen. So these words in the brackets in the here, I just, you know what, this is stupid. I'm going to just keep talking. If there is no legal option, we can simply remove it and have an... Never mind, I say it anyway. What an idiot I am, I say it anyway. I say we're allowed to use Nopon coins to rank up the class to unlock the master abilities, even if that character has lost that class already. This means that the game won't get too restricted too quickly, but it does up the resource management needed. Point number 3, heroes. Do not count whatsoever, and we can use whoever we like. Since we have to rely entirely on their AI, and this allows us to actually change our strategy towards our heroes so that we play the game in a slightly unusual way, which was the original point of the whole Nuzlocke idea. Point number 4, drumroll please. All of the characters' original classes are reinstated due to the Pokeballs technicality. Oh, okay. Thank you to everyone who informed me that in a standard Pokemon Nuzlocke, the rule set doesn't actually apply until you unlock Pokeballs and thus can catch other Pokemon. A lot of people mention this, so much so that I fear that if I don't implement this, I risk losing my audience. And the translated suggestion into Xenoblade 3 is that none of the class losses from the first video counted until we reach this scene here where we unlock the full class system. And that would have made the first video a bit easier. It would also not have led to the difficulties of the prologue, valid tactics, Herbert, or the mysterious enemy fight, and made just about the entire narrative script I came up with completely irrelevant. And that's an example of how sometimes our mistakes can still lead to success. We might as well do this to make things easier, and it breaks the soft lock on Tactician as long as Tyon doesn't lose it again, so for about 5 minutes. Okay. This is probably like the last thing I will talk about editing-wise. This section about the Pokemon stuff, this got re-recorded like 4 times and used to be at the start. So this is how I made the intro shorter, is I stuffed the rule stuff to the end. But there were more jokes about this Pokemon thing. I had to mention the Pokeballs thing because so many people commented about it. Yeah. I had to, because there were a lot of people who mentioned it. But it was fine. It was funny. But as I say, hey, if we had done it, then Herbert wouldn't have become a joke. And the whole thing wouldn't have, we would have gone down a completely different route. And so I am happy with where we are. Anyway, yeah, the Pokemon thing has been one of the editing things that was a struggle. Because that was like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes up here extra. But I managed to get it to the end and put it in the right order. And finally, point number 5 is one I've not actually mentioned at all up until now. You see, maybe this is a bit underhanded, but I specifically decided to keep this one final rule as a secret until the very end of this video, so that when I see your comments, I could somewhat try and distinguish which pieces of feedback actually have the full context of events and which ones might not. I'm not going to make any sweeping generalizations, it was kind of just an experiment, and I'm not sure if it was really a good idea, but we're here now. The final extra rule is to do with Ascension quests. For every class in the game, there is a hero quest which unlocks it, but later in the game, there is a second hero. As I look at this now, I think I could have turned the opacity down on the main gameplay, because I think it's a bit blurry. Oh, but is this the
quest?
peak? Wait, is this the peak gameplay?
Maximum rank from
I get
10
stuck in the
to
flower.
20. And
did you see Noah get stuck in the flower right here?
my proposed rule is that when we complete an Ascension quest, all of the characters regain access to the relevant class of that hero. Everyone who previously lost it can use it again. Now that might sound pretty powerful, but I actually don't think it is. Ascension quests are difficult in their own right, and we have to take a risk by going after a challenging, optional objective. I saw a few other people also suggest we should get some kind of bonus from Ascension quests, so thank you for the suggestions, but again, just to clarify, this is one that I've had planned since the very beginning. Because this bonus would conveniently encourage us to explore more of the character and world building throughout the game. And I'll be very transparent that that is also a big part of why I want to introduce this rule. And that is it. This is my proposed rule set. I think I've mentioned everything, including all of the little caveats I've thought of along the way. It's a little bit easier than I was originally planning at the start of the first video, but I think that's alright, because ultimately I want this series to make it to the end of the game. And if it gets way too easy or way too hard, we can amend something along the way.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, I mean, as we look at this now, having done some experience in the streams, we've for now said that heroes count, and we haven't really talked about Ascension quests, but they probably don't need to revive everyone, do they? I mean, what they'll probably do is revive a hero, and probably revive like one person's class or something, like 1 or 2 party members we can choose to get the class back on. Something like that. So we'll have to go over that change when we get there, but honestly, we'll probably just make the decision when we get there. I'm not afraid to just amend a couple of things if it helps the run.
So
you know?
This is my personal preference as to how the run should work, but do leave me your feedback and comments. There have already been a number of interesting suggestions. Just remember to take the full rule set into account to keep the difficulty balanced. I'll post any major or frequently suggested.
Also, that thing about the Ascension quest being kept a secret so I could tell the comments from one another, that didn't really matter. That didn't really matter in the end. And that's kind of why I think it was probably not the right thing to do, but it is what it is.
Feedback in the pinned comment, and if there are,
and I don't think I've updated the pinned comment once either, lol,
any changes to my rule set, I'll talk about them at the start of the next stream or the next video. Don't worry, I know you all want me to skip the intros and get into the gameplay, so I'll make sure to keep...
Yeah, this is me again trying to justify it's not a good video, blah blah blah, and I don't know if that was always a good thing, but I do like my end speech
at an
here.
Appropriately fast pace. Speaking of pace, there's one more subject I want to talk about at the very end of this video. I appreciate that most of the viewers have probably clicked off by now because there were a lot of things in this video that I feel are not up to the right standard. The end section here is one thing. I left that a bit long on purpose because, we got this far, I'm running out of time to make the video, and I need to talk about it somewhere. But
so this bit with the rules was like the day of the video. This was probably the week before the video came out. So I kind of ran out of, and I wanted to commit to the deadline of having it be the 3-year anniversary of the first video. I thought that was where I had to draw the line. I said something in one of the update videos about how you have to just accept that it's not going to be perfect and you got to let it go and just play it. Just do it. And that's kind of where I drew the line. So that's why bits of this end segment are not... I mean, to be fair, I still like the explanations. But yeah, if there's any problems here, I kind of just left it.
Other parts of this video that I know are...
And then mainly in the first half, I think the second half is better. As I said, yeah, I think somewhere around here, from here, I think the video is quite good. Or like, it is better up here. If this can be replicated over a full video, and also the other thing I don't think I've said much is that I want the videos to be shorter. I want them to be more like half an hour, and I'm going to try and commit to that in the next video. I know the boundaries of where the next video will be, and I'm going to commit to making it around half an hour or less. And I'm just going to see how that... I'm going to, discipline myself more to do that.
Low or too rambly, or just, I don't know, don't feel good enough. And I want to mention that I've really struggled to make this video, if you couldn't tell by the fact that it took nearly 3 years.
There are plenty of reasons why that is, and I ramble about a few of those in my other video talking about some of the past and future of the channel. By the way, that video's a train wreck too, but it is what it is. If I talk about this now, it'll be better in the long run. But I just want you to know that I have really tried to improve this video. Some of those sections that are too slow or too rambly are genuinely my third or fourth or fifth drafts of that section that is better and is shorter than they originally were. I've put in a lot of effort to try and improve things, and there's so much hidden time I've spent developing this that you're not able to see. And I think a lot of that has been bottling up inside me for quite a long time. So one more thing that I'm going to be doing in the next few weeks is streaming what I'm calling director's commentary on all of the Nuzlocke videos so far. I'm going to be doing a live watch along to my own videos and pausing and talking about various ideas or things in the video that were changed, etc. This is both for your interest to learn a bit more about me, how my brain functions, and what the process is behind these videos to an extent, but actually the real person who will benefit from this is me. I need to get all of these thoughts out of my head because this video became a bit of a love-hate monster to me. I still like what I've created, I'm proud I've put the effort into it, and I'm happy that we're here. But it's also been so rough at some points along the way. And even though that's true of all projects, including the future of this series, I'm sure, I really just want to have this one done and behind me. Yeah, okay, so that's where we are now. We're here. So I hope this has been I think this has done the experience I wanted it to. You know, I've rambled about a bunch of random things, and I hope some of it doesn't sound too self-obsessive, but sometimes that happens when you're making a video that involves listening to yourself. Yeah, I mean, the thing I need to emphasize is the amount of time that I put into this video. If you accommodate the deleted scene and the rules and the small videos, I really have put genuinely hundreds of hours of my life into this. I've probably spent more time on this video than I have either playing or consuming Xenoblade 3. That might not be true. It might not quite be true, but it's genuinely not far away, if so. And that's a long time. That's a long time. It's strange. I've been working on this video. You know, we're just about at the 3-year anniversary of when I did the first gameplay recording for this video, and it only released 2 months ago. It's crazy. And it really did become a bit of a stumbling block. You know, I didn't want to buy new games or play new games because I felt like I had to be making progress on videos. I felt like I'm not doing enough. But I also didn't want to work on videos for this and that. And so I had a big period where I was kind of not lost, but kind of just stumbling through each day, each week, kind of. It sounds worse than it is. But yeah, I was really happy to have this done. And I knew that there were, like, tons of moments where I even now, you know, I've talked about all the problems with this video and how they couldn't really be solved right here. And I kind of just had to accept that, but I hoped that I did enough to bring some people in, and I was really worried about the streams. You know, if the streams hadn't been successful, I don't know what I would have done next. I was going to commit to them for a while, but I don't know for how long. And so when that first stream happened, I think I did, like, shout out loud after the first stream. I was so happy to see it go well with all of you there. I'm so thankful to everyone who's watching these videos, including all the lurkers and including all the VOD watchers. I'm really so happy because it's changed my life in a great way. And even though I do still have this problem of feeling like I don't make enough progress each week and I'm not getting more time to actually play the things I want to, I'm starting to realize more of where maybe there's more like sources of dopamine in my life that I'm consuming that I don't need to. 2 years ago, I could make excuses why I'm too busy with work or I'm too busy with X. And that was true, and I wasn't able to do as much as I wanted to. But in the last year or so, that has decreased. And now I think I've got to do more on my own side to actually get more time back if I'm serious about making more videos and making more content. Which I want to do. And watching this video again and kind of laughing at the jokes and appreciating the emotional moments remind me why I've made this series. And it's kind of just because I want to, and I need to stop. I don't know. I think I've just grown into what it can be. And so yeah, in some ways, I still think this video is not as good as the first one, but there are also things that can make it better, that are better. And I think if I can combine the good bits from both videos so far, keep it to a reasonable length, don't make it too over-explainy, keep the jokes there but have a good structure, I think I can make something really good. I'm excited to see what comes next. I think I've been struggling recently because I've had so many other ideas and wishes to start new projects and videos that I can't because I feel like I'm stuck working on this one. But I chose to keep at it, and now we're finally here. This end segment is being recorded literally just a week before this video goes live, because I wanted to save it as the very last thing I had to do. And it didn't. This voice you're hearing right now is nearly 3 years older than the one you heard in the middle. Not the one at the beginning, because that was actually recorded more recently. Oops, that's the sort of thing you'll hear in the director's commentary. I recognize if you think this video isn't as good as the first one. But I'm now here with a confidence that I've learned a lot along the way, and with a renewed energy to work on videos again. And you can help make all of that a success by supporting this video and joining my very first real Nuzlocke livestream, which will be next Saturday, the 20th of June, at whichever of these times happens to be yours. And then I learned that they don't like it when you post them as rectangles, and I made it a square. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah, man. Further stream updates will be in the community posts tab on YouTube, and there are a few other clarifications about this video in the pinned comment as feedback arises. Okay, rambles over. This is genuinely the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching this video, of whatever quality you deem it. But remember, we keep moving forward with the chance to live on in a brighter tomorrow. There we are. There we are. That was the return of the Xenoblade 3 Nuzlocke and all its surrounding chapters and feelings. Yo, it's recommended oh no, this is the wait. It is this. It's recommended the live. Wait, what happens if I go and get the live stream? Do I even want to do this? Should we find out what happens if I click on my own live stream in the video? Or is that... No, you know what? We're going to focus on the topic, right? Nearly 6 hours. Yeah, okay, let me tell you, this has been the single longest recording session I've ever had. When I did my first playthrough of Xenoblade 3, which I recorded as a Let's Play, most of those recordings were like an hour to 2 hours. There were 2 exceptions. One of them was the final boss, which I actually couldn't finish on that day, and I came back to it the next day. The other one was Chapter 5, Chapter 6. You know how this works. I stayed up till about 1:30 AM recording that, and I had to record it at a really whispered volume, which made it kind of suck, but it is what it is. And that recording was 5.5 hours, because I literally couldn't put the game down. This has been longer. This has been 5 hours. This has been pretty much 6 hours. So yeah. This is the longest recording I have ever done in one go, probably until September, when I'm thinking of marathoning Fortune's Weave, Fire Emblem, a bit. So, we'll see. And you know what? Chris, Abstract, and Brighton, you have been here pretty much the whole time. There was also GSP Lover in. There were a couple of other people in. Thank you so much for people being here today. I have absolutely no clue if this was useful for you. I have no clue whether this was an enjoyable stream. I hope it was. You've made some good jokes along the way. And I don't know how any of this will come out. I don't know. But I feel like that did what I wanted it to do. I feel like I've been able to talk about the things I want to talk about. So yeah. That was episode 2 / all the other small episodes of the director's commentary. And you know what? I don't know if I'll do another one of these. I once thought when I came up with the idea, maybe I'll do them for every video in the series, or maybe I'll do it for every video I release ever. But I don't know if I will, because it depends what I want to talk about. I wanted to really, like, make a point today of, like, why it took so long and how much I've had to do. And actually, I'm starting to realize, you know, I'm a bit of I'm a very introvert, right? So I don't talk a lot to a lot of other people. And I'm starting to realize that it is good to talk to people. Even if it's kind of just talking to myself here, in a sense. So yeah, I'm happy with today. Get water after the stream. My water's been empty for the last hour plus, mate. I just chose to keep going. I did not think we were going to be 6 hours today. Hey, we said at the start, right? An hour video took us 3 hours. 2 hours has taken us 6 hours. It's worked, right? At least I've got a formula now, I guess. The director's commentary takes 3 times as long as the video. Huh, okay. So that's that, chat. And I'm kind of sad to end it. I'm kind of sad to end it right here. But hey, I've done it now. And it was good that I left it 4 weeks or so in the end, because I got some time away from the video and I got to react to a few of the jokes fresh. And yeah, I think the point I wanted to make was I've learned a lot about how the video should be. I don't know, that's a weird way of saying it. I think the next video will be better. I really hope so. We're being held hostage, yeah. Alright. I'll put you out of your misery. Thank you so much for being here. I'll probably put a pinned comment linking to the important sections. It really sucks that we had that issue earlier. And so can you just confirm there haven't been any like issues with the stream since we rebooted it? Have there? There haven't been any issues at all since we rebooted it. Because I've been on the low latency mode. So that means I can be on low latency now. I need to actually do some work, yeah. I'm sorry, man. You've probably got no hours left in the day. But yeah, there we are. So I might stream lower latency from now, which is great. Only small audio issues, great. Good. No issues since the reboot, good. Okay, so that's also the test stream for low latency. All right, I'll stop holding you hostage. Thank you so much for being here. You guys really are the best. I really appreciate it. And I hope you've learned something today. And remember, I haven't come up with a phrase. And remember that we're all just humans at the end of the day. Transparency is important. Authenticity is important. And as much as I am creating content, it's all about the content. It's all about the people too. And I want to create something with purpose. I don't want my videos to just be a part of the endless hose and the endless funnel of content. I actually want there to be some purpose to it. And we'll explore that more as the series develops. So thank you. Thank you. All right. I'll see you another day. I'll see you on Saturday, hopefully, for the next edition of the streams. This is going to be the last Monday stream for a while, probably, because I need some more time. Okay. Thank you. See you guys another day.